Hello, one and all. Welcome to Noir Bar. Come on in, grab your seat. We are broadcasting, as always, live from the shadiest district in Noir City. And today is a very special night. I'll tell you why, since you're curious. It's Far's birthday. Yay! Happy birthday, Far.
Yay! Thank you. Thank you. I am older, but I don't look it.
I can verify.
I am forever 14. Don't worry about it.
Do you buy anything that requires age demonstrating ID, cigarettes, liquor, something?
Usually no, but I have, yeah, like whenever I have bought alcohol in the past, on the rare occasion,
Right.
Yeah, that's always a thing. You know?
You get carded.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to draw specific dates, but Far is well into her 20s, and yet is getting carded.
I am late 20s. I am late 20s, guys. Like, I'm 27. Like,
All right,
I
fine,
don't
just
care,
say
like,
it,
saying the
then.
age.
All right.
I don't care saying the age. It's just, it's funny, because it's just, yeah, I'm forever 14. Whatever. Fuck you. I'm just apparently ageless. I'm timeless, Polly.
You're timeless. And Far
I'm timeless. I am forever.
That's right. And for that short period of the year, Far is not a decade younger than me. She's 9 years younger than me. It's different.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. That makes all the difference, right?
Well, yeah, right up until September, and then it turns to 10 years again. Whatever.
Yeah.
Could make me feel old,
it's
Far.
Fine. Well, no. And look. How about this, right? Look, since I'm born in the cursed year, as we called it, you're the blessed year. It's 10 years before. There you go. Does that make you feel better?
It does. And I finally did the thing on AAA way earlier today. I called out 1983 for the cursed year that it is, and anyone who was born in it.
1983?
Yes, it's a very cursed
year. Oh, is that... Oh, it does it out-curse 1996?
Nothing does.
No, oh, yeah. Fair enough.
96.
Fair enough.
I mean...
96 is just fucking...
It's an awful year. I mean, there's the...
Yeah, there's Port Arthur.
There's
a shit ton of murders. There's my birth.
Tupac was killed. You were born. Just a horrible year. I mean...
Yeah, just an awful, atrocious year. God, nothing great happened in 1996.
You know what? I'm just going to duck go that. There's just terrible things that happened.
It's gotta be so many.
Well, of course, it's 1996, for God's sake.
Well, it's like, this is just us noticing, you know?
It really is. Like, it's not on purpose, if you know what I mean. It's... Whew. Why am I getting... Okay.
Yeah, just... Okay. Yeah, just... What? How many fucking just true crime documentaries have we seen? Where it's just suddenly they say 1996, and we're just like, what? Why? Why again this year? This fucking year. Like, just so many of them.
To the point where we happen to notice it as being...
Yeah, like, we just... Like, I already kind of vaguely noticed it beforehand, right? Like, just with other, like, random shit I would find, you know? It's like,
right.
1996. Like, this is already a thing I was kind of like...
The Unabomber was 96, Far.
Oh, no!
Well, he had been bombing people for years, obviously, but... His last bombing and his arrest happened in 96, so it's...
Happy birthday, me! But... Yeah, it's like, it's a thing I've noticed for a long time, right? Like, just, I'll look at something random and it'll be like, 1996. Okay, cool. It might not even be the worst thing ever. It might just be some random event, right? But it's 1996. Right? And it's like, just really fucking odd that it keeps coming up.
Damn right.
And then suddenly we watch a bunch of true crime shit together, because we got really into that. Just going, yeah, let's find another really fucked up thing. Were they born to kill? And all that sort of shit.
Right.
Yeah, and then just over and over again, 1996 would be brought up, and we're just like, holy fuck. Like,
absolutely.
Holy fuck.
And
like, I'm glad it's not just me that sees it, because I felt like I was going crazy for the longest time. And then suddenly I'm watching this with Polly, and it's like 1996 keeps coming up, and I'm like, oh, thank God it's not just me. It's not just me seeing this. Just fucking curse you.
Yep. Oh! Bar, I know what it is.
What is it?
Why the fucking... Yeah! I fucking tracked your ass down, you son of a bitch. The reason why, whatchamacallit isn't working, the chat capture isn't working, is because I got my dark reader everywhere turned on. I'm willing to bet.
Oh, okay. So that's why?
I do believe so. Let's just...
Technical difficulties, chat. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, nothing new going on here.
Yeah. And are you on top chat as well?
Well, I'm on no chat right now, but I will...
Oh, okay.
Let me pop that out. Because it showed up when I took away the CSS code to make it fit in there and look less stupid. And never... Yahoo! Oh, I didn't put on the Noir Bar donations either. God damn it.
It's fine.
By the time we're half an hour into it, everything will be straightforward.
Everything will be fine.
Yeah.
Everything will be fine. Half an hour in chat.
I don't understand why it... In the new chat. Okay.
Okay.
Why? Why? Oh, I turned that off. And I re-entered the CSS code. So why does it look like shit still?
They didn't do an update on you, did they? Where they just specifically fucked with your CSS code?
That could possibly be it. I mean...
It specifically targeted you.
I can go ahead and just get rid of the CSS code. And as you will see... There. But it all runs off the screen and it doesn't autocorrect, and you can see when I'm...
Yeah.
You know...
Yeah, you're gonna type.
When I'm typing.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Alright, well, I'm lost.
Alright, oh, well, yeah, okay. Thank you, Assassin of the Grave. Jesus, that is, you're another step closer to entropy and death. Yes, I am.
It's true.
Happy trails. Enjoy your inevitable trip to rotting and being eaten by worms in the grave. Hey! I hope the worms will find me distasteful.
You know what kills me? I'm on live chat. It says top chat on the stream. Fuck, I'm on live chat.
Wow! How does that even fucking work?
I don't know. I legitimately have no
How
fucking
the
clue.
fuck does that work? Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Thanks, YouTube. Very
here,
cool.
I'm not even. I'm not even making that up. Look, chat. Live
yeah,
chat.
no, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I fucking see it. Yeah, it's just all right. Did you want to read the donation?
I did. I did want to read the donation.
Yes, read it. Go.
Next Bishop, thank you for the $5. It's pronounced The Bishop. Okay, The Bishop, thank you for the $5. Happy birthday, Far. But I want to address Polly's taste in Wu-Tang Clan and Ghostface Killah. Well, you know what's funny? That actually wasn't Wu-Tang. It was Mobb Deep, although I am a fan of Wu-Tang. And Ghostface would probably be my third favorite member Wu-Tang. But there is a member Wu-Tang on that album, Hell on Earth, the Mobb Deep album I was listening to. But it wasn't Ghostface, but it was his longtime partner, Raekwon. So, you know, hey, it's sort of connected.
I was so confused when that happened because I can't hear it, right?
Right.
Because I'm on this side of things where I'm not hearing any of the audio, and I just pop out chat and I just see a bunch of people going like, rap?
I pressed the wrong button.
And I'm just like, and then Polly comes back like maybe a couple of minutes after I start noticing that, and I'm like, what are they talking about? Did something happen? She says, yeah, I started playing something else. Scroll back a little bit, hear it, just, yeah. No, that was great. That was funny.
Yeah, and Peter says it should be on live chat. I should just take it away because I'm going to hear that the whole night as people go, it is on live chat. And unfortunately, I don't know why it... won't let me have this. It just won't let me have this.
Yeah, it's not like... Not formatting it, or not doing that. That's weird.
Why? The reason why I thought it was the dark mode everywhere extension that I have is because the background is black, where if if it's just standard YouTube dark mode, it'll be, grayish or whatever that color is, you know what I mean? And so it should be. But for some reason, it's not letting it be. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you have a couple of options. Either just leave chat up as is or replace chat with something else.
Replace chat with what?
And images of something? Birthday images.
Oh, I know. That's a good suggestion. Here we go. Let's do this. Image. What?
Why do I feel apprehension and dread?
I don't know. Why do you? Where's the trust?
I don't know.
We've been streaming together for years. Where's the trust?
You're the same guy that sent me pictures of deflated asses. I just have this genuine
That was years ago.
That was years ago, sure, but it's still it's left me haunted to this day.
Just because you saw it as soon as you woke up? Come on. That's no reason to be vengeful.
It's not vengeful, it's concern.
Okay, hold on.
I know you. You know?
Yeah, I know you. You know? There. There we go. Do I have pictures of Far's birthday cupcakes from 3 years ago? Yes. Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Yeah, I totally
Yeah,
do.
those are good. Yeah. Those were good.
I took the time to cut them out of their background and everything. So years ago I did anyway. And so there they are. Okay.
Yeah.
Who wants to see Far's birthday cake from this year? It's pretty it's pretty delicious looking.
It is. Yeah. It has my name on it, but yeah.
No, it does. Happy birthday, Far. See?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to lie. That is a fantastically delicious looking cake. Is it a Black Forest cake? Is that chocolate and cherry?
Yes, it is.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
It is Black Forest. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a winner.
Yeah. Yeah. So they got that today, and Mom's asking oh yeah, what cake do you want? Black Forest. Yeah, of course.
Well, yeah. That was a good choice.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, I don't really mind if people know my actual name. It's funnier to do it like this, right? Just to, blur it out and put Far on top of it, really shittily.
Very shittily, yes.
I mean, no, because I did that too for Twitter.
Did you?
So now there's two versions of this exact edit. That's probably the one with my actual name on it, because I don't really care that much, right? He knows.
Yeah, I already know her name is Prudence. It's fine. we call her Purdy in chat. It's
God, no. I know.
Well, Prudence Gertrude. We called her Gertie for a while. She didn't like that.
I don't like any of it.
Well, blame your parents. I didn't do it.
They didn't do it either, because that's not neither of these.
I know you were named after your great aunt. It's not your fault or theirs. Fine.
I mean, no. but the possibility was that I probably could have been.
With a name like Prudence Gertrude, it certainly sounds like it's from the fucking
No.
late 1800s.
No, I was almost Lily.
What's that?
I was almost Lily. That's a name that runs in the family.
Oh, fuck. I forgot to turn on the Noir Bar.
You still forgot to switch it.
Well, I was trying to figure out what the chat situation was. Abigail Shapiro's Jubes. Thank you for the $3. I just walked.
God.
Yeah.
That name, oh my god.
Yeah. Don't look too far into it.
Sorry.
It's the kind of thing that could end my channel. So anyway.
Yeah, sorry.
Yahoo! Again, I'm going to get onto the Noir Bar donations in a second. Abigail Shapiro's Jubes. Thank you for the $3. I just watch Arabesque tonight with Gregory Peck and Sophia Loren. What a fun, classy, cool movie. Why don't you make them like this anymore? Arabesque? Really? I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't know that movie at all. I've seen some early Gregory Peck stuff and definitely some Sophia Loren stuff, but not that one. Somebody had told me earlier today, hey, you should really check out Arsenic and Old Lace. Just had a brain moment there. Leave it alone. It's fine. Interestingly, I had just watched it 2 days prior. First time I've ever seen that movie. It's a Cary Grant film, or as those who are big fans of him think of him, as Mr. Leach. It's his real name before he changed it to Cary Grant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you know Cary Grant at all? Have you ever heard that name? Do you aware of this?
I think I've heard the name, but again, like when it comes to just people, you know, that's yeah.
There is media produced outside of Japan far. Fucking weeb.
What the fuck, man? It's my birthday. I feel
It's
so
my
attacked.
birthday. That's just...
I feel so attacked. I thought you were my friend. Fuck.
I am, and I know what lies at the end of weebdom. Mentrix, thank you for the $5.
Hope and friendship?
Hope and friendship? Is that what you just said?
Maybe.
No, not that at all. I mean, even a little. Mentrix, thank you for the $5. What does Sonic the Hedgehog, Attila the Hun, and William the Conqueror have in common? It's Sonic the Hedgehog, Attila the Hun, and William the Conqueror. What do they all have in common?
Gotta go fast?
They all have the same middle name.
Oh.
The.
What it? And you call my parents shit for names.
I don't. Yeah. I thought it was
middle name
funny.
isn't the.
Well. Do you feel that way about people that are Vaughn something or Van something? That they're of? Why their parents name them of something?
No, because that makes sense of like it's a name. It's a part of a name, right? Like that's an established thing as a name thing, right? Right. It went when you start going like, yes, you named your child like Rudiger the Great, right?
Yeah.
And like unironically, the middle name is the. That come on. At least when you have like Von, it's like it's a part of the last name. It's not the middle name.
Hey, if I close my browser that's got the back end of YouTube on it, does it mean the stream goes down, or does it keep going?
Are you sure you want to find that out right now?
Well, I just thought about it after I did it. So I'm restarting my entire browser now. Yeah.
Oh my god, Well, I guess if it's just running through OBS, it should be fine?
Yeah, I think the stream stayed up because it just relaunched it. Okay, that's good news.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Ooh.
Okay.
Hey, cutie, want some candy? I'm just kidding. Get in the car.
You know, I know what Valine was trying to hit with that donation. Let me go do the Noir Bar donations right now.
Yeah, you should turn those on. Yeah, turn those on, Polly.
I will. Everything is deranged. I'm still trying to figure out why my streams aren't working. I'm amazed how many people know that he's Archibald Leach, Cary Grant. Hello?
Hello, yes.
Well,
I got nothing. Like, I don't know.
There. Okay. Now hold on.
Okay.
It's fine. Save setting. Okay.
It's fine? Are you sure it's fine?
No, it's not, because I actually have to go here and redo that donation that have come through misappropriated donations of mine. You know how right?
I'm gonna replay them all, right?
Yeah. Let's see.
Every last one?
I have up. Okay, You Shot Me still up. This Is America's still up because that never goes down. Like America.
Of course not.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. There it is.
You don't share land here.
Yeah.
The only thing I knew for sure was this. Every son of a bitch that worked for him. They were all gonna be better off dead.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Gamer Valine, for the $9. And one of my personal favorite donations of all. You haven't seen Last Man Standing? It's a Walter Hill classic. Great fucking film. And it's got Christopher Walken in it. which is a second Noir Bar donation. Blast the whole room with a Tommy gun. Yeah. Thank you for the $9. I believe the chat fixes open chat in a separate window, switch to live, update link in OBS. Also, the movies I pestered about, I've never seen most of them, including Taxi Driver. She's never seen Taxi Driver.
I've never seen Taxi Driver.
And you've never seen The Departed. Now.
I don't... Yeah, but... You know where I stand with The Departed, though.
Yeah,
That one is your fault.
And Green Badger Outdoors is absolutely correct. Last Man Standing is Walter Hill's remake of Yojimbo, an Akira Kurosawa film. See, Far, it released in Japan. You should care now.
Okay.
It actually is. It's
so attacked. I feel so attacked.
As you well should. It is.
My birthday, Polly. What the fuck?
It's like a bunch of Westerns, and that is like a modern retelling of a Western, and Walter Hill just went back to the original Yojimbo and remade that, and it's actually a pretty faithful reimagining, if you know what I mean. You know, some people will remake a film, and like modern remakes, they got
change everything.
Yeah, they got nothing to do with the original. I offer that a modern Hollywood remake is less faithful to the source material than Walter Hill's remake of Yojimbo in the form of Last Man Standing. It's about a guy who's a lone gunman or a lone swordsman who comes to town. There's two gangs who run the town, and he sells his skills back and forth, playing them off against each other while trying to keep himself alive and make money. And it doesn't really, and through his cleverness and extreme sword skill or gun skill, is able to ply his trade in both directions and be a gun or sword for hire. And it's because he's so good that both sides want to hire him, but he's also clever and he knows how to play them off of each other. And the story beats play out in the same way. The main henchman, the number two man, ends up getting killed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That, although it's completely different time, completely different place in the world, completely different set of characters, is more faithful to the original than a modern Hollywood remake, in my opinion.
Yeah, I could say that. I could say that very easily.
I mean, because Thelma is a modern remake. What has that got to do with any of the original stuff, other than there's a character named Thelma and there's a mystery involved, kind of? Yeah.
All right, then.
All right. And Mentrix, thank you again for the $5. What does masturbation and the military have in common?
Am I supposed to try and answer that? Because I don't want to.
The closer you get to discharge, the better you feel.
Was that worth $5? I hope it was.
Lucky Pop-Tart just realized Bruce has man boobs. I don't. Bruce Willis?
Would those even be man boobs? I wouldn't classify them as that.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not talking flabby moobs, like we're talking like big pecked moobs, the only man I've ever seen that had actual moobs was Chris Evans in the first Captain America film. But those were CGI moobs.
Okay.
No one has pecs like that. Don't feel...
Well, yeah, like, I mean... Yeah, if they're CGI'd on, yeah, I would assume not.
Yeah, and people say, like, no, you're just, you're just jealous. And I'm like, no, I'm not jealous. You cannot exercise your way into pecs like that. You can only CGI your way into pecs like that. And why does he never look like that in the rest of the fucking film? It's only when he's revealed coming out of the Vita chamber that when he's first become Captain America, that he looks like that. With the giant
he can
moves.
sustain the amount of, like, protein or whatever the fuck you'd need to sustain that.
God Emperor Dingle, thank you for the $5. Good evening, Polly. I finally get to catch you live for once. Here's a tip for opening the bar. Well, thank you very much. The bartender always appreciates tips. It's how we keep the bar open. Not that it's been open a lot lately, but, that has been working out so much. But then Far reminded me today, hey, are we going to do a Noir Bar today? It is my birthday. And I was like, well, God, if there was ever a reason to open the bar, there it is. So, yeah.
Yeah, you have to now. You're obligated.
Yeah. Well, I'd like
It's
to think I did
it's
it
a
out of
birthday
friendship, but sure,
obligation.
obligation. Okay.
Yeah, birthday friendship obligation. Yeah.
Chris Evans, moobs. See if it comes up.
Oh God.
What?
Did you
It
not
did!
learn from the?
It came up!
Did you not learn from the whole like what was it? The fucking alien like penis monster thing?
The penis coming out of black goo.
Yeah, did you not learn from that?
I didn't have the safe search turned on. I do now. It's fine.
Yeah.
But I do now.
So you partially learned. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Turn your fucking safe search on. I get it.
Yeah, make sure safe search is on. If you're typing in penis monster.
Yeah, well, it was. That's right. It was alien penis monster because I was looking for the. I was trying to show Far what that was in reference
that cake.
to.
Oh God! Thank you, Judy. Sorry, Judy Davis is my mum. For the $3. Far, how are you guys talking about giant boobs right now with Captain America and nobody brought up that idiot Dylan Rob Liefeld? Because I'm not thinking of Rob Liefeld.
Nobody brought up what? I didn't even. What was it?
Like, nobody brought up like Rob Liefeld, like the guy that drew like the really fucked up Captain America.
Oh, yeah,
and like
his-
did like he literally like ripped off his own creation.
Yeah, the infamous Captain America drawing, where it's got the side
Yeah.
super chest.
I'm saying that right? Like Rob Liefeld.
Liefeld,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, okay.
Same thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just making sure that that's not why you're like what.
No, I just didn't clue into it. Wait a minute.
I don't know.
Don't worry about me. I'm just over here not figuring out
okay.
what's going wrong. But,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think of because I'm not really like a superhero comic fan. I don't really think of Rob Liefeld off the top of the top of my head.
Sure.
I'm aware of him. I find it fucking hilarious he plagiarized his own works because oh my god.
Seriously, look
How
at
the
that
fuck
moves.
do you get to that point?
Yeah, a lack.
Yeah, I see.
When people tell you you're really good for long enough, you'll just buy anything.
Which is why you always tell me I'm shit, right, Paul?
I-
Right?
Why is that?
So I don't get too big a head, right?
Oh, yeah. It's a favor.
Yeah, I gotta keep my ego in check, right?
Mm-hmm. Jimmy Jam, thank you for the $5. Polly, I just saw Gross Point Blank and War Incorporated. Good for you. They're part of the Blank trilogy. Remember the whiskey he pours out is the Glenlivet 12-year-old. Thanks! Hey, no problem. Since you did watch those two back-to-back, watch the third one of the Blank trilogy, The Numbers Station. It's Martin Blank. Wow, it would be 10 years into the future, 10 years later after the events of War Incorporated. I mean, not really, but in my head canon, yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you watch War Incorporated, Grosse Point Blank. It's the same character. They just didn't have the rights to the characters, so it's the spiritual successor to the film. And again, try and tell me that when you watch The Numbers Station, that it's not a older, grizzled, burned out Martin Blank. I think it absolutely is, and it's a great film too, by the way. It's an espionage thriller. And look at them moves. I mean, what?
Yeah, I'm looking at them.
They're shiny. I mean,
Yeah, are we sure like this? So yeah, it's CGI'd, right? Are we sure like a huge part of why they look so different isn't like because of the angles and the lighting and the?
well, there's also, he also, I mean, on the left, that's not him from Captain America. That's Chris Evans from Fantastic Four, a number of years earlier.
Yeah, fair point.
And-
Yeah.
And he wasn't as built as he was for Captain America, which is a really incredible thing to say, considering how fit he is in the picture on the left. And
Yeah,
it's
like if you look at it, it's like that's not fit enough for Captain America, huh?
Right, but he did, absolutely. And it's like, yeah, that's Chris Evans looking thin and not healthy. It's right, yeah.
Fucking hell, if that's thin and unhealthy, I don't want to see what malnourished would be.
The way they
Fucking
CGI'd him to be skinny and gone.
Oh god.
Oh, Weebo legs.
Right.
Hitomi Tanaka's chiropractor. Well done. Thank you for the $3.
No.
Business has dropped off lately since I put a copy of Axiom's End by Lindsay Ellis in my waiting room. Or if you went into a chiropractor, I hope you wouldn't, but if you did, and you saw a book in the waiting room on the table of, you know, suggested reading while you wait, was Lindsay Ellis's book, wouldn't you leave?
I would take a picture of it and just be like, well, what?
Yeah.
I'm more confused than anything. Of like, what the fuck? It'd just be another case of like, why is the internet melding with my real life again?
You know, we can...
Is this the merge?
No, but it could be. But
Yeah, right, but that's the thing. It's like, it's the fact it could be. You know? That's the worst part. Not knowing. Just that it could be the merge. You just don't know it.
I'm positive that I've got it here somewhere. There it is.
What are you looking for?
The Lindsay Ellis mugshot.
Okay.
I knew I had it somewhere. There she is. Peeking around the
You
corner.
got Sap 21 asking, like, where's the mugshot?
Right there.
Like, they're expecting it, Polly.
I know.
What have you done? You've trained our fucking audience to be like, Lindsay Ellis, where's her mugshot?
It's fine. Okay, so
God damn.
there. Okay, pop out. Chat. It's part of the lore, Far. It's like Happy Bird or something. Okay, wait, no.
I get it. It's just, it's funny. Oh god, is that something I need to add to the list? Lindsay Ellis.
I was telling him about the game.
Yeah, I saw that. God.
No.
I haven't actually worked on it in a while, to be honest. I put it down, just go like, yeah, I'll just leave it there for now. But I still have a list of things to incorporate.
Is that right?
Yeah. Now I have to write. Do I really need to put Lindsay Ellis in there? Probably not. It's probably gonna happen though.
Why not?
Now that it's like, right.
You know, you're on a mission
I don't
where
know
you have
how
to.
I'm gonna put that in.
Well, one of the
How the fuck would I incorporate that?
well, the various characters that you've introduced, like the Celestial Otter and whatnot, right? They've got
The fucking primordial.
the Primordial Otter, right? They will send you on. They send you on side quests in the next stage of your quest, right? And your job is to find Lindsay Ellis's dignity, for example, something that's been lost for a long, long time.
Oh
And you need to recover it. And it still didn't work. Well, hold on. What was... This has become
I don't even know if I could add that to the honor, because it's like this. Polly, I need to show you the amount of code that's in that thing just to get it to do like all that shit. God, fuck me. Like, I'm scared to mess with that thing again. Quite honestly,
the game.
it terrifies me. No, just specific aspects of it where I just go like, okay, it works. I'm not touching that for a while.
Better than that.
No, not better than that. Hey, Reveline, thank you for the $11. I'm not demanding a watch party from the list that I sent, but I'm not saying that you have an opportunity to actually the fuck out of me when I've only seen The Sound of Music about 20 years ago. That was on the list, and well, you know, you've outdone me there, Valine, because I haven't seen The Sound of Music, well, since I was...
Ever.
No, I've seen it, but not since I was a
I've never
kid,
seen it.
and it's... You know those... Okay. You know, things that you've seen, but it was so long ago and you remember so little of it, you might as well just say you
Yes,
haven't seen
yeah.
it. That's me, The
Yeah.
Sound of Music. Saw it when I was a kid, don't recall most of it. I'll just say I haven't seen it. But, you know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've never actually seen it. I know I've seen bits and pieces, right? Because, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like something like that, you gotta see, like, bits and pieces. Like, it's not really... It's kind of inevitable. But the whole thing, nah.
This is really frustrating me.
What are you trying to do?
The chat thing. I'm still trying to...
You're still trying to do chat?
You're
You're
damn
still
right.
trying to... Oh. You're still trying to get chat?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. Okay.
Oh, God.
See, every time you put it on live chat and then you pop it out and then it still says, it goes back to top chat when you pop it out. Man, that pisses me off.
Yeah, it does that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either.
Jimmy Jam just brings Dashiell Hammett, the Maltese Falcon. You know, I had a Maltese Falcon donation, and I've never added it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because I just didn't think people would find it fun. I figure that's too nerdy of an inside reference. You got Sam Spade, played immortally by Humphrey Bogart, and he grabs up on Peter Lorre, and he says, when you're slapped, you'll take it and like it, and gives him 2 hot ones.
Right?
It's good. Let's see. I haven't given up yet.
I can't believe I fucking added Lindsay Ellis to my fucking list. I was not expecting that. Like, I still need to find a way of putting Florida Man in that. I don't really know how to do that.
Florida Man?
Yeah, Florida Man.
We could play
Oh god,
Charlie song.
Sure.
We could play Charlie's song in the background, or you could play Charlie's song in the background. It's non whatever the fuck. Not trademarked. It's not copyrighted.
Not trademarked?
You can use it as long as
Okay.
you're not making money from it. Any of Charlie's songs, he said. And he just, I don't know if you saw it on the Penguin Zero channel. He just dropped another.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he dropped another hot track, and it's called Florida Man.
Oh, okay. Maybe I don't know, but see, this is the thing, right? It's like I have things on this list, and I'm like, how the fuck do I even like Guitar Lady?
Right.
Guitar Lady.
What's wrong with that? It's a great idea.
Just yeah, no, it's a great idea. It's funny. It's just like, oh god, it's. I dream of code sometimes from that fucking thing. It's a nightmare. It's just fucking hell. Like, in order to get the primordial otter to look like that, you don't want to know. You don't want to fucking know.
I bet you it was pretty fucking involved.
Yeah, it was, if you ever see RPG Maker games where they have, like, massive sprites appear on the screen,
Yeah.
always appreciate that. Because that's most likely not just one sprite. That's most likely like a collage of just squares made to look like one sprite.
Really?
Yeah, just appreciate that.
Is that what the primordial otter
Yeah.
is? He's a bunch of squares?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of squares.
Well, that's pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah, it was fucking annoying as shit. But, like,
He was annoying as shit. But he looks great.
He was annoying as shit, but I did it. He looks great, but it was just fuck. Like, to figure that one out, I was like, holy shit.
I mean, Far in this 8-bit game,
to do
guys,
what?
created this character, this sprite for a character, the primordial otter, and he's giant. Like, he's multiple sizes bigger than a square, and she really made him look like he's this ethereal, cosmic, elemental being, the primordial otter. It's great.
Yeah. It's just, yeah, it was like, it wasn't the drawing up that was necessarily a big problem, right? Although that was a bit of a task in and of itself, right?
Right.
No, it was the dividing thing of figuring out how the fuck to get that thing to work the way I wanted it to.
Gotcha. All right, chat.
Just,
We're gonna
we're
gonna hop over to location 1 for a hot second because I need to do something.
Okay.
That's the way that it is.
Okay,
So
we're doing a
we're
doing a jump. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're doing a time shift. It's fine. Got to delete every instant at capture. Which where is it? Show yourself.
Reveal yourself.
Exactly.
Chat elements.
Oh. There it is. This is why you should never do what I do, which is have way too many fucking elements in one scene. Okay, and we're gonna time shift back over. Here we are. Okay.
You see how Polly is with OBS? That's me with RPG Maker.
This is frustrating and annoying.
Yeah, we are the same, Polly.
And all because I'm being a little OCD about the fucking no, I won't let it go.
Yeah, exactly. See, we are the same, just different programs.
No, I won't accept that. Actually, leave me out of it. That name is already in use.
No.
I don't give a fuck. Okay, chat capture 2. In your face, fucker. That's not being used, is it? Is it?
Little do you know, it's already being used. You have to use chat capture 10.
Okay. All right. So there's all of that. Got down source when not in use. Refresh browser when I make it new. I know everybody loves stuff. Page permissions.
Yeah.
This is status information. Okay. Boom. And disappeared again. Fuck it. There. I give up. I've done everything I know how to do. There.
Okay.
I can
Okay.
safely give up for the night because there ain't no fixing it. Not right now, anyway. You know, it's probably because I'm 3 or 4 updates on OBS behind, because every time I update something on OBS, it goes all to hell.
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
I mean, I'm pretty far behind on OBS, and I'm still fine. I think.
Serpent21, thank you for the Weibo legs and the $3. Hello there, Rudiger. Hello to you, too. I haven't asked you lately. I gotta ask since I gifted it to you for your birthday last year. Have you watched Charlie Varrick yet? I know you will love it. Not like. Love. I have. Ha! You didn't think I was going to say that because you asked me a whole bunch of times and I had to say no. Well, I did. I went and procured it from perfectly legitimate online sources and I watched it and I not only liked it, I loved it. You're right. It's quite good. I would have gotten Far to watch, but she has bad taste, so, you know.
Oh. It's my birthday. Why are you so mean to me?
If we had to watch something that wasn't... Okay, like Charlie Varrick is like a neo-noir film from the early 70s, right? And no, actually, there's a chance you would have liked it. We watched a few neo-noir films that you thought were good. I remember what an incredible vote of confidence it was when Far, Weibo, and myself watched Copland from 97, I believe, which is a neo-noir film, and got to the end of it, and Far said, I didn't hate it.
Yeah, I didn't hate it.
And I was like, high praise. Awesome. That was a win for me. I was done. I didn't pester her about anything more. I was like, she didn't hate it. That's a win.
I never said I loved it, but it's just, Jesus, that's a...
What? That is high praise.
Yeah, I can't say I hated it.
From you, that's something. Gamer Valine, thank you for the 350. Step-by-step chat instructions coming in a bit. Incoming for a fix. Cool. Good. Thank you. Something more to fixate on. I'm trying to do. Oh my god.
Maybe after the stream.
How to add chat to a YouTube live stream? But these are okay, we'll have to do it after the stream because it's like a video.
Yeah, just do it after the stream.
Well, think tutorial and stuff. Fine, I'll do it after the stream, Far. Why you gotta be so...
Yeah. I'm just saying for your sake, you know, so you don't obsess over this the whole stream.
Yeah, I easily could too. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. This could be like, this could so easily turn into Polly tries to fix chat the stream.
Yeah, nobody wants that. I mean, I want it fixed, but not if it takes me the whole stream annoying the shit out of people. I mean, God. I can tell you, however, that you see it flash on screen for a second.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, something fucky's going on.
Yeah. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
fucking hell.
Yeah, I might as well leave it turned.
That's
Is it just you'll see it flash in the top left-hand corner because I deleted it in every instance, every scene that I have it in, and then reloaded the whole thing, and it's still doing it. So yeah, you got me.
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
The films that Aline has available to watch for her humanities class are as follows: 70s films, right?
Okay.
MASH, Patton, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, The Sound of Music, Taxi Driver, Bonnie and Clyde, and All That Jazz.
That is certainly a collection of films.
It is. Among which I had seen everything but Sound of Music. Yeah. She's like, which one would you recommend? I mean, that's hard, actually, because Butch Cassidy, Sundance Kid, Patton, and Taxi Driver are... They're so peak. I mean, honestly, it's Taxi Driver for the win. It is. But...
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's that film. I don't know if you remember a little bit ago when talking about incels was all the rage, especially angry incels. They would go do something stupid and violent.
Yeah.
Taxi Driver became the
I
point of
remember.
Taxi Driver became the point of reference for that. Where it's like, this is the original incel film, the first glorified incels. I mean, he's not an incel. I guess if you want to just be an idiot and draw with a broad brush.
For incels? Like, okay.
Yeah, it's a lonely man who's getting more and more angry about the state of the world. Not about women, but about the state of the world.
Yeah.
And then he slowly drives himself insane. That's a really poor description of it.
But it doesn't involve women, though. And that's, like, the key thing for incels, right?
His anger at the world does not directly involve women, no. Does he have dysfunctional relationships and is unsuccessful with women? Absolutely. But is it because of women specifically? No. He complains more. The character Travis Bickle, played by Robert De Niro when he was actually an actor, he spends most of his time just, again, complaining about the scum on the streets and why doesn't a rain come to wash it away, to which he's referring to certain groups that you can't complain about anymore if you don't want to be canceled. But this was the 70s, right? So he decides to become like a vigilante of sorts and gets it fixed in his head because he is, over the deep end. And he's not able to really think through what he's doing. He doesn't really have that capacity. He's got a lot of emotion and a high degree of intelligence, but a low degree of ability to work in the world, if that makes sense. So he begins to see, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll go shoot this presidential candidate. How's that going to help anything? Doesn't matter. He's a loon. You know what I mean? And does it.
Yeah.
Now, he does know Sybil Shepherd, who is working for that campaign, that presidential candidate's campaign. And that's probably where he, tangentially got the idea from. And then he's also become fixated upon a teenage prostitute named Iris, played by a very young Jodie Foster. And the reason that they fixate on this, the news media fixated on this, is because they've got nothing else to talk about. And if they have to go out and interview people or talk to people to find the news, well, that's hard work. Can't I just sit at my computer and read what's going on and write stories about it and connect it to movies I've seen? Oh, I can do that? Great. We'll call that journalism. And so they connect it tragically to like incels that shoot up a school. They end up connecting it to guy who shot Reagan. Fuck, what was his name? Guy who shot at Reagan. Technically, he didn't hit him. A ricochet that hit Reagan. He fired multiple shots. Fuck, his name slipped my mind. Anyway,
I don't know.
That guy develops a fixation on Jodie Foster. He goes and reads Catcher in the Rye and sees himself in the main character who wants to protect younger people, especially children, and sees every grown-up as a phony, infamously as a phony. Everyone's fake and a phony. He, like the character Travis Bickle, ends up fixating on Jodie Foster, who's an actor in that movie, but he calls her, when she's now at Yale University going to college as a young woman. And John Hinckley, thank you, could continue. John Hinckley. That guy ends up fixating on Jodie Foster and calling her and talking to her and leaving letters for her and whatnot. And goes, oh, I know the way to impress her. I'll do what Travis Bickle did in the movie. And goes and takes a shot at Ronald Reagan. Squeaky Frome, wrong guy. Yeah, she took a shot at Gerald Ford. But not to say that she doesn't look like a... Well, we'll leave that alone. Assassin the Great, thank you for the $10. Dollary dues for Mrs. Farr's birthday. Last Man Standing is the closest to Dashiell Hammett's Red Harvest, which Kurosawa-based Yojimon without credit. Yeah, it's true. Red Harvest was good. I don't know if I'd call it one of his better works, though. Dashiell Hammett. Well, I'd have to think that one through. That's why he didn't bring up Raymond Chandler. I'd have stronger opinions. But he didn't write a story that was used without credit for multiple films.
No. Anyway.
So yeah, Far, I will hit you up with that donation later.
Oh, okay.
I don't have your Streamlabs open.
Oh.
Just
I mean,
remind me, and because otherwise I'll remember tomorrow and feel bad and do it then.
well, I mean, the link's in chat, and all. Yeah, I can put it in chat again.
I'm trying to run a show.
Well, you have chat open though. Look.
Yeah, but then I have to type in all my shit, and I have to use the fucking the verification, the two-step verification thing to do donations. Which means I have to go find my phone.
Okay, fair enough.
I think I left it
Fair
with my
enough, fair
cigarettes
enough.
out in my
Alright.
car, so you know.
Wait, you left your phone out in your car?
Yes.
Oh, Polly.
What?
Nothing. Just...
I know I live on the bad side of town, but it's not that bad far. You've never left your phone in your car? Or whatever?
No? I cannot say that I have.
You never left your phone in your office at campus and then drove home, only realized once you got home that you left it in your office? You never done that?
No.
You never left your phone over at your friend's house because you were stumbling drunk?
No.
And when your Uber showed up and your friends more or less picked you up and threw you outside to go get in your fucking Uber, you didn't check to see if you had your phone, which you totally didn't, had to go back the next day and get it?
No, I've never been in that exact situation either, Polly. Are you okay?
Yeah? What are you trying to say? These were random incidents. They weren't me.
Sure.
Lots of people work on campus and get put into Ubers when they're drunk, not just me.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Cynic's tired. Isn't it like 2 in the afternoon there?
For me it is, yeah.
Okay, he's on the other side of the continent. Isn't it like 4 in the
Yeah, he's on the
afternoon
other
over
side.
there?
Probably a bit more than that, but
5? All right.
5 or 6, I'd be guessing.
Uh,
Like, not that late.
that's what I'm saying.
Are you okay, Cynic?
Yeah, that's my point that I'm getting at here. Cynic is a lazy ass. That's the upshot of the point here. Okay, so we're not going to sing Happy Birthday to Far, even though it is her birthday. So
Yeah, please don't.
no, I won't, because
I'm traumatized. Please don't.
that's probably kind of cringy when people do that. At least we don't do it here. So instead,
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
that's all right. So instead, we're gonna play a song for Far's birthday.
Yay!
Yeah, see, I knew she'd like it. So we're going to play a song for Far's birthday. And because, as we often do here at Noir Bar, flouting copyright wherever and whenever we can.
Yeah, fuck them. Fuck this. Look, they're a cult, Polly. Fuck them.
Yeah, exactly.
Who gives a fuck?
And this is a Cathy Don't Go to the Supermarket. And they actually got the band listed here. Heaven's Magic.
That's not cult-like at all. Not at all.
I love it.
I love it so much. I love the fact that there's so many different language versions of this thing.
I know.
Oh, shit, there we go. Here's $10.
Slow-mo and everything.
Polly,
Yep.
I had a donation.
Oh, my fault. Go ahead.
Oh, look, I'll play it again because that was such a clusterfuck. Oh my god.
All right.
Yeah, did I go out of my way to find a song like that? Yes.
Yeah, you're not a weeb
Don't
at
worry
all.
about it.
You're not a weeb at all. It's
Not at
fine.
all.
Yeah.
I just love Anya. Just that much. Dollary Dues is good news. Thank you for the $10. Happy birthday, Far. Buy some 4 stars? Oh, Foster's.
Oh.
McDonald's or Pocky or Futanari manga or whatever you're into. Remember, Captain Dankula said Futanari is the thinking man's hentai.
That's
Fucking hell.
hilarious.
Thank you. Thank you. I will not be buying Futanari hentai. But thank you. That'll go over something.
Yeah, if you buy Futanari hentai, Don't tell me about it, because I'll never let you live it down.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I have enough arguments people over Fushionari in the first place anyway, so it's like, I'm not buying that.
You have enough
It's not even a moral...
What? You have enough
It-
arguments
no,
over food aware?
Like, it's like an ongoing, like, argument with Fritz, right?
Uh-huh.
He claims it's like, it's, you know, it's not gay.
Right.
It's that whole argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, no, it's actually, no, come on, it's at least a little bit gay.
It's a little bit gay.
They have to have, it's a little bit gay. It's just this constant argument that we've had for years now.
Okay, well, you should bring Quiz in on it. He's strongly of the opinion it's not gay. Depending on what's
Well,
going
yeah, that's
on.
the thing.
Depending on what's going on. Remember, if it's what's his theory? If it's fuda, it's gay. If it's fuda girl, it's not gay. If it's fuda man, it's gay. And if it's fuda, there's a quadrant, I forget.
Yeah, I don't care. It's all gay. It's all gay.
The way that it broke
All of
down,
it.
it's all gay, except when it's, oh yeah, and a fuda by herself, it's not gay. So if it's a fuda by herself or a fuda with a girl, it's not gay. That's Quiz's theory.
Yeah. yeah, Fritz gets into fraction amounts basically with all this shit, right? Like he has a whole like mathematical equation bullshit thing going on with it. Like I forget the exact thing, but it's like 1/3 gay, and then like it gets to like I think it's the same kind of basic thing as Inquisitor says, right? Of like, yeah, this and this, it's not gay. He's like, no, that's where I have the argument. That's where I disagree. It's okay.
All of it is just gay.
Well, it's degrees of gay, right?
What is that clicking going on? Are you playing a DS game?
No, I'm sorry.
Did you
I
just
didn't realize
lie?
I was coming up on stream. No, I didn't realize I was coming up on stream. I'm like fiddling with something.
Uh-huh. A DS game?
No, it's a
Is it
cube.
is it a 3DS game?
No, it's a fidget cube. Like, I'm sorry, I genuinely did not realize the clicking was coming up on stream.
Well, I don't mind if the clicking's coming up on stream. I mind if you're playing a goddamn game during a stream.
I'm not.
Who are you, Sinatra
not.
Says? What the fuck?
Look, I'm not playing Sonic. It's fine.
That was me that wasn't playing Sonic.
I know, you're playing Space Shooty. I'm aware.
I was. I don't understand why people
Like, I'm not playing Space Shooty. I'm not playing Sonic. I'm not playing a game. It's literally just, it's a cube. It's a cube.
God.
I'm fiddling with a cube as I describe my argument about Futa being gay. Happy birthday, me!
All right, yeah, back to Cathy Don't Go.
Yeah, Cathy Don't Go! Fuck yeah.
Whatever language you speak, there's a song for you.
Yes. Oh, so sad, doesn't it?
Yeah, let's rush down for the rice sale.
This is genuinely creepy.
The choreography sucks, but the music production is top notch.
Yeah, right?
They had a special program on the TV last night, explaining calmly why these things must be done right. They say their new computer is the way to control, but what they didn't say is that it cost your soul. Cathy Don't Go to the supermarket.
This whole song is a thing, because a bunch of people in a fucking Christian cult freaked the fuck out with barcodes coming out because of just the way that they separate numbers.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the whole reason this thing exists.
Well, the barcode thing, yes, with I mean specifically barcodes, but it wasn't just this particular cult; it was a whole bunch of them.
Oh no, it was a whole bunch of them. Like, and I know it was like a whole bunch of like and non-cults as well, right? That they had their
They did
you know, their views on the whole thing. Like it was
millennial
a lot of
groups and
people.
like world government groups and everything, where they all bought into the mark of the beast notion, though it is biblical, like revelation. It's vague. That's all it says. Mark of the beast on your hand or forehead, and that's it. And they take from that, oh, well, that must be a UPC code that they're talking about in our era, because no cult has ever misinterpreted a Bible verse for their own purposes before.
Not at all. Not at all. No, but I just love the fact that that's the reason this song exists.
Yeah.
This fucking banger of a song.
Yeah.
Like this.
And I won't deny it. This song is
fucking fantastic song.
It's so catchy.
The whole reason it exists is because a cult went, oh shit, they're putting out barcodes where they have 666 to separate the numbers. Because, yeah, that's actually a fact. That is actually on barcodes, right? If you didn't know that. Yeah, like, they freak the fuck out when they learned this, and they're like, oh fuck, yeah, that's the mark of the beast. Time to not get into barcodes and go live in a commune in the forest and wait for the rapture. Which, yeah, that's the next song after this one, by the way, on the tape.
Yeah.
This all comes from the same VHS tape. That's the song directly after this. Let's go in a commune, live in the fucking forest, and wait for the fucking rapture.
Because communes have never gone wrong.
Never, nah.
All the ones that started in the late 60s and early 70s, they're all still there.
Mm-hmm.
Fully operational, functioning.
Doing that thing, they're just vibing. Fuck, I really love the SOS tape. Like, it's so fucking weird.
Yeah, it is good fun. It's
so strange, but it's so good. But it's a cult, but it's so good.
If Kylie Minogue or Olivia Newton-John sang it, would you like it more? I don't know. That guy's kind of...
I don't know.
His voice kind of works for that song, strangely enough.
Yeah.
And he sounds like he really genuinely cares about Cathy.
Right? He genuinely just doesn't want her to go to the supermarket today.
Yeah, don't buy into that rice sale. That's a plot.
Yeah. That's a plot. They're going to tattoo a barcode to your forehead.
You won't be able to
all
buy
for
that
rice. Fuck, imagine if you went to a shop, right, and they're like, okay, like, yeah, we're having this fucking fantastic sale on rice. You'll never get a better deal on this bag of rice. But you got a tattoo this thing on your forehead.
Yeah.
Or your hand or some shit, right? Like, imagine that actually happening. Like, what? Like, well, what?
Yeah, that would be like if you hadn't gotten a, I don't know, certain medical injection that the government wanted you to get, and that if you were to be...
Okay, moving on.
You know, if you were going to be outside or in public, you needed to have a certain piece of paper on you to demonstrate that you had had it. Now, that would be weird. But that...
Okay. Can we go back to the fun times?
Never in our lifetime, Far, let me tell you.
Oh, that's depressing. Can we at least go to the supermarket today?
Are you bringing your, I don't know, what would you call it? Inoculation passport with you?
FarZoosme, don't go to the supermarket. Don't go. FarZoosme, don't go.
I wish those were jokes. Let's laugh at our doom. It's hilarious.
I was asking if we could just like not.
Yeah. Do here. Yeah.
Keep playing.
Keep playing. How much of their copywritten material do you want to try and take from them?
All of it. Fuck them. Fuck this cult.
This is from
It's our song now.
a channel called Truth Flicks. What the hell is on here?
We're about to find out. What? Greetings from God the Father and the
Oh, it's just they're quoting Book of Acts there. Yeah, this is pretty out there.
How God transforms a person he is calling.
We're looking at this in case you can't tell. The channel that video was on. And you got, their most popular videos, Cathy Don't Go.
Of course, of course it's Cathy Don't Go. That's such a fucking banger.
Yeah. But right after it is UK State Police, or Police State, Mystery, Babylon the Great, and the Mother of Harlots, staying away from the Revelation theme that they had struck before.
Mother? It's my mother.
The mother of harlots.
Mother of
And shorts, doctors equal drug dealers.
So for people that don't know, like, the whole SOS tape, which is where the Cathy Don't Go thing is from, right? It's Children of God cult, I'm pretty sure. That's the specific group that made that whole thing. Which, by the way, if you've never seen SOS, like the actual headliner for that tape, highly recommend. Like, it is on par with Cathy Don't Go. Like, just music quality, but not craziness necessarily. Like, it's just, you know, if you want your crazy, stick with Cathy Don't Go, but, you know, SOS is pretty damn good as well. But yeah, it's the Children of God cult.
Fun bunch.
I'm pretty sure anyway. Which makes me wonder, is this channel, like, run by someone from that cult? Or is it just general crazy?
I think it's just general craziness, because they got lots of stuff about shorts, about the most Masonic badges I've ever seen driving. Okay.
Yeah, because if it is just general crazy, wow, what a hell of a fucking, what a hell of a fucking, song to choose to put on there for your crazy shit.
On a scale of out there, where does it fall between Mormons and Extinction Rebellion? Closer to Extinction Rebellion than Mormons, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, they did drive the River family to insanity, to the point of insanity. Or the Phoenix family, rather.
Yeah.
Joaquin Phoenix, River Phoenix.
Yeah, they were the Children of God, right? Yeah.
Yeah, their parents were very much into that and went traveling all around the world to proselytize their little cult.
Yeah, that's the weird thing with Children of God. It's not like it's it's not like it's like a Heaven's Gate or something like that, right? Like it's like localized within one country. No, this shit is all over the world.
Out of necessity.
Like, there's a reason.
Yeah.
No, but that's the thing. It's like, and there's a reason why we keep saying, yeah, that if English not your first language, no problem. This song has probably got a translation in that somewhere. Because, yeah, like, they're all over the fucking world. There's a Japanese version of this, which, I kind of prefer the Japanese version of SOS to the English one. Just because I think it fits more.
It does.
Language-wise.
Yeah. If you
it does.
If you
like,
kind
it
of
just
zone
fits
out,
more.
not understanding the words, it fits with the beat better. You can tell that the English version is either really, really it's written quite poorly, or it's not the first English. It's not the first language that it was written in. Do you know what I mean? Because it doesn't.
And I have a feeling it's not the first language it's written in, just because in a lot of these you see a lot of different nationalities, like or not nationalities necessarily, like ethnicities, I should really say, right? And it, depending on where it seems to be filmed, it usually leans more one way or the other. In SOS, there's a lot of Asian women.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of Asian women. It's kind of, which makes me kind of think that might be, if not Japanese, then some Asian language.
I mean, Church of God, like, if you look at, like, where they're located, major segments of it, you end up with a long list of countries that are predominantly Asian populations, but have large international communities as well, because they're pretty westernized, so they're cosmopolitan in nature, but with a predominantly Asian population. So Taiwan is like top of the list for Church of God.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's like shocker. Your video,
fucking shocker, right?
Yeah, it looks just like it. It looks like pretty high production value, mostly Asians, but then a lot of everyone else as well as a minority group. As minority groups. And it's like, yeah, that sounds like fucking Taiwan, all right. And lo and behold, that's where most of their videos are produced.
Yeah, and it would not shock me if that SOS was specifically just some Asian language first. Something that you could get a good cadence, like, in Japanese with it, right?
Yeah. Oh, in the Philippines,
and then
too.
It just,
right.
Yeah, and it just doesn't quite meld well with English. Like, and that's not to say, like, the English version is bad. Like, no, it's not. It's just the Japanese version is better.
So saith the weeb. Neelix's Killer Cheese. Thank you for the $3. Neelix actually made Killer Cheese in one episode, Far. Of Star Trek Voyager.
Okay.
He, Tom Paris wanted pizza, And so Neelix went out wanting to use the replicators, decided to make his own cheese. No, wait a minute. It wasn't that wasn't when Paris wanted pizza, which is totally the point here. It's when some ensign wanted mac and cheese. So he decided to make his own cheese, which means he needed to, like, you know, fungus and whatnot and all that. And it didn't go well. He ended up making this giant blue blob of cheese that, like, infected all the bioneural gel packs on the ship and nearly killed them all. Well done, Neelix.
Lovely.
Yeah. I should make up a top 10 list of ain't no one would believe that this is actually a plot of a Star Trek episode unless I gave you proof.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Like top 10 just what the fuck episodes of Star Trek.
Yeah, said without context or evidence that, no, this was actually an episode. Like when Neelix made Killer Cheese. Like that time they went faster than Warp 10 and de-evolved into salamander creatures.
That's a weird way of dealing with that. Okay.
That's why Threshold, in my opinion, is literally the worst episode of Star Trek ever. Of all series.
They took a weird, like, route with that. Like, Red Dwarf did a similar thing. Just, they didn't turn into fucking, like, amphibians or whatever the fuck.
But it gets... Okay. So, Tom Paris goes faster than Warp 10 in a space shuttle. Or in the shuttlecraft Cochrane that they had, that they were doing those tests on. He goes faster than Warp 10. Amazing. Comes back. Except he starts devolving into this, like, amphibian-like creature. He starts, like, losing his eyes and hair and whatnot. It's all very weird. And then he breaks loose of the force field and sickbay that they've got him in and kidnaps the captain and jumps in the shuttlecraft with her and goes faster than Warp 10. So they both turn into lizards and de-evolve. And they land on a planet and have lizard or salamander babies. And then the crew shows up and takes them both back onto the ship and somehow turns them back into humans, and they leave the salamander babies there. And that was the episode. Like I said, worst episode. Like,
what the fuck?
There's over 750 episodes of Star Trek, from Star Trek Enterprise back to the original series in the late 1960s, right? So it's over 700 of these episodes. And that is number one of the worst of them all. Hands down. For pretty obvious reasons, I think.
I could understand. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and I have this way of looking at it. Don't worry, Neelix Killer Cheese. I remember your donation is there. I just want to...
He just wants to finish his thought.
Yeah,
I guess.
I have this way of looking at it. Not a lot of people agree with me on this, and that's fine. But what makes an episode of any series, doesn't matter if it's Sopranos, The Wire, Star Trek, whichever series, it's not the ones that are boring. That are the worst.
They're the worst.
Yeah, like to me, it goes like this. In this order, episodes that they try something and it just doesn't work. Okay, you're experimenting and it kind of blew up in your face and it didn't work. But you can't say it was boring. So people talk about, like, hot trash fire episodes as being the worst. I don't think so. They're not, because you remember them. They stand out to you.
Yeah.
And not because it's so bad it's good. It's just this really didn't work. Like what a lot of people say about the entirety of the first season of Star Trek The Next Generation, where it's like you were trying something and it just didn't work. It's unwatchable and it's thus awful. I don't agree. I think there was good ideas there. It just, the style they were going with just didn't pan out. Next to that, in terms of worse, are boring episodes where it's just like nothing happened. It's like, yeah, I hear you. But the worst of all is when they only had enough story for about 15 minutes and they turned it into a whole 1 hour episode. They're the worst, because then they have to fill out.
Those are pretty bad.
And that's Threshold. The first 20, 25 minutes of Threshold are amazing. Because as science fiction goes, it's an interesting idea. What happens when you travel past Warp 10? Because they never talk about it. They're going like Warp 9.975. What the hell happens when you get to 10? If you know what I mean. They proposed an idea and added it to the lore. If you get to Warp 10, you're going infinite velocity. And Neelix says, actually at the time, he goes, infinite velocity. And B'Elanna Torres, the chief engineer, says, Neelix, think about it this way. It's infinite velocity. You are literally occupying every physical space in the galaxy simultaneously. So it's just a question of navigation where you come out of warp. Travel becomes instantaneous. And when Paris jumps off and goes Warp 10, he just disappears off their instruments. And then when he reappears, the entirety of the shuttlecraft's computers are filled with data on every square centimeter of the sector. Because in the few seconds that he was gone, he occupied literally every physical space in that sector. Infinite velocity. Interesting idea. And where do they go with it? Salamander babies.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
It's like, you didn't know, did you? You came up with the idea of Warp 10, came up with all this interesting stuff of the technical problems they had reaching it, what it could mean, etc. Captain Janeway has this deep moment where B'Elanna Torres says, like, this is incredible. It's just a matter of navigation. We could get home in an instant. Because they're lost on the other side of the galaxy and they're trying to get home. That's the whole plot of the series. And Janeway, with these big bug eyes, says, Lieutenant, it could do more than that. This would change the very nature of our existence. Literally anywhere we wanted to be, we could be instantaneously. We would no longer be humans as we thought what human meant to be. She's right. Very high.
Yeah, you salamanders.
Yeah, well, that's a very tall forehead, big-minded, wow, deep idea. So cool. That's a very deep thought, Captain. What's going to happen next? Salamanders. Like, fuck, you had no idea. Why did you make this episode? Why didn't you fucking trash can it? It's like,
why didn't you just leave it as a weird, like, little bit of tidbit of lore of, like, well, why don't we do this? Salamanders.
Right.
And you don't expand upon it. You just say it as like, oh yeah, the evolving salamander. It was kind of fucking weird. You just leave it at that.
And they even wrote into it the thing that I always complain about lots of television shows doing. Dramas, science fiction, you name it. You wrote something into the show that should have changed everything about the show. But the very next episode, you act like it didn't happen. I call bullshit.
Yeah, status quo is God, am I right?
Well, I mean, it's not... Returning to zero, why? Why didn't you write something...
That's the status quo is God.
Yeah, why didn't you just write something, even a little one-liner or something, into the episode that would have enabled you to do that and not have it be bullshit? You just leave it unstated. That episode, near the beginning of it, they explain, it's like, oh, so wait a minute, from this point on, Warp 10 is obtainable? No. Why were they even able to do it at all? They all summed that up in just a few short lines, and it was sharp. It's like, because we found this certain kind of dilithium crystal that allows us to run much more power through it than dilithium has ever had to before. The problem is it's got a very short half-life, and it's degrading as we speak. We refined it to the point where we can use it, but it's degrading so fast that we either do this now or never. Meaning, by the time we get to this end of this episode, we will have it no more, and it can't be done again. Oh, nice. So that explains it. But all you did with it was salamanders.
Yeah, salamanders. Why not?
Because it's stupid?
Yeah, no, it is. It's fucking... like, I mean, so... Like, what? It's like speed of light shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, again, like, Red Dwarf did a similar thing. Of like, oh, we're going faster than the speed of light. Don't really know why, but we're doing it. They didn't turn into salamanders, though. They got future echoes.
Future echoes?
Yeah, like, so they would see... Because, like, Red Dwarf is a comedy show, right?
Yeah, absolutely,
so, you know,
I've seen a few episodes, but not many, yeah.
Yeah, no, I do recommend. You know, it is good. So they essentially, like, say, oh shit, we're going faster than speed of light. Don't really know why, but it's happening. Cool. And they end up seeing, like, these future echoes, right? Where it's basically, like, these things that are, like, people saying things, right? Like, things that are going to happen in the future, right? But they don't, like, the future echoes don't see them, right?
Yeah.
So it's, like, a whole bunch of, like, trying to interpret, okay, what the fuck is going on here? You know, why is this? Why is the cat, like, lost his tooth? Oh, I'm gonna make sure the cat doesn't lose his tooth by biting the fucking robot fish. Ends up happening anyway. You know, and it just keeps going, like, so the further along that they keep going, right?
Yeah.
Further into the future, these echoes start being shown.
Mm-hmm.
To the point of, you see Lister as an old man. That's the last feature, well, not the last one, right? But it's like the first into the future that you see.
Okay.
Is Lister as an old man. Just explaining some shit of like, you're not gonna die. It's someone else that looks exactly like you, that's related to you, that's gonna die. Because that was like a big thing in the episode, right?
Uh-huh.
And then as they started to catch up back to just being at normal speeds, that's when like they start to retract. You know, it starts getting a bit closer to their present. These features, like, so. Yeah, that's how Red Dwarf handled it, though, right? Which I find a little bit better than fucking salamanders. A little bit more interesting as well. You know, because it's like, okay, like, because it's going all fucky-wucky here. Obviously, time is being a bit weird, so you're seeing shit you probably shouldn't be seeing. Yeah, just... I don't understand how, like, you see, you think of something like that, right? And it's like, they de-evolve, okay, sure, why not? But salamander babies?
Yeah, I know.
That's a weird one.
Let me give you a super quick example of the show that goes nowhere because they only had 15 minutes of story. Okay, that was from Threshold from Star Trek Voyager. Jumping over really quick to Star Trek Next Generation. There's an episode called Imaginary Friend. And you get a lot of this style of show in Star Trek. Then they encounter a new alien species who is, they are not like humans at all, and they don't understand human beings in the way they act. And that's the episode. You know, the encounter with this alien species.
Yeah.
They encounter this alien species that has never met human beings before. And so going onto the ship, it just happens to decide to manifest to a little girl. Because why not? It does not understand the difference between adults and children. They don't have those.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So she manifests to the little girl. And like her, manifests as a little girl. Why wouldn't she? You know, why wouldn't that alien, if you know what I mean? This becomes this little girl's imaginary friend. This isn't really an imaginary friend at all. It's just an alien that's taking form and talking to her and playing with her. Because what do you want to do? Well, I want to go play. Okay, what's that? Well, I'll show you.
Yeah.
You get the idea.
Yeah.
And this alien gets the idea that human beings are incredibly oppressive, vicious, mean, and controlling creatures who take the smallest among them, the weakest among them, and do horrible things to them and control every detail of their lives because they're oppressors. Because it's coming in from a child's perspective. So they're told when to eat, when to go to bed, what they can do, what they can't do, and what they need to do. So it sees human beings as being extremely manipulative,
like
controlling creatures. It doesn't get the idea of young and old and et cetera, et cetera. It's like, this little girl is one of you, right? She just happens to be smaller and weaker than the rest of you, and all of you oppress her. And that's the entire show, Far. That's a 15-minute vignette. That's not an episode. That's not a fucking 1-hour episode, but they turned it into one, and it's boring. It's like, this is
it. How the fuck do you make that boring?
Because she decides, the alien who's a little girl decides to destroy the ship because they're not worth saving, and she's just going to save the little girl and kill the rest of them because they're so evil. And thus it becomes a risk to a threat to the entire ship and the crew, and so Captain Picard has to go into this long speech explaining, actually, they're the most cared-for creatures in our society. It's just that they don't know the dangers that the world represents, and that's what, blah, blah, blah. He gives the alien a speech about parenthood, even though he has no children, this fucking 60-year-old man.
Yeah, all right.
I'm sorry, it's
I
just
think
funny.
that's an interesting idea. It's just, it's
a good vignette. It's a good 15-minute short, not an episode.
I feel like that's more of probably a pacing issue coming on there. I feel like there's a way of doing that where it's like, yeah, you could probably fill that out as a full episode length. It's just, from what you're saying, it doesn't seem like they did it very well.
But this is, I'll say, whatever happened to A and B storylines, where there's the main story and the secondary story, and writers always call them like A and B storylines. You know what I mean? Why didn't... What?
They got tired of it? I don't fucking know. They wanted it more complex? They wanted to be like Endgame? I don't fucking know.
Well, that's right. For God's sake, Endgame had 6 story threads running in the same movie.
Yep.
And done really well, where you didn't get lost or confused, and they dealt with everyone and didn't leave any one of them hanging or not sewn up or whatever. And Infinity War was like that, 6 story threads that all ran simultaneously. Trek writers, you can't do 2. So what do you do with the imaginary girl? You make her the second storyline if you don't have enough story for a full episode, because it was and I got to give them credit. The casting, the little girl that they got to play her imaginary friend is so evil looking for a little girl.
Fucking hell.
Well, she's this little blonde girl that happens to be able to put together this really frowny, furrowed brow look, which is, I'm going to destroy your ship, you're evil. And it's like, I believe you. I'm glad that child doesn't have superpowers. She'd kill us all.
Did you want to read your donation now? Like,
yeah, sure.
Yeah, you probably should.
Neelix says, Killer Cheese, thank you for the $3. Well, I've been around this world, and I've been to the Washington Zoo. And you know, in my travels, as the facts unravel, I found this to be true. I don't know. Do you know?
I don't know. No, I have no idea.
Well, Neelix's Killer Cheese was toxic. Perhaps that's what's being referenced here. I'm assuming that that's a song since it's in cadence and rhymes.
Yeah, maybe. You don't think it's a song off the SOS tape, do you? That we've just completely, like...
For all we know, that's
just,
one of the
like,
songs from
this.
SOS.
Right? It's right. It's just part of the song about fucking evolution, not real.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that's one of the songs on this thing. Evolution isn't real.
Yeah.
That's a funny one.
I forgot. That is one of the fucking songs, isn't it?
Yeah, you got the, oh god. You got SOS. You got Abstinence, the song. You got the abortion song.
Yeah, and I don't get it. They hit chat for, like, you know, this Taiwanese, Filipino, Christian global cult that came out with this song to, you know, I don't know if it was for them or to promote them. I'm not really sure what their thinking was there. Probably to promote them. Come join us.
What, the...
SOS.
The songs?
Yeah.
Well, from what I understand, it's like they used to watch this in the cult.
Okay, maybe it was
like,
just it
if
was
you
for
go
them.
onto one of the no, if you go onto one of the because you can go and find like the whole tape of this in like English on YouTube, right? And there's a comment that's always kind of stuck with me if you scroll down to read those, right? Of someone that grew up in this cult, just saying, yeah, we used to sit down and like watch this tape. They just show it to all the kids, and like they'll talk about how it was a weird sense of nostalgia, but understanding that the cult was bad, but just, damn, they, like, this is a part of my childhood. Like, it's just really interesting to read it. But, yeah, from that, what I gather is, like, they just sat people, like, specifically kids, probably, just to sit down and watch this tape. Like, this was a specific, like, in-cult production for inside the cult.
Huh.
That's my best guess, anyway. Anyway, you got another donation. You should read that.
I do. Thank you, Worf Street Cred, and for the Weebo legs, and the $3. Worf's got all the street cred for. Talk more about Trek. I'll give you a topic. Next Generation's Code of Honor, where Yar is kidnapped by people who live on planet Africa and must choose between death or Ugu.
I don't know enough about Trek to really hold up a conversation here, to be honest.
That's fine. I'll tell you one of the weird things about that episode. It gets called the most racist episode in Star Trek. And like,
I mean, it says planet. Look, Planet Africa.
It's not called
just
Planet.
A descriptor there.
Yeah, it's not called Planet Africa.
Yeah, like no, I don't think it's called that, but it's just the fact that that's even a descriptor for the episode. Yeah, I could see it.
See, here's the thing. Everybody on the planet is black, indeed.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like, yeah, and I don't, and. If you know what I mean. Like, say everybody that's on from Bajor has a crinkled nose. Yeah, and I don't see they all seem to be like, what in it was racist is what I always ask. Why? Because you had everybody, every actor is black. It's like, well, they talked with African accents. Well, they went with that accent, yeah, but it wasn't stereotypical. It just sounded like a Nigerian person speaking English, if you will, because those are the actors that they picked.
So they didn't go South African?
No, and there's a part in the episode, and it really does baffle me. Like, I'm not even trying to be an apologist, because I'll tell you about stereotypical Star Trek in a hot second. They go to this planet, and they need a vaccine from them that they can't replicate. That's why they're dealing with them. There's this plague outbreak in the Federation, and they've got the vaccine, so, hey, let's make a deal with you. They're very much honor-bound, this culture, right? And tradition-bound. And as a gift to them, give them... a Chinese dynastic, a gift from dynasty era China. And here's this, 5th century Ming dynasty Chinese, it was a horse of some sort, like an ornate horse, like an authentic one, not one that they remade. So gave him a museum piece as a gift. He goes, because of your resemblance to an ancient earth culture that we all know and respect, we're offering you this gift, Ming Dynasty, 5th century. And then Data corrects him, 4th century, sir. And he's like, sorry, whatever it was, And he goes, yes, indeed. And if you think about it, that's who they were patting them after, is that they do look like that era dynasty China, where women own the land and the property, and it's men who marry them as part of their dowry that then get it. That's what's going on that planet, in other words. And there's all these machinations that enter into, and one of them kidnaps Lieutenant Yar as a sign of his bravery, and so on and so forth. Great. So what's racist again? Is it, well, that they're all black? Really? What about the episode where you portray the space Irishmen like a bunch of drunken morons? Where they're like, ho-de-do-de-do-de-do-de-do. Like, they might as well all have been leprechauns, Far. They all wore little small hats. They were all red-faced, drunken Irishmen that literally, for the whole episode, were just trying to get drunk. And then the shit hit...
I love space leprechauns, unironically.
They fucking went off the deep end when they discovered the fucking replicators could produce alcohol for them, and they didn't have to brew it themselves. They nearly set the ship on fire when they were trying to start a fire to distill their own booze, because they couldn't go without it, because they're all a bunch of alcoholics, because Irish, am I right? That's the most stereotypical episode in Star Trek history by a long fucking shot. Oh, the look at the Irish. Oh, ho-de-do-de-do-de-do. Like, it was unfucking believable.
I want my space leprechauns now. Are you kidding me? Space leprechauns would be hilarious.
So what's the difference?
Instead of gold at the end of the rainbow, it's gold at the end of the solar system.
When you think about the lines that are in that episode, it's just like, you won't offer a man bite or sup, and then when I try and start a fire to make my own, the whole bloody place goes insane. I can't do an Irish accent, but it's like, oh my God. It was so over the deep end, but don't feel bad about that, because it's the Irish, and I mean, come on, let's be honest, they're not human. But it is, it's current.
It's my birthday, Polly. What the fuck?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, whatever. At least you weren't born in 83. It's fine.
No, it was 96.
Yeah. I didn't get to finish telling you about that. I said 1983. A Trunkle asked me, what's wrong with 83? Is it because the letters are all curly? I said, see, you get it. Look, think about it. 983. There isn't a straight line in the bunch. They put the one there to make it just everything is curvy and comes at you circumspect. Yeah, exactly. You can't trust people. And I gave no reason for it whatsoever. I was just,
You're just fucking around.
I'm just fucking, of course. I'm just fucking around. I don't know.
You're right.
I don't even remember what made me say that. Who cares is the point. I just said, well, it's not like there were people born in 1983. Fuck them. Like, how random is that? I don't know. You know who I got with that? Look at Shelley, Sinatra's woman, was born in 1983, and Valine's boyfriend, rather, like her man of multiple years, was born in 1983.
Oh my God.
And a good 6 or so people in chat, all at once, were like, hey, what the fuck, man?
Wow, you fucking got that? Holy shit.
That's what we call bullseye. Valine hit me up with a donation. You leave my man out of this. It was fucking great. It was...
Oh my God, that's amazing. Like, you're not even trying and you're pissing just everyone off.
I seriously felt like I'd struck gold, man. Leprechaun space gold, if you will.
Yes, leprechaun space gold.
So, Far, being that it is your birthday...
It's the asteroids.
Yeah. So, being that it is your birthday, as you mentioned.
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
What would you like to go over first? Because we're a solid, what? Coming up on 2 hours into the show.
Oh, we're an hour.
An hour?
Oh, are we? 2 hours?
Well, 1 hour and 59 minutes OBS has been running for, but
okay.
That includes however the fuck long the watch page is running for, which you guys have seen me trying to fight to get everything running right, which it hasn't been. So it's probably up for a good 20-25 minutes. So yeah, an hour and a half. Let's say that.
Oh, look, it looks like you hit one, though. Darth Mando says, my brother was born in 83, and he's a giant arsehole.
Win.
So, yeah, I guess you won?
Yeah,
One?
I won one.
You got one. You got one.
Yeah. I'm okay.
One. Oh my god, you found a Twitter account. Oh.
You didn't see that.
Oh.
Something else I wanted to
So-
look at. Wanted to show.
Oh.
There it is. Oh no, wait a minute. that's
It's
not
been
it.
an hour and a half? Okay.
Yeah, I think around an hour and a half. That sounds about right to me.
Okay.
There's the AAA. Hammer's the one who put it up. So
Okay. Well,
look at Hammer's fucking setup.
I would if I was not looking at a white screen.
Oh, yeah, that's a different browser. Hold on, Far. You're so demanding.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me.
Reminded me of this. Look at this shit.
Oh my god, yeah, I did see this. The screens, yeah.
Yeah. Like, this is my good friend Hammer, who built me the computer I'm working on right now. That's my man. What up, Hammer? But I have not seen his full setup like this in a while. I forgot that he had this arrangement going. I mean, this is Darth Mando level.
Yeah, no shit.
And he's moved it around so many times. You know what I mean? That this is like the, how can I say this? The
Like the 1000th iteration.
Yeah, and this is like the weakest, least impressive presentation of it, if you know what I mean. And this is him complaining that my right monitor is losing the ability to produce blue, which is kind of funny because his background has been like extra widescreen blue background, as you can see, for as long as I've known him, and now he can't use it anymore.
Yeah.
That's sad.
I think it still looks cool though. Like, look at the coloring. It's just, yeah, it's obviously not supposed to be like that.
Yeah, and that's. Whew. I mean, trying to set up monitors is, I have found out, is not easy, but that is, like I said,
The only thing I knew for sure was this. Every son of a bitch that worked for him. They were all gonna be better off dead.
Gamer Valine, thank you for the $9 and the threats from Bruce Willis. That were Far. That moment in the movie, he is loading up an entire table full of 1911 magazines because he's getting ready to go to war. And what he has is 2 1911s to go to war with. So he's loading up. I don't know why he brought to town with him dozens and dozens of magazines, but good he did, with hundreds and hundreds of rounds to load them all with. And it's one of the best scenes in the movie because you got Bruce Willis sitting there in a wife beater loading up, dozens of 1911 mags. And that's when he says that line. But to cut it all together and make it fast, I wasn't able to end up showing the table with all the mags, and it's sad. I know. I'll just have to film myself doing it. Here, Evelyn, thank you for the $9. Don't exaggerate. I was not the one that was angry. I just said he's not cursed. I was born in 88, so I can confirm curvy number supremacy.
Fucking hell.
That's kind of funny.
I mean, 1996 is also curvy numbers, right?
1996. Yes. Yes, it is.
But and then 1986 is also curvy numbers.
Shut up.
You can't escape, Polly.
Well, it ain't got that extremely untrustworthy
part of the curvy number club.
Okay, you tell me if this sounds angry or not. Valine was heard to say earlier on today, and I am quoting here, "My boyfriend is not cursed!" ! He has capitalized me and our adorable Boston Terrier. He also has a good job and is Texan by birth. That's anything, including denial about 40, but cursed. Tell me that doesn't sound bad.
I don't know. That sounds like someone who's trying to deny that their boyfriend is cursed to me.
Yeah. It doesn't mean your children will be cursed, necessarily.
I mean, they could be.
They very well could be.
Maybe they could be super ultra cursed.
Yeah.
It's their superpower.
What would that be? They have the power to make any situation so cringy that people just fall out?
No, that could be like what happens whenever I go on holiday somewhere. Something awful happens to the place when I leave.
Well, okay, in case you guys aren't aware, Far's, it's not exactly a superpower. It's the power to prophesy. See, Far is able to take guesses at the cringiest thing. Like she would just honestly guess. I've been there many times for it. She'll go, you know what's probably...
Oh, yes.
Yeah, she'll go, you know what's going to happen?
It's not even a...
It'll probably be this.
Say, you know,
and moments later,
happen.
it happens.
It's just like, I'll just make a joke. I just make jokes. It's like, oh yeah, then this, right? You know, I don't even try. I'm not even trying to be like, hey, I'm a prophet, yo. Let me tell you how shit's gonna go down. No, it's not. It's not that. I'm just making jokes.
Yeah, but that's just it, Far. People that are...
That's the problem.
People that can see the future don't realize they're looking into the future. They just think they're looking. Okay? It's like that Stephen King story, Dead Zone, where the guy, when shaking someone's hand, can see the evil part of their future. That's you. It's like you don't think you're seeing the cringe that exists. And that's why I named Far the prophet of cringe.
I am the prophet of cringe. It's just, it happens.
Whatever she guesses would be the weirdest, stupidest thing that could happen, ends up happening moments later. Yeah.
It's fucking just like, it's fucking wild sometimes, honestly. Like, I shock myself with it too. It's like, what the fuck? Hi, Sam.
Hello.
Hey there, Sam.
Hello. Thank you.
Sorry I'm late.
No, you're good.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Massively overslept.
I've been doing that for about 2 days straight. Oversleeping.
I needs to make a joke about Polly getting a large inheritance. It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't.
It's like, no, like, it doesn't work from saying, oh yeah, it's like the happiest thing of all time, like, puppies are rape. No. It's specifically like, God, what's a good example of this?
The first one.
What's a good example of...
Nobody you know.
Of like... Yeah, no, what's a good example of me, like, just making a joke and it happening on screen?
That time you said, wouldn't it be weird if Chris Chan fucked his mother?
No, I don't think I ever said that one.
That is, as they say in Venezuela, a big oof.
I don't think I ever actually said that one. But, like something we actually watched, you know, it's usually the true crime shit. That's, like, the worst part of it.
Yeah.
We're usually just watching, like, the worst heinous shit, and it's like, oh, what if they did this dumb thing? And then they do this dumb thing. It's like, what the fuck?
I remember when we were watching, was it Gary Ridgway? Some serial killer, doesn't matter. The point is, he's been killing hookers for a good while now. Okay, and he leaves these two dead hookers.
As any respectable serial killer would be.
Well, sure. Yeah. So anyway, he's been killing hookers for a while because they don't count. By his own reasoning, not mine.
They're not people.
Yeah. And he leaves two of them out in his in the back of his truck, his work truck. That's got like a covered back on it, right? One of them canopy deals. And he leaves their bodies in there, and it's summer, and it's really hot. And after like a drunken bender that lasted almost a week, he decides that, hey, I better go get rid of those bodies. And it's he himself, the guy, years later in prison telling this story. Because it was summer, and they were in the garage, and it was getting pretty hot, and they were starting to stink. So I knew I needed to get rid of them. And it's like, right. And Far says, what does he do? Go out without a license plate? Yeah, that's what happened. He went out without a license plate and got fucking pulled over. Caught with two bodies.
Yeah, it's shit like that. It's like, it's just like, what are you doing? Like, go out with a license or like a license plate? Because honestly, though, that one's coming from like a place of serial killers a lot of the time aren't really caught because like they're not really caught red-handed, right? Weirdly, it's usually traffic violations.
Traffic violations or something that is a crime, but not related to the murders that they've done. Like someone will show up at their door to ask them about their taxes or something and smell the bodies or whatever. I mean, that's how what's his name got caught.
Yeah, but usually for some reason, it's a high percentage of them. It's car shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like driving related things, and then like they find it like through, I don't know, the car stinks or something like that. And that would have been my line of thought when I said that right It's like, oh, what did he do? Just go out without a fucking license plate? And it just happens to be, oh, that's what it was.
And interestingly, go ahead, Sam.
Oh, I was gonna say. So the moral of the story is, if you're gonna kill someone, call an Uber.
Yes.
If you're gonna kill someone, like, put fucking license plates on your fucking car. Holy shit.
Yeah, if you're gonna drive down the fucking highway speeding in your work truck with 2 dead rotting hookers in the back, have a license plate.
Yeah, at the very fucking least. Life lessons with Polydub and Far. Yeah.
I mean,
just only do one crime at a time, guys. Just the one.
Yeah, right? You can't just do them all at once. You gotta pace yourselves.
and traffic crimes count.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But don't drink and drive and avoid taxes. Well, and evade taxes.
This
Avoid taxes.
And-
Don't evade them.
And, try and dispose of 2 dead hookers in your car. Don't do all those at once.
And I have night, folks. I have a good stream. Well, have a good night, Ron Corpse.
Later.
I caught that
Yeah,
too.
right? What an appropriate fucking name.
The most people got caught, and this is what brought my attention to it, by poor disposal of the bodies. They're not bad at killing.
Yeah.
They're bad at dumping.
Oh yeah.
That's
usually what gets them caught.
yeah. Why do you suck so bad at like the last step? The thing that would keep me preoccupied is the actual moment of murder, or the actual moment of obtainment of the person. Like if you're pulling you're a Ted
trying
Bundy,
to find
and you're trying,
victim.
and you grab the person in broad daylight like he did, saying his name in front of other people, which was a thing, et cetera, and they end up tracking him. But like, that is what would have me nervous to the point where.
You probably wouldn't even bother doing it.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't do it at all. But I mean, the idea of like, I would plan that out to excruciating levels of detail, because that would be the part that has me the most worried. You know what I mean? It's like those guys go about that with no problem. They go do it with incredible amounts of bravery. So they've got all the planning time in the world, and you don't think about how you're going to dump the body. What the hell makes you think that you can flush a fucking complete dead body down your toilet if normal use of your toilet will clog it and cause it to overflow? You didn't think shoving chunks of meat down there would cause it to clog?
Yeah, that one always just I always wonder about that one, right? Because that's a specific one he's referencing.
Yeah.
Just a guy, like, just flushed chunks of flesh down the toilet, and they, it's a whole apartment building, from what I remember, right?
Yeah, over in Britain.
Like, it's not just him. Yeah, it's not just him living in this particular building. There's other tenants. So, like, the pipes all clog up. Yeah, so the pipes all clog up, right? And someone calls a fucking plumber. Because, yeah, why wouldn't they? And they, like, do the plumbing shit, like, and they take the pipes apart and shit, and they just kind of look in there like, is this flesh?
Yeah.
Like, are these meat chunks? And, like, so the plumbers end up calling the cops, because it's like, yeah, I found meat in the pipes. And that's how the guy got caught, because he flushed chunks of human flesh down the toilet. As you do.
I can remember.
That one stuck with me just for the whole, like, because that wasn't even his first victim. Like, he had other victims before this. This was
yes,
like
he
a
did.
serial killer.
Yeah.
And, like, he disposed of them just fine-ish. Like, not the best, but, he didn't get caught for those. Then he just decides, yeah, I'm gonna flush meat, just chunks of human meat down the toilet. And that's how he gets caught.
I don't understand why you wouldn't stick to the tried and true method. Like, if you've already got a way of disposing of bodies that you keep getting away with, why would you deviate?
Well, that's the thing. Like, this guy also kept them in his house, like, in a I think he kept, like, one in a cupboard or some shit. So, like, it's already, like, maybe he's, like, running out of space and he needs to get...
The only thing I knew for sure was this. Every son of a bitch it worked for. They were all gonna be better off dead.
That sounds ominous with what we're talking about.
Yeah, right? With the conversation, right? Holy shit.
But dead hookers, they're all going to be better off dead.
Yeah, right?
Gamer Valine, thank you for the $9. Polly mentions me having kids, and then Sam shows up because we needed a more obvious omen that I would bring about the apocalypse by procreating.
Like, all
Sorry,
right.
what was that? I was picking dust off my wings.
I just don't name him
Are your
Damien.
wings made of bones, Sam?
Well, I'll tell you something. See, it's like when I was talking to Weibo about this, and I said I wanted to start that secondary channel. Remember,
Oh, the
You know,
yeah,
and-
I think I
and-
know what you're talking about.
yeah, it was like for like, unrelated content to my main channel that I thought would be helpful and informative for individuals.
Yeah.
Purely academic
Yeah,
purposes, of
very
course.
informative.
But like,
Mhm.
how to dismember a corpse with just a hobby knife, and I would demonstrate on turkey.
Yeah, it's purely academic, guys.
Yeah. In case you were wondering,
Don't try this at home, kids.
when you're watching movies and you see people go get bone saws and shit, we'd say, have you been hunting? Yeah, you know what? A lot of deer are larger than a human being are, and you're not taking them apart at the joints. You're just you're cutting their legs off, and the things you're sawing with a bone saw are because you don't want to take them apart at the joints for specific reasons, right? That's just not how dressing an animal works.
Right.
If you're trying to break down a human being into its smallest components, you don't need anything more than an X-Acto knife and how to get at the joints. That's it. Why do people make it so
You don't-
complicated?
Yeah, why do
You
they
don't-
go
you
out
don't
of their
be
way to
hacking
buy
through
like the fucking giant saws and shit that you can get for like wood?
No, you don't. And especially because the
Yeah, like,
giant
why
saws
would
for
you do
wood that are
that?
like cross-cut, that's way too much of a ripper saw for flesh and bone. That's
Oh,
not
but
going to
don't
work.
forget, maybe they want it to be specifically branded, right? Makita branded the
Yeah.
bandsaw
Yeah.
for all your human disposal needs.
And people say, well, then how do you dump a body then? Polly, smart guy. Okay, well, here's the thing. It's not...
If we say this on stream, we may not be able to stream anymore.
Well, have you
so
ever noticed that they never say
DM Polly for details.
No, don't. You will be blocked. It's Discord. Come on. The FBI's watching. But
I think
Oh,
one of the worst things though that I've seen in sort of like fiction when it comes to dismembering an expired person
Mhm.
is the meat
Mhm.
cleaver. Why the fuck would you use one of those?
I know.
I mean, talk about literal hack job.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
It's like, have you never seen someone or heard what a meat cleaver is for? And the name meat cleaver should tell you why you shouldn't be hitting bone with it. It's for getting through
Right.
vertebrae and spine. It's for quartering whole animals like a pig or whatever. That's what you need a cleaver for. It's not for, like I said, go with the joints if you're trying to break down a pig.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about anything else. But I mean,
Tall pigs.
Yeah.
I mean, think about
We'll
all
go with tall pigs.
think about all the serial killer documentaries and episodes and whatnot that we've watched for. Not just serial killer stuff, like regular people that find themselves in the position
Yeah,
of
just
having a dead
fucking
body.
killing him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're like, how do I get rid of this person? It's the first person they've ever killed, and likely or possibly the last person they're ever going to kill. So they've never, but they've
Yeah,
got,
you'd hope so anyway.
they've got all the time in the world, basically.
Yeah.
And so what do they come up with? Oh, I'm going to put him in the fucking tub in his own house and fill the tub with cement. What?
Oh, that one, fucking right? Yeah. He just kills it. Like, it's not even like his house, it's the guy he killed's house.
Yeah.
And he starts claiming, oh yeah, it's my house. Yeah, he sold it to me, it's fine.
Now, I don't know if you knew
For the
this,
people
Sam,
that-
but cement is porous. Shocking no one but this
I
guy.
did.
He didn't
From
know.
the people that brought you casting couch, here is casting bath.
So
Yeah.
this asshole, obviously never having done a
Yeah.
day's construction in his life, had no idea that concrete and cement were porous. So he thinks that this is going to like seal the guy in cement and like, that's it. The house starts reeking, bro. Obviously, he starts rotting in
Yeah,
there.
no
And-
shit. No fucking shit.
And that's why the police showed up, was because of the smell. Well, that's why the police wanted to go into the
Well,
house.
Not even just, yeah, like, it wasn't just the smell. It was the fact of, like, this guy's, like, the victim's family were like, yeah, we haven't heard him, like,
Right.
from him for a while.
And they called for,
yeah,
first call was for a
you know,
wellness
he's
check, was ignored.
kind of old.
Yeah. Second call for wellness
Yeah.
check, they actually followed through and went to the door. When the door was opened, they were hit in the face with a waft of rot, if you will. And yeah, that led to the search and finding the standalone bathtub full of fucking concrete. Now, why would we want to look in there?
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder
Not sus
fucking
at all.
why you'd want to look in that.
You
No, it's such a strange image because I think because this was on that chapter, right? Like, and they showed a picture of the bathtub
Mhm.
of it just filled with cement, and it's such an odd image to see because you have to wonder, like, what were you going to do with this? Because there's no way you could just keep this in the house forever.
Yeah. But
You know, like
he
it's
left
such
the
a
house,
weird
remember?
thing.
he was
No,
playing.
he did after the cops came.
Yeah, he was. So you have to figure
Yeah.
this guy wasn't planning on staying there forever. He was going to leave. At least it occurred to him that he was going to, and he ultimately did. Bro, if you guys don't know what I mean by like a standalone bathtub that isn't attached to the wall and it has its own feet, like, you know, the little brass feet or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It was one of those bathtubs. If you couldn't move it out of the house because the thing weighs God knows how much now,
A ton.
yeah,
Not a ton.
what, you just left? Did you think the next people who bought the house were going to come in and go, well, better get rid of this stinking mass of horridness? Like, what? You were fucked once somebody found it. Didn't you know that? Well, obviously he did. Why did you do it for then at all?
Yeah, it's such an odd one. Like, that's one of the stranger ones that we've seen, but where it's not the fact that he killed the guy that's strange. It's the disposal method, or the lack of disposal, I guess you could really call that.
I guess he
Like
just couldn't find a Nutri-Bullet big enough.
And there are
Yeah,
ways to get
such
rid
an
of
odd one.
there are ways to get rid of bodies, but notice that they don't talk about them in any of the documentaries. One, it's because there's a number of reasons that play into it. Some intentional, some not. The unintentional ones are, okay, so if somebody's been killing people because they're a serial killer for their own personal desires or because they're a professional at it, one way or another, they've been getting away with it, right? So clearly they have a successful method of disposing of the bodies. Well, how would we know about them to know what they did? Right. That's, like I said, part of the unintentional factors that play into it. The successful people haven't been caught. That's what makes them successful. So we don't know how they dispose of their bodies.
Mhm.
But then there's the other part of it. There are people that successfully have gotten away with it, and they didn't get caught because they were poor at their craft. They got caught because they got ratted out because of like external factors other than getting busted with a dead hooker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And those tend to be
Yeah.
your professional killer types or somebody who collected the insurance money and someone's like, I don't know about that person. You should look into them. And they do. And the person for a reduced sentence or to have capital punishment taken off the table, they confess to everything. And part of that confession also is how they disposed of the bodies. So you could find out in that way. There comes the intentional part of it. I don't think a lot of people want to tell you how to get away with it by dumping bodies. I think they
They don't.
deliberately drop it from the story. But if you look into it, you can find out. And Bleen mentions one of them. You can get rid of bodies with proper industrial acid, but you can't do it with a fucking 50 gallon drum. Fucking, what's his name in Milwaukee, like he tried to do.
What's his name?
Dahmer, Jeffrey Dahmer.
That's a lot of killers that use the
There-
drums and shit
there-
to hide the bodies.
There are.
So-
It's like, let's pack them in a drum and drop it at sea. I actually think that that's a little bit better of an idea than filling a drum with industrial acid and shoving the body into it and expecting it to dissolve. You realize that the acid did you take high school chemistry? Acid as it reacts with a material
not really.
becomes not acid anymore. That's, it's like when you put aluminum in acid, it reacts with it quite strongly and reactively. And but it's not becoming acid because it's reacting with the aluminum and becoming something else. That's what stoichiometry was for, remember? To determine what combined with what results in what. Sam, back me up here.
Yeah, quite right.
If you put
chemistry was one of the ones I just fucking.
if you put a body in there with really strong acid, it won't be strong acid very soon because it's done eating away a lot of the person's skin.
Yeah.
You need to do it a batch at a time. That's grotesque and long, which means because you need to boil away, so to speak, a leg from the knee down or a foot. And then the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And you need to keep adding more and more acid because it's going to turn into
thing.
biogloop.
I don't think a lot of these people understand, right? It's a whole fucking process to do this. It's not like, oh, well, I got my acid. It's all done. Because if that's the case, right? Imagine like people getting chemical burns.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a burn at that point. That'd be, oh, whoop, bye-bye person. You know, like there's a reason why they just stay burned, because like the acid reacts to a certain point, and then it's not really acid anymore. It's whatever it's become from reacting with whatever the fuck.
Why don't you?
Same thing for dead bodies.
Yeah, especially a whole body. And what did they find in Dahmer's apartment? Not dissolved bodies in drums.
And
you asshole.
Polaroid pictures.
Yeah, there's heads and dicks on plates in the fridge. It was pretty terrible. Yeah.
I can't wait for someone that works at that California body composting place to get caught out as being a serial killer. Remember that from a few Noir Bars ago?
Yeah, I remember. Fucking hell. Happy birthday, me.
And you know what really pisses me off? And we were,
I just find it funny to bring that up.
Far earlier in the episode, I mentioned Arsenic and Old Lace. It's a black comedy, right? And one of the aspects of that film is bodies are being buried in the basement. It kind of relates to that. I don't understand why people, if they have all the time in the world in their own home, so there's no clock that they're on. Do you know what I mean? At all. It's just however much time you can muster for yourself when you're not at work or whatever the fuck. Why do you dig shallow graves in your own basement? That I will never understand. You dig a shallow grave because you're in a rush. You're out in you're out in the desert, you're out in the woods, and you're just trying to get it done to get back to your fucking car because you're on the clock. Every second you're out there runs you a risk.
Shallow graves piss me off though, just like for my own reason. Like, right, I've told Polly about the reason. I'm not gonna say it here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gets into IRL shit, like, but he knows. It's just fucking hell. How fucking sad is it? Like, you kill a person and you can't even bother to like dispose of it correctly. Like, shallow graves are one of like the worst. No, like, if you're going to do it, shallow graves are one of the worst ways of trying to dispose. Because, like, did you even fucking try?
Well, I mean, there's a damn good reason why we don't bury people, you know, normally in shallow graves, right? And there's reasons why.
Yeah.
You bury people.
There's a load of wildlife reasons why you don't.
Exactly.
On its
Not
own.
even just that, but it's like if it's shallow enough where like, you know, just a storm is gonna be out, or like just a little shower of rain is gonna like wash some of the soil away, so some rando kid is gonna find it. You didn't do a good job, did you?
When a guy out walking his dog comes across a hand sticking out of the fucking soil, holy shit. I don't want people. Far and I keep saying this to each other when we're watching this stuff. We're like, not that I want someone to get away with murder.
We don't want people. We don't want people to get away with this shit. It's one of the things you keep seeing over and over with this shit of like, wow, people are dumb.
Like, I got to tell you, if you're gonna, again, you've got all the time in the fucking world, and you shove them in the crawl space, John Wayne Gacy. How many people did you think you could shove in the fucking crawl space? It didn't occur to you to dig a 10-foot deep hole? Well, it'll collapse in on itself. You shore up the edges. Well, I don't know how to do that. You look it up online, and for God's sake, don't use your own computer. Buy a burner phone and tether it. Oh, I never thought of that. I know, you're an asshole.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty foregone conclusion if they're at murder right there.
Yeah, right? It's again, we don't want people getting away with this shit. It's something you cannot help but notice.
Like, I'm not a murderer, and I thought of these things.
This shit. No, same. It's like, I don't want to go around fucking killing people. What the fuck? That's fucking heinous. But at the same time, it's like, well, this is how you don't do it?
I guess that explains a lot why the people who get caught as serial killers and murderers, that they're all fucking lunatics.
Yeah.
Because, you know.
For the most part, anyway.
Yeah. It's a rare one that isn't a lunatic, meaning that they're cold and they're calculating about the way they approach things. Your Ted Bundy types, for example. He was able to get away with it for a long time, even though he wasn't dumping the bodies very well at all. But he was distancing himself from it enough that it was fine. And any of the body dumps were not anywhere near him or something that could be associated with him, even though he returned to the site again and again to do his, weirdness with. I mean, even with
Yes.
that risk of behavior, he still didn't get busted for years and years and years. I mean, that says a lot. And it's because of his method. Now, how do you think that... let's get away from serial killers for a second. Look at... or we should probably get away from murder in general. But regardless...
Well, we really should, honestly.
But look at the way mob guys can get away with it for fucking decades. I mean, those guys rarely, ever go up for a murder. We found a body in a trunk at long-term parking at the airport. Really? That's where they dumped the body. And it absolutely looks like a mob killing because it was 2 22 rim fires behind the ear that killed him. And he's also bound and gagged. And they found him in a trunk at the parking lot right before he was about to testify in a mob trial. Gee, wonder who killed him. He was probably a mugging. They know who to go looking for, but they can't make any connection to the guy. Why? Well, they did it in such a way. And when the person disappears completely, well, how'd they chop the body up and where'd they dump it? Good question. How did they get busted when somebody else gets busted for something years later and rats them out? They never get busted with bodies, ever. It's like those, I'm just saying, think it through and you could get away with it. These people that want to get like hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions in life insurance, or this person's fucking up their business so they want to kill them. Yes.
I'm sorry.
You know,
Okay.
the guy who apparently just wanted to keep it from his wife that he hadn't been paying the bills and they were about to get evicted, so he decides to murder her.
Yeah, what? That was another strange one, wasn't it? Just what the fuck, man? I feel like you have so many more steps before that. Whatever the fuck that was.
Don't get me wrong. I've been through a fairly unpleasant divorce, right? I've been through that. I still think it would be easier than disposing of somebody, you know?
Yeah.
This wasn't even a divorce. This was just like a, wife did not know they were in like huge ass fucking debt, and they were actually going to be evicted the next day.
Right.
Because, husband never told her. She thought
Put all
everything
the
was just
debt in your
dandy.
own name and disappear. That's what my brother-in-law did.
Just what a fucking confusing one.
I personally just... I've been saying dumb shit out loud related to this for like the past couple of days. Why did you even... No, wait a minute, because I'm not insane. It's like, why did you even kill that Oh. Never mind.
Yeah, never mind, right? Because again, I feel like the point, it's like, yeah, we really don't want people to die. We don't want to kill people either. But it's still just like, these are the thoughts you have when you see so much of this shit, and it's always in the same vein of like,
I guess
what the fuck were you thinking, buddy?
For me, and far, because we end up like, looking weird to people because we're talking about this. It's like, hey, you know what? We've done the same thing with bank robberies. Why the hell would this person rob the bank and blah, blah, blah? And we'll talk about that in certain articles. Dumb criminals who end up doing insane stuff. All the people during the COVID lockdowns that robbed, like armed robbery, that didn't have a medical mask on. Like the one time where you were required to have your face covered and you didn't do it? What the fuck is wrong with you? Talk about not blending in. Son of a bitch. It's like, again, I don't want people to get away with robbing federal banks. Not at all. But, when the answers are so obvious, like, what's fucking wrong with you? Of course you got arrested.
Yeah, like, it's when it's so obvious, right? Where you're just sitting there and you're going, wow, what a fucking dumb fuck.
Like,
That's when you start going down these paths and these conversations.
Yeah, I didn't want Billy McFarland to run a successful music festival, but he didn't. He ran Fyre Festival, and we can't help but point out...
And now he wants to do it again!
Yeah, and we can't help but point out. Here's where you went wrong. You didn't actually have any of the musical acts booked that you told everyone you did. Problem number one. If you want...
You lied to people about where it was actually taking place.
Yeah, you said it was on its own island when it wasn't. You didn't think they were going to notice?
It was in the fucking, like, car park of, like, a fucking sandals resort.
Yeah. You didn't have any of the gourmet food that you said you were going to. Okay, these things are starting to stack up. Like I said, I didn't want to see Billy McFarland be successful. He seems like a shyster from before the beginning. All of the little remember the credit card thing that he was running beforehand with the various coupons and discounts?
Yeah, it was like Firebucks or whatever the fuck it was, like like Disney Bucks or whatever the fuck that's called.
As these various coupons and discounts build up, they will build up as credit that you can then spend like money on this card that he himself owned. It was a very shifty, dodgy, poorly thought out idea that didn't make very much sense at all. The point was the accumulation of things that he would then take a cut off the top of it. This doesn't seem like it would scream to any normal person that wasn't this McFarlane jackass that this is going to look like ill-gotten gains, bro. This is going to look like untaxed earnings. This is going to look like misrepresentation, criminally so. Because you're telling people it's this thing and it's not, and you're taking a slice off the top. And that's as specific as you need to be to start thinking, yeah, this is prosecutable. You're fucking right, it is. And do you get prosecuted for it? Yes. Obviously not long enough because he was out to go do Fyre Festival. Fuck me.
Yeah, I just can't believe he wants to do a second one.
Right.
Because the first one was such a raging success.
I find it a bigger mystery than anyone's looking to be a investor for it.
Yeah, who's going to invest in that shit?
It's like, here's this birthday cake that we made out of literal dog shit. Didn't turn out so well the first time. Ah well, let's try again.
Let's put some glitter on it this time.
I mean, not
People like shiny shit.
It's like the guy who came up with. Not every investor in the world is a Tech Valley investor. Now I know a lot of them are, but not all of them.
Yeah, but not all of them.
I mean, when you invest in one guy's idea to fresh, virgin, unpressed fruit, and you can buy these packs from him, so it's a juicer, Juicero was the name of his product, and the whole thing relies not on the value of the machine because it was being sold at less than cost. Is the what he thought was the brilliant move is you have to buy the fruit packs off of me, and so therefore we will give the machine away if you. It's the Keurig model. We don't make money on the machine. We make money on the K-Cups. And you have to continually buy them from us. So fuck Keurig right in the ass and buy one of those refillable K-Cups. That's my advice to you. But this guy, all these fruit packs, it was a disaster. The company went belly up. So he immediately goes back to the same group of investors and says, hey, you know what? I want to bottle raw water and sell it. And he pulled in $15 million in investors in the first 2 weeks.
Okay, who's the dumb one in this situation? Then?
Right. You can't blame him anymore. He's not a shyster.
No.
You're idiots. This guy's plucking the same pigeons. Is it really the plucker's fault at this point?
I guess it's one of those things, though, isn't it? Like with a lot of investment companies, they're not actually playing with their own money anyway. It's a long and convoluted process, but basically they borrow money against what would you call it? Value, I suppose. So that they create virtual money, and then they invest with that. So when stuff goes belly up, it's not like they lose anything. Not really.
Wait, do they have a deal with the bank such that the value? Okay, so I've invested in X. It's going to be worth Y, and now I can borrow against the value of Y. So they're doing mark-to-market accounting with the money they borrowed to invest with?
Pretty much.
What the fuck bank would allow that accounting treatment?
Pretty much every major bank in the Western Hemisphere.
That is shocking.
God, like, what was that thing? Oh, the credit crunch? I get. Wonder how that came about.
Let me picture this for a second. Sam's selling, I don't know, widgets, right? And so I go to him and I say, okay, Sam, I'm going to invest. I'm going to go to the bank and I'm going to borrow $100,000, and I'm going to invest in your widget company, Sam's Widgets International. And I tell the bank through my what's referred to as mark-to-market accounting, where here's Sam's business model. Here's how much his widgets are going to cost. Here's the payment structure. So that means in 1 year, his company's going to be worth this, and I invested X. So therefore, he owes me Y value of X. So that means my $100,000 is going to be returned to me in the form of $300,000 or $500,000. because of the realization of all the widgets sold. Right? So I said, well, now that I've got $500,000 in value, bank, I would like to borrow money based on the fact I have $500,000. Sam hasn't sold a single widget yet. I'm borrowing money based on my investment and future prospects of his company that isn't even up and running. And they allow that?
It's maddening, isn't it? It's absolutely maddening.
Sam, that's what caused the downfall of Enron. It was mark-to-market accounting. They would set up a fucking an energy plant in India that they never finished building, but count the billions of dollars of profit they would make off of it over the next 10, 15 years, and they would add that to the value of their stock.
Yeah, but Polly, see, the thing is the banks allow it because 90% of the time, it works all the time.
And well, to give you an idea, was a very, very famous, long-standing accounting firm named Arthur Andersen, named after its founder. And it was seen as being the most unreproachable, beyond question, credible accounting firm. People hired them as a third-party outside accounting firm, so they weren't doing internal accounting. Nothing looked stupid. Everything was beyond question if Arthur Andersen signed off on it, because their entire reputation and business model relied on them being an outside, honest, third-party accounting service. Okay, and they did accounting for everyone. Deutsche Bank, Swiss Bank, Credit Suisse, you fucking name it, and Enron amongst them. Arthur Andersen signed off on that mark-to-market accounting bullshit of Enron. And what was the result for them when Enron collapsed? So did they. Because everybody and their dogs sued them. All of the investors that lost their millions of dollars with Enron all sued Arthur Andersen for signing off on it because it was their credibility as an accounting firm that they were relying on in doing it. And so yeah, you were destroyed. Enron not only took themselves down and all of their creditors and all of their stock holders, but the most prestigious accounting firm in the world. Well, I guess you shouldn't have signed off on that really shaky, dodgy deal, huh? Series of deals, excuse me. It wasn't just like one deal. It was an accounting treatment.
It does really beg the question how the royal we, how we continue to allow ourselves to engage in this kind of venture capitalism, I suppose would that be a suitable umbrella? It's weird.
One person investigating the Enron thing came up with such an obvious name for it. That was so clever. It's like, you can't have who thought this up. If you are, kudos. She called it adventure capitalism.
Yeah, that's where my mind was going.
When I first read that,
it goes up a little, goes down a little.
Yeah, and it's like, we're just down here having fun. Like, adventure. It's like your kids playing or something. And I'm like, that is so obvious of a statement for venture cap, because that's what Enron was doing, was being venture capitalists, investing in various energy businesses around the world and projects that were never going to get off the ground. It didn't fucking matter. As long as we started building them, we claimed the ultimate value of them. They were the ones, by the way, Enron, an energy supply company from Texas that started streaming online. Video on demand service. Enron was the first one to ever do that.
Oh, yeah.
They partnered with Blockbuster to provide videos on demand. And the system completely failed. They didn't have the...
Blockbuster.
Yeah. And Enron, an oil, natural gas energy company. What
so
the hell?
two defunct companies nowadays joined forces back in the day. That just screams great decision making.
To start video on demand streaming services, which are now everywhere. It tells you about the decrepit beginnings of these things, much like finding out that the first Let's Play was performed by Chris Chan.
Oh, God! Oh!
Did you not know that, sir?
I did not. And now I'm going to unknow that.
I wouldn't call it the first.
Where's my
I wouldn't call it the first, but it's definitely the earliest. Like, one of the earliest. It's Chris Chan showing off his Animal Crossing village. Which is actually really fucking funny, because there's this part in there, right, where he's, like, walking around, he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna walk around my village now, right? And, like, so he leaves his house, and, like, immediately as he leaves his house, you see villagers going inside their own houses.
Take it off.
He's walking through the village, and like you keep seeing these villagers, right? And, like, it's almost as if as soon as they see him, they're like, "Nah, I'm out. I'm out, and they just like go inside their own houses.
Oh man. Wow. When even the virtual community.
Exactly.
Right?
When even. New segment on the Noir Bar show.
Like,
When
when
even.
even your fucking Animal Crossing villagers who... Keep in mind, this is the first Animal Crossing game where, yeah, if you carry too much money on you, these fucking same villagers would fucking mug you for your money, for the audacity of carrying around too much money. Yeah, when they're running back into their houses, when they see you, yeah, that's, Huh.
I'm
Yeah,
just
fuck
saying,
it, the first
sometimes he
Animal
gives us
Crossing
a
game,
sign.
there was Charles. Like, I don't know, the first game, like, yeah, the villagers were really kind of dicks.
Never mind the fact that
Like,
Tom Nook is basically a mob boss.
Oh, yeah, never mind that. But yeah, they would fucking mug you, though. Just for the crime of carrying too many bells.
Sounds criminal to me. Not really.
Yeah, right?
It's just-
Like, oh, you poor kid walking around your village, yeah, you're carrying too many bells. Like, no wonder they fucking changed that, though.
right.
I mean, no wonder there are so many, late millennials and bloody Zoomers that are, grew up to be socialists and Marxists and fucking communists, right?
Right.
They were taught
All play
they were
Animal
taught at
Crossing.
knee high that it's okay to just take people's shit because, well, they've got too much of it anyway.
Yeah, right?
So, being that we've been on for 2.5 hours
2
plus,
hours now.
2 hours, yeah. Why don't we actually get into some content? Although,
Yeah, right?
no, there's
What
been content.
part of this has not been
I
content
was about
so
to say,
far?
no, this content is fine. So, Sam, I was showing this picture of Hammer's monitor setup, which I find to be very impressive.
Oh yeah, triple setup, yeah.
Yeah, except that his far monitor is failing blue, which is a major failing for Hammer because, he likes his blue.
It's Hammer.
Yeah.
But this is the same man that, like, he finds one little thing wrong with his operating system. He just reinstalls the whole thing.
It's true. Hammer appeals to
That
nuclear
that
option.
is
like-
actually
Bothers
true.
thing.
I'm joking, but I'm also telling the truth there, you know?
But what stood out to me is it reminds me of Darth Mando's setup.
Oh,
That's something, huh?
I'm reminded of the flat Earth conspiracy theorist. Where is the curvature? Right here. Right here.
The thing that it obviously caught my eye about this, not just like the foreground monitor and the behind auxiliary monitor, if you will, but that it's nested in a sheer, what would you call it? He's enrobed in nerdery here, okay? Like if you look around in the background.
Yeah.
Enshrined, I believe is the word.
Yes, that's-
There's just so much going on.
this is actually like a high-res picture, and Zelthor and I were zooming in on different parts of it. You can zoom in on the upper right hand. Oh, look at that. He's got a blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what is that? He's like, something for Mandalorian. It's the thing that the little Yoda's standing on. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, wait a minute. Is
Yeah,
that
he
a...
was just listing off all the things. It's like he just notices this, that, and the other. It's just like, oh, it's this, it's that, it's that. It's like, holy shit.
Is Mando still around in chat? Because I've got a brilliant business proposition here. You know those games that they used to be, the housebound women whose kids have flown the nest, or perhaps not. They play an awful lot of them, right? There's Find the Object games. Mando, you have got
God.
in this one picture alone, like at least 3 games worth, man. Make that shit, sell that shit, buy more shit, and keep doing it.
I Spy Star Wars edition.
Exactly. They don't care about the theme. These housebound women, they don't care about the theme. They just want the game.
Although if
Make
it
it
has to do with murder mysteries, that's an A+.
See,
Sorry.
you know what's funny is that, can you guys see my cursor, my mouse?
Yes,
Not really.
No.
but not at the moment. But...
This part of it,
No.
I thought was a model of Luke's house on Tatooine, where he went and drank the blue milk and ate the fried gungan in Star Wars: A New Hope. But I want to transmit my application to the Academy this year. The season before the harvest? But that's when I need you the most, Luke. That whole exchange. I thought that was one of his little desert housings that they had as a moisture farmer. And I didn't say anything about it because we were naming off different things, like Zelthor and I, the figures that were sitting up there in the top and what you could see in the various glass cases and so forth. And then Zelthor says, I really love that you can see the back of Slave One there. And I looked up and I'm like, oh my God, that's what it is. That's the bottom of Slave One. Like the Mandalorian, what's his name's Boba Fett's ship. I'm like, oh my God, it is. I thought that was the top of the roof, and this was a little antenna that's sticking out of the house, and it's not at all. It's Slave One. Fucking nerdery running wild. It was just... Yeah, it is a very small sample because I opened it in... He sent me 2 pictures. One of them's kind of doxy. The other one's not. This is the one that's a little bit more clear. Not doxy, but it's smaller framed, so there's less of the background in it, unfortunately. But, let's not be doxy. What blew...
And it also demonstrates that it is in fact one long screen and not 2, like I thought it was in the original one.
Good point. Which led us to look
I thought it was 2 screens.
It led us to kind of looking up the monitor because I had asked Zelthor, do you think that's on one stand in the middle or there's 2 off to this, like 2 stands off to the side? Like, wouldn't it be like precariously balanced in the center? And we ended up looking up different monitors and the feet. And what I thought was crazy is like Zelthor's the superior nerd when it comes to especially Mandalorian. He's able to name things and stuff, and there's a lot of Mandalorianisms at work here. I'm like, oh my God, look, he's got a model lightsaber. I'm like, where? In the top right-hand corner. That's a lightsaber leaning off into... Oh my God, it is! Like, we're looking at the smallest, tiniest little things. We missed the giant fucking lightsaber just sitting there.
Polly, I feel the need to reach through the screen and shake you because you missed the obvious Mandalore.
What?
What?
Mandalorianisms. No, Mandalore. Just law, but Mandalore. Damn it!
Oh! Oh. Yeah. Okay, Mandalore.
What are you talking about?
You said Mandalorianisms. You could have gone with just Mandalore.
Like, law.
Are you telling me not to make up words? I can't do that.
And if you're gonna make them up, make up better ones.
I refuse. I'm the man who coined the term scienticians. I will not back off from this.
I know the scienticians is good.
What was it? What was the name I came up with for Dylan Mulvaney today when I was really tired and having a bad moment? Oh, Blocky McFlatchest. Yeah.
Wait, so not the original Tomb Raider?
Yeah, very much so.
Oh,
yeah, I am on a speed run to seeing my channel shut down. And
What a great birthday present. Speed run.
Yeah, you could be on the last episode of anything on my channel.
Hell yeah.
Oh, so as I started to ask you about an hour ago, Fyre, we could check back in on Mando's pictures here in a bit, because he sent me some more, which I'm assuming show off the Shrine of Nerdery, as Sam described it. Fyre, what would you like? Ladies' choice and birthday girl's choice. We have Zillow Homes. We have Australian news. We have space news. And we can split them up any way you'd like. We can do a Zillow home and then this and then that. Up to you.
Can we do space?
We can do space news.
I would like space news.
Sure.
Yay.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, that's not space.
No.
That's space. Oh.
And you can see this?
White screen.
White screen.
White screen.
All right. It's fine. I've got 2 versions of this browser open, and Discord's probably like, what is going on?
It can't even.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of space, I have a... 1 minute. I released pictures that I drew.
Server 21, that was uncalled for.
So, you know.
You know what you did. That's not funny.
So, you know.
She is that's not funny.
Face.
That's hilarious. Unlike Keira Knightley, she has no hill areas. I'll see myself to the corner.
Oh god. So yeah, you know, space news, space pictures. There you go. Happy birthday, me. Fuck you.
Hey, this one's pretty. I was gonna say this one's pretty good. That sounds like I'm surprised, but it just. I mean to say, I really like this one. Plus, oh, chat! Yay! There it is. I like that one.
Yeah.
That one's great.
Thank you. Thank you.
As far as open for commissions,
I am. I actually am.
It's
not
true
a joke
again.
this time.
Yeah, it's not just me trying to bug Far and make put her in the corner.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I actually am open for commissions now.
Hey, Camel Far. That's no moon.
Yeah, this is a moon.
Let's take a look. Okay, Ganymede. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, Callisto. Oh, I like Callisto.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
And
Thank you.
Callisto's not currently pondering an orb, but has one to ponder.
Yeah, sure, it's an orb. Why not?
Callisto? Io? Oh, I like Io.
That is pretty good.
That is actually
Yeah,
really
thank
good
you,
use of
thank you.
gradients, honestly. That's really eye-catching. And you say you can't do shadows. Look at that use of light. That's very well done.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking Gaussian blurs going on there, so
It's all right. I'm a fan as
you
well.
have no fucking idea. Just like, yeah, that's just up blurs. That works. It's fine.
What does she have in her left hand?
A blade of some kind.
Well, Io is pretty molten, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I see on the outside apparently, but you know, it's very volcanic.
Sounds like a woman. Icy on the outside, full of burning rage inside. Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, and has the most unfortunate description that scientists give it of, oh, it looks like a pizza or a rotten orange. Like, Jesus Christ, guys.
Yeah.
You can't think of any better way of describing what the surface of Io looks like? Just pizza or rotten orange?
I mean, they're scientists, not men of eloquence.
Yeah, it's just like, I understand. But it's at the same time, it's like, Jesus Christ, that is the worst description I have ever read for what a moon looks like.
Hey, Camel Far.
And we
does
know
it
there's
through,
one that looks like a titty moon.
Oh yeah, there is Titty Moon, right? Yeah, it's got the.
Yeah, there's the titty moon. You know, Mimus, the titty moon. It's like,
Yeah.
that exists. And it's like, this is the worst description.
Hey, Camel. She has a PayPal,
sorry.
and just hit her up and ask her, and she,
Yeah. Yeah, shit, I send like a link with the price on it. You can change the amount it is by the in the URL, but that's whatever. Like I just usually send the link when it comes time for payment.
I've got a limiter on my mic. Why is my mic picking up my knuckles cracking? Weird. Anyway.
That's weird.
Remember,
Anyway.
Whenever the name of whenever the name Io comes up,
ISO.
yeah, ISO. Whenever Io
ISO.
comes up, I flash back to that joke from Riff Tracks, which I've even turned Riff Tracks into donations. I'm a big fan because of some of the nonsensical, out of nowhere humor that they bring into it, like Trappist monks, you miserable bastards. I hope you all die, you cheese making bastards and whatnot. It had nothing to do with nothing, and that's what made it funny. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's madcap.
Yeah, it's just what the fuck.
Yeah. And I was watching the remake of Clash of the Titans. Not because it's a good movie, but because there was riff tracks for it. And he encounters Perseus, encounters Io, and she has, in this version of the story, this made up half-assed, so she's cursed with immortality. And the idea being that she has to, see everyone she knows die and then make new friends and see them die. That's the curse. Is it you know, no one's ever going to want to be near you or with you or anything because of that. And when she's explaining like her curse and how bad it is and how awful it is, one of the riffers flips off. Kevin Murphy flips off out of nowhere and goes, "Stupid IO! Every time I play Scrabble, all you do is waste my vowels and you only give me 2 letters. I hate you."
Okay.
Yeah, and I was like, okay. And you know, Mike, like the main riffer, goes, "You all right?" He goes, "I'm really not. I take Scrabble far too seriously." Made me laugh. Europa.
Yeah, Europa.
Damn. That looks like the accounting lady at my campus.
Really?
Yeah.
Is she that short as well?
It's more of the evil frown in that she's pointing at something on a piece of paper. "See, you're not allowed to claim this, Mr. Dubbenstein. This has been explained to you beforehand." But it's not what that... It doesn't matter. It's here on the list. Look. Never mind my spikes
Sounds like
of
a
death. She's not a nice lady.
Never mind my spiky icicles.
No, I did mention her spikes of death, which are interestingly around the accounting lady's desk as well. I don't know how she got them.
So, would you be a nice lady if you were constantly surrounded by pricks?
Good God. Is Europa the one with cryovolcanoes?
No, it's the one where it has it's the one with like, yeah, life might be here, maybe.
One of the 10.
Yeah, right. But it's heated, potentially like heated ocean bottom.
Okay.
And just, yeah. So it has like vents, I think, on the surface. Like, not really cryovolcanoes, but like stress cracks more from underneath.
Is your accounting lady vaguely German? Whenever I want to make someone sound stern, I do a quasi-fake German thing. In case you guys haven't noticed, I'm pretty goddamn poor at fucking accents and mimicry, so it's one of the few that I can do is fake German sounding. You know, "You will give us your papers," you know, that kind of thing. And really all I'm doing is an impression of Major Strasser from Casablanca. "You are not always so carefully neutral. We have an entire dossier about you, Mr. Blaine." Anyway, so yeah, FAR's open for commissions for anything you like as long as it's not weird.
Yeah, thank you for adding that on there. Yeah, no NSFW shit.
Yeah.
I probably should have added that on there. I really should have, shouldn't I? Oh well.
Yeah.
I feel like it's more, it should be obvious, right?
Florida toddler found
Right.
an alligator's jaws. No, wait, this ain't space. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, that's not space. Space Floridians?
Japanese company iSpace says that there's a high probability they have a crappy name for their company.
And that the spacecraft crashed on the moon.
It did. They said there's a high probability it crashed on the moon. Let's find out what the hell
they
they
don't
mean.
know.
Well, yeah,
They don't know.
they suspect it.
Right.
Why you trashing Luna, bro? What's the story? Let's find out. Japanese startup company iSpace says its attempt to make the first private moon landing had failed after losing contact with its unmanned spacecraft when it unexpectedly accelerated and likely crashed on the lunar surface. The startup, you keep saying that, said it was possible that the lander...
Yeah, much like SpaceX's latest rocket.
Yeah.
Just, spun out of control.
I did love the
Did
one
flippy
suggestion
spaceship.
on Twitter, the guy who's just like clearly just angry at Elon Musk for existing. You're competing with NASA. This is wrong. Private space travel, all of Elon Musk's money should be taken from him and given to NASA. Shut up.
That guy does realize that they were using NASA shit to do that launch, right?
The fact that Musk is operating in concert with them and leasing some of their tracking services and their platform like actual platform from them NASA, is beyond
Yeah.
this person's point. They just want to scream
They just-
nationalization, communist understandings of economics with not understanding that that's exactly what they're doing. And it's sad. Just take all his
no,
money.
That is pretty fucking sad.
Yeah, it really is. It bugs me.
They'll never be happy.
The startup said that it was possible as the lander approached the moon, its altitude, measurement system had miscalculated the distance to the surface. Holy shit, that's how they are crashing planes in Die Hard 2. It was. The terrorists took over the air traffic controllers' computers and made them think they were further away from the ground than they actually were, and they just, went right into the ground. British Airways went down first. I wonder if that was a sign to Britain. And in case anybody doesn't remember, it was Miles O'Brien who was the pilot. It's true. Look it up. You still with us there, Sam? Okay. That's what I thought.
Okay.
It apparently
Yes, all right.
went into free fall towards the surface, as is wont to happen in low gravity space.
Because I'm free falling. I don't fucking know. Like, how do you freeze fall in
yes,
space?
sorry, yeah. I'm,
It apparently went into free fall towards the surface as it was as it was running out of fuel to fire up its thrusters. Chief Technology Officer.
So much of this sounds like just a failure on so many levels. Like, how did you miscalculate that badly? How did you not give it enough fuel?
Mason, it's true. Look it up. Cole Meany was the pilot. He was. The guy who played Chief O'Brien on Star Trek. Next Generation DS9.
Yeah, okay.
All right. I just find it hilarious that he was on screen for like 2 seconds going, all right, we're coming in, air traffic. Thank you. Ah! And he explodes. That was it. I'm like, that guy's actually a really well-known actor. That's, what the hell, man? That's all you had him for? Okay, fine, we're coming in, and then scream of death, that's it. And then a fire, ball of fire taking over the cockpit while he screamed, of course.
Well, I hope that was worth it.
Why is a painfully Irish Irishman piloting British Airways? I wouldn't trust him. Don't you remember the Troubles?
Because he couldn't be a space leprechaun.
well, sense of irony, right?
Yeah. When they say like free fall, like, okay, all orbit is technically free fall. Is that what they mean? It was orbiting and it was doing so too close to the lunar surface, and thus as it was going down, it didn't have its thrusters to push it further back up as one's orbit will decay over time. That kind of thing?
Well, it was expected to land, so they were trying to land it, so I don't think it's necessarily a trying to keep an orbit thing, but...
Well, you're right. Yeah, it went into free fall, so then they were trying to land it.
Yeah. They were trying to land it, it's just it went horribly, horribly wrong somehow.
They didn't appreciate the gravity of the situation.
Oh, God.
You're welcome, chat. I'm here all week.
Wow.
They lost contact with the probe and it was about 90 meters above the moon's surface. So, again, just more shit where you're like, how much more could possibly go wrong here, I guess? It just keeps going.
That's interesting. More than 6 hours after communication with Space East, Tokyo company confirmed there was a high probability that it slammed into the moon.
Got a new crater, boys!
That's not true, Assassin of the Grey. Not everyone knows that. There could have been some people who didn't know and didn't care. Think about it.
Like me.
That's right.
Yeah.
I was torturing them. It was disappointing. It was a disappointing setback for iSpace, which after a 4.5-month mission on the verge of successfully land a spacecraft on the moon. I thought that was me for a second.
No, that's not you. That's ABC.
Takashi Hakamada, founder of CEO.
It's our ABC, guys.
Yeah. held out hope that even after contact was lost, the lander descended the final 10 meters. See? Zombie Teddy didn't care. There you go. In a statement, the company said it has been determined that there's a... Yeah, okay, you said so. It crashed into the moon's surface on December 2022. The spacecraft was launched from Cape Canaveral, Florida on a SpaceX rocket.
It's a... SpaceX strikes again.
I thought this smelled wrong.
But it's... That wasn't their fault. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's like they got the iSpace thing where they were contracted to get it. It's not our fault you couldn't land on the moon, fuckers. You didn't pay us for that part. You just paid us to get you up there.
Right.
So,
yeah, that's all on you guys.
This is passing the space buck writ large.
Mm.
Or the Starbuck.
Ooh.
Oh,
I
better go climb into the barrel myself now.
You're gonna self-barrel.
Yes, I am.
Japan has serious ambitions for the moon.
Barrel.
I wonder what the Japanese call the moon.
Suki.
What is it?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's Suki, if I remember.
Yeah, I like that it's straightforward
Yeah.
and simple.
Well, it's based on their god name for it, isn't it? Tsukiyami.
Is it?
Mm,
Do I have to
fairly
look
sure.
everything up?
maybe, no, I'm looking it up
All
for
right.
you.
Yeah, because Amaterasu is the name for the sun goddess, and then Tsukiyami was the name for the moon god.
Yeah, it's Suki. It is Suki.
So is that TSUKI? Suki, like that?
Yeah,
In Roman letters?
TSU.
Romanized letters, whatever.
Yeah, TSUKI.
Nice. Straightforward, simple, possible to say.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, has a very simple kanji associated with it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Japan's ambitions for the moon, a successful landing would have marked a welcome reversal from recent setbacks Japan has faced in space technology. I don't know. Okay, maybe very recently, and I'm not aware of them, their mapping of the moon, their cartography of the moon was second to none.
Oh yeah.
I've gone through, like, I don't mean like in some kind of detailed way that somebody who studies these things for a living would be able to know, but I was happy to because I'm very interested in Luna. And to be able to scroll through the high-res photography that they took of the entire surface of the moon, it's amazing. Nobody had come close to that level of detail, and it's the entirety of the moon. That was a massive shut the fuck up level success. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What the hell has happened to them recently? I'm curious. It's a number of recent setbacks. Fuck. That sucks.
They let too many Westerners in. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, is this like the only space company that they have in Japan?
That's a good question. You bring iSpace. You're right. They probably had nothing to do with the people that launched the lunar cartographer or whatever they called it. I should look that up. I saved it in favorites somewhere for like another Noir Bar or something. It's the United States, the former Soviet Union, and China have soft landed a spacecraft on the moon. How many of those had people in it? Oh, right.
None.
Well, the U.S. did multiple times.
If it's not,
Yeah, they sent people up there just to. They sent people up there just to make sure that there were no Ruskies building moon bases.
Well, so Commie and Commie Jr. didn't land people on the moon. Just saying.
But we had to check, damn it.
The part I love is India and a private Israeli company also attempted, but failed.
You'd have thought India would be quite good at handling rocket exhaust, but apparently not. That's a joke about spicy food.
I remember watching Dennis Miller doing a stand-up from the 90s, and his jokes just stuck with me because it's so fucking funny. Like, such and such a country and such a country, Jordan and so on, they have space programs. He's like, why? Why do you have space programs at all? What are you going to do? And he's like, they want to explore the moon. I'll tell you when Arabs will make it to space. As soon as the Israelis do. They'll be there a month later.
they'll be there.
Oh,
That's a spicy line there, Polly.
yeah. And like, I guess that was like late 90s. He was doing that stand-up. Like, that's funny as fuck, man. Holy shit. An hour before the planned touchdown, the 2.3 Mitre tall M1 began its landing phase. Like, just so close to the end, and it crashes. That really sucks. Gradually tightening its orbit around the moon from 100 kilometers above the surface to roughly 25, traveling at nearly 6,000 kilometers an hour. Jesus. So, yeah, it was going around like we were guessing. And then, I don't know, this thing like lost its thrust. So I'm imagining meaning lost its control thrusters, where it...
Yeah, something like that. Or like it lost... I mean, it said it lost fuel as well, so it's just...
Yeah.
Something went wrong?
Yeah, fucking
Something.
blows.
Fuel line froze, yeah.
I just Elon Musk's giant SpaceX Starship rocket leaves large craters and causes serious damage at Texas base. You know,
Is that because it blew the fuck up?
Yeah, well, it didn't in flight. What the fuck is this doing on... Oh, okay, that's why. I thought it was on space.com. Sorry, chat. Because I just saw over to the side, Barack Obama, Steven Spielberg, and Bruce Springsteen pose for a photo in Barcelona. I'm like, and? Even now that I know it's just on ABC News, I'm still like, and? Who cares? Celebrity stupidity run fucking wild, man. Gives a fuck. 3 people you probably heard of were standing together. Someone took a picture. Oh, great. There was this week.
Okay, so...
In what? Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
So I was looking into the ice face, right? Trying to figure out if these are the same people that did the that spectacular imaging of the moon, right?
Uh-huh.
It's not them. I have found 3 Japanese space companies. Or programs, if you will. You have iSpace, which is the company. You have the Japanese space program, which is an entirely different thing.
Uh-huh.
Then you have JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and it is JAXA that I'm pretty sure that they are the one that did the moon imaging.
And they're all private?
I think the program is a government one. That one originated in the mid-1950s as a research group in Tokyo, so I'm assuming that's like the actual like government one, right? iSpace is a private one.
Okay.
And then JAXA, I think, is also government.
Huh.
Because that one seems to be related to like some kind of like research organization or some shit. Yeah, jurisdiction, government of Japan. So 2 of these are at least government. 1 independent. One just its own company. And this is the one that seems to have all the issues, is the company one.
Fuck.
Huh.
So let's talk about China.
They have 3 programs though. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What the
Oh
fuck?
shit. That's there we go. Trying to break silence over status of stationary Martian rover. I wanted to read this because I was like, okay. By the way, I hate news entertainers the world round for using that phrase. Break silence! In this case, it probably matters, but it's just like, so-and-so was not available for immediate comment. And it's like, because you didn't respond within like 2 hours to these assholes trying to fucking get the scoop on a fucking story and create the hype around it at the same time, they claim that by the time you finally do talk, which is like, 72 hours later, you're finally breaking your silence, huh? Like, shut up. But it probably matters here because China probably wasn't saying shit.
Yeah, it probably matters here. But
Yeah.
it's like, I sure it's only like they're not responding within 2 hours. I'm sure it's not like 5 minutes.
I think that I have no doubt when you're reading an article and it says so-and-so did not respond immediately for comment, that means they fired off the email and waited no more than 60 seconds to see if there was a reply. And if not, boom, we're going to electronic print with this. And then you can write, we didn't lie. We offered you the chance to respond, which is technically true. And that's all that matters. We don't even really care if you reply or not, honestly. And if you do, we want it as a separate story because we want to, interview you, and then we'll publish that as a separate exclusive. So it's still to their advantage to run with it without comment. Which is why, amongst other reasons, news entertainers suck. China's fully robotic rover on Mars, in longer than expected hibernation since May, has likely met with excessive accumulation of sand and dust, its mission designer says, breaking months of silence about the status of their vehicle. The motorized rover, Zhorong...
Wait, so it's been since May of last year?
Yeah, it's been in, quote, hibernation. It's not that it totally shut down that long ago and they totally know.
No, not at all.
Yeah, it's
Fucking hell.
they haven't received a online signal, if you will, from that rover since May of 2022.
That's God, yeah. It's just hibernation, guys. Don't. It's just sleeping.
Yep. You know how your computer goes into hibernation? Yeah, that's what it's doing. Don't believe you.
This is like telling a kid, right? Oh no, the dog's not dead. It's just sleeping.
The motorized rover Zhorong, named after a mythical Chinese god of fire that nobody cares about, was expected to have woken up in December. After entering a planned sleep mode in May. Sure, it was planned.
Sure. Yeah, I totally believe that this was planned.
As falling solar radiation with the advent of winter cut its power generation.
The advent of winter.
I noticed that as well, yes.
I'm irritated.
Do you ever picture that people like unnamed ABC reporter? There's no byline. Holy shit. Okay, whatever.
Yeah. Usually you don't see too many bylines on ABC articles, actually. I don't think, anyway.
Well, the information is largely from Reuters.
Yeah.
I know,
that makes sense.
Sam, I was doing talking about an article earlier this week, and somebody was talking about Tucker Carlson's firing, and they said Tucker Carlson, the most notable defenestration in news media.
But what?
Yeah. I joke about wanting to reach through the microphone and shake people, but holy shit, man.
Someone was using the big boy words.
Yeah. Normally when somebody pulls an awesome word out, I'm like, wow, you reached deep in the word bag for that one. No, they had that one sitting on the desk, and they were just waiting to use it.
It was the word of the day.
Something. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. Like, I get the idea, throwing someone from a window, but it doesn't make sense there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He didn't fall and hit the ground and die. That was Don Lemon.
I can only dream. I'll be right back. One moment.
All right.
Oh God! It's not like Tucker's not going to hit the ground bloody running, is it?
Exactly. I mean, the only concern for him is how long it's going to take him to work out his contractual shit. So, we don't want to get into Tucker here, but it's obvious that that's his only real concern. To everybody, it's not just to people who like him or watched him or whatever. Media people say that. Yeah, it's wherever he gets, like, the amount of offers that are probably pouring down on this guy right now. They don't even know. They're just taking guesses, and I think that it's the common thinking, in other words. That's what I mean to say. So why is the one asshole from Vanity Fair calling it a defenestration? Oh, right. Vanity Fair. That's why.
It's wishful thinking. That's what it boils down to. It's an awful lot of wishful thinking. I spent probably about 15 minutes on Twitter over the past couple of weeks, and a certain other, shall we say, conservative commentator. The amount of people that have been poking fun at his expense over a rather unpleasant situation he's found himself in lately. It's like, you fuckers delight in this, don't you? You just love pain and misery for anybody that's not yourselves, don't you? I don't even particularly like the guy that they're talking about.
You don't need to recognize it when you see it, if you know what I mean.
Right.
I was watching a stream from a channel that I watched earlier today, and he started his stream that was titled Answering Questions from Twitter. So people would ask him stuff on Twitter. He's going to bring it on the stream and say, look, this was the question I was asking. Here's the answer I gave, and then expand upon it. That's the whole theme for that one stream. He starts the stream with a really impressive piece of video of sharks all around a ship, and they're hopping like you would expect to see dolphins hopping out of the water. And the only reason they're hopping that much, like clearing the water, is because of how many of them there are. In one shark trying to get over the other one, it's clearing the water to do so. We're talking like it looks like hundreds of medium, like not large sharks, but they're all completely surrounding this ship. Extremely impressive and fucking scary when you realize they're all killing machines, you know? He's showing this video and he goes, you see, look at all those sharks. They're just jumping and spawning and they're just everywhere. It's a nightmare. That's Twitter. Let's go in. That's where he started the stream.
True.
I was like, where are you going with this? Because I just thought you just showed a cool video or a video with some really interesting imagery as a randomness, right? I said, that's Twitter. Let's dive in.
So, I'm back.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hello. What an apt description of Twitter. Holy crap.
Yeah, it works. Because it's not.
It certainly works.
And that is not to compliment angry people on Twitter that are looking for something to be in the comments on. That's for the response that a drop of blood in the water will get, is what he was referencing, and what made me laugh as well. How they all come from miles around at the smallest piece of chum in the water. You know what I mean?
I was going to say, each individual Twitter user is more of a carnivorous worm than a fucking shark, and I include myself in that.
You know what? I wonder if I could find a video of thousands of piranha, because none of them are worth very much, but they all take a tiny piece of flesh. And when they all show up at once,
then it's a problem.
It's like that James Bond
Death
film
by
where
1,000 nibbles.
Yeah, where the guy had the moat full of piranha. That was Live and Let Die. Yeah. He drops a full-size turkey into the water for like 3 seconds and pulls it out, and there's nothing but bones. And he's like, that's for you, Mr. Bond. Woo. Anyway, the Chinese trying to explain away their dead air spacecraft. The unforeseen pileup of dust, totally unsuspected on the Martian surface, by the way.
Unforeseen. What the fuck? You know what's on Mars' surface at this fucking point. We've had a bunch of rovers on there to demonstrate that. How the fuck would you not think that, yeah, it's gonna be covered in dust if we just leave it there for a period of time?
Well,
I don't think that would take that long.
This unforeseen and unforeseeable pileup of dust.
Oh, unforeseeable.
Well, no, I added that part on. A pileup of dust was most likely what affected the power generation and its ability to wake up, Chinese state television reported on Tuesday.
You mean to tell me that solar panels, right, when they get covered in a small amount of dust, become incredibly ineffective at generating power? How could we ever have learned that without leaving the planet?
I never would have guessed. Holy crap.
The Germans and their solar power fields?
Don't you come in here with your hate facts, Polydub.
Sorry. And not trying to go down this avenue,
what the
but
hell?
we all laugh when it says, and Chinese state television said this. And it's like, like we all laugh, right? This is exactly why, and I think everyone who's of clear mind knew that, why NPR and ABC News and CBC News and BBC did not want to be labeled on Twitter as government-sponsored media. Why? Because it greatly damages your credibility. The same kind of laughter should come forth when, say, NPR said positive thing about the Biden administration. NPR said negative thing about the Republicans. No.
I don't know if ABC really put up that much of a fight over that, though. Because that one's like, it's very hard to argue against ABC being state-funded, you know?
Well, I mean, that is the whole point. Imagine like the Poly News Network, and they
It's
said
just
something
funny
very
that it's like,
positive
oh,
about
they
me.
got it
Really,
too. No, me bringing that up with ABC, it was just more funny. It's like, oh shit, yeah, they got it too. Because I don't think I actually saw them make a fuss about it. It's just more funny of like, oh yeah, they got the label. Look at that.
every single one of them is labeled on YouTube as such. What's your problem on Twitter?
Yeah, but see, Twitter is owned by you know, a known neo-Nazi and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on, Elon Musk. Whereas YouTube is just so lovely and wonderful, you guys.
Yeah, I think it happened from day one, and that was that. Like it happened from way back on YouTube. Twitter, they had been doing it for a while. They were a strong independent news service, whichever one doesn't like it, and then to be labeled as such, oh well, that's a problem.
They're a strong independent news service that don't need no label.
Yeah, they don't need no label.
Yeah, that's that. So let's see.
Yeah,
the camera on board a NASA probe orbiting Mars showed the Chinese rover had not moved since last September.
Hey,
NASA, can you check in on our rover? Sure. Where is it?
yeah,
We think it might be here.
No.
We haven't heard from it in a while. Sure, let's go look. That's. I'm sorry, it's funny to me.
I can't believe they
someone
actually
can-
had to ask though. You know, like the Chinese Space Agency are like, let's ask NASA of all the fucking people. Yeah, can you just check in for us, please? Yeah, cool, thanks.
Did they ask
Very
NASA, or was there a bunch of guys? Was it just a bunch of guys sitting around at NASA that got like one of their birds around the moon, and they were just like, "What the fuck is that thing?" And then they realized it's the Chinese rover, and they're just like, "Let's give them a phone call." So, guys,
Oh
we found
god,
this
that
thing.
would be hilarious.
We
No,
think
that'd be
it might
funny
be
if it
yours.
was just that, right?
You know the one thing that
Oh,
does
Like it's just like they're
amaze
just
me.
fucking around.
It does describe it as a 240 kilogram probe, and a lot of them weigh a hell of a lot more than that. That is fucking up there. And they have gone.
It really is.
I don't know anything, of course, about this particular probe, but American and British ones, I've seen much more detailed information about. They go way the
Well,
fuck up.
because they actually released the information.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. They don't give, here's our integrated circuit board designs or anything, but they tell you about the construction and the size and et cetera, you know,
Yeah.
the materials in various places and so on. A lot more
Yeah, that's what
information.
I mean though,
Yeah.
right? It's like they actually give you information about the thing, whereas this, it's like
Yeah.
it could be run off like a tin can and a thimble for all we know.
Yeah, they
I really don't release the information of what goes into it.
the lengths that they go to try and make these things as light as possible to reduce material weight and so on is crazy. Like they have engineers, it's only their job to find out lighter ways of doing things they've already done. If you know what I mean. Like, we've designed this thing,
Yeah.
here's our design, let's send it over to the weight guys, and they'll try and lower the mass for us, and they'll send it back to us, we'll say, no, that'll compromise the design, we can't do that, or whatever, right? That is an incredible
Yeah.
amount of weight to try and bring safely and softly down on another planet. That is, I know we got a bunch of engineers in chat of different stripes and different varieties. That's some engineering that blows my fucking mind. They're actually able to transport, like, they're not light. And it's like, no, they're not. Yeah, but I didn't think they were like 500-pound heavy. Fuck.
Quarter of a fucking metric ton, 2.5 people,
That's
or about 6 FARs.
way.
Gotta start using that as a unit of measurement.
Yeah.
That's what I was going for. Thank you for
That
picking
sig
up on
pole
that.
was over 2,000 FARs wide, or 1,500 normal people.
Yeah, right? It's just, like, yeah, an asteroid is hurtling at Earth, and it's about, like 500 FARs tall.
I remember when they're talking about, there's parts of this spacecraft, like International Space Station and shuttlecraft and whatnot, that are only this thick. They're as thick as, like, foil.
Yeah.
If you can believe that, and that is a shocking fact in and of itself, but it's like, for the sake of mass reduction, because this part doesn't need to be any thicker than that. And it's not that they say no thicker than foil. Yeah, but I could put my fist right through aluminum foil, or my finger with ease. That's a titanium plate that's as thick as foil. I can't put my finger through that. So, don't make it sound like it's a shit box is what I'm getting at. It's not Chinese made.
Right?
It's
not Chinesium.
Yeah, there's not like paper
premium,
mache filling the empty
Chinese one.
spots. Like, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, paper mache. That's what I used to keep the radiation out.
I mean, it'd work for alpha and beta.
But just that.
Powered by solar energy, Zhongrong also looked for signs of ancient life, including any subsurface water and ice, using a
You're
ground-penetrating radar.
not gonna find the alien fish women.
There's not. They're not. It's not gonna happen.
China! Don't let NASA lie to you. They're not there. You're not gonna find the alien fish women on Mars before NASA. Because they're not there.
Let's see. The rover had been exploring the Martian surface for 358 days and traveled some 1,921 meters, Mr. Zhuang said, far exceeding its original mission time span of 3 months. Sure.
Well, these things always last, like, way longer. Except for the Japanese, like, satellite thing that they tried to land. Besides that one. All these things once they're implemented, they seem to last a hell of a lot longer than they're supposed to.
I don't believe them. Personally, I think it's like, okay, it's supposed to last, it's got an 18-month program. And it shut down after 6 months. Well, that's, and then Chinese state news, the program was only supposed to last 4 months. It went well beyond its program date.
Oh, well, yeah, if it's Chinese, then yeah, suspect that shit, but...
You know what I mean?
Just saying, like, maybe they heard it, like, from, just about every other NASA probe or satellite or rover that's ever existed, right? And they're like, oh, yeah, they always last way longer than they should, huh?
Yeah. All right, have a
So
good night,
Dad's
Darth
like,
Mando.
yeah, it's lasting way longer. Yeah, good night.
So it makes me think...
Thanks for stopping by.
Think of this stuff. For aerogel.
Yeah. I think I do, yeah.
Oh my god, that stuff's cool. It's only twice as dense as air.
Like, fucking aerogel, man.
It's great. You could buy this stuff online?
I'm
gonna get some. Fuck it.
I know people do. They order. I mean, tell me that doesn't look like just some really, really bad Photoshop work, but it's not.
It does.
It's
like a hologram from a movie in like the 1980s. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, but nah, man, it's a remarkable insulator. Just the stuff is fucking incredible. People like buy a block of it online just to fuck around with it on YouTube, and that's what I'd be buying it for, just to take it out every now and then and fuck with it. You could like flick it up in the air, and it takes forever for it to come down because it's just so undense, whatever that word is.
It looks like solidified flame.
Yeah, like a natural gas blue flame. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, look at this stuff we've created. We're weird.
What's it do? Oh, nothing much. I mean, it's an insulator and it's incredibly light, but we don't do much with it. So you just made some shit. We're human beings. Of course we just made some shit.
Yeah, I mean, the materials company.
It's within human nature. Just make shit. Don't know what it'll do.
Well, that's what DuPont and 3M do all day. They just hire chemical engineers to go make stuff. For what? I don't know.
Yep.
You think any of them had any idea what plastic was going to be for? Like literal plastic?
Probably not.
Any kind of polymer gets named as plastic, but no, it's an actual they call it derived from oil byproducts.
Yeah, but it was also just a word before that anyway.
Was it really?
Got associated. Oh yeah, yeah,
Well,
plastic. It was like, yeah, like it's like, what is it exactly? Like flexible, bendable, something like that.
It's
like
plastic
moldable?
means basically anything that forms to its environment.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, like it was already a word before it. It's just it got applied to what we know as plastic now.
Huh. In any case, I remember the company that came out with this, and then their marketers were like, it has a whole varied array of purposes. It could be used for the bottom of spacecraft, like Valeen's talking about. Weight is more of a factor at takeoff. Then it's fair enough.
Yeah.
But anything that can save weight, because you also have to have an incredible amount of insulation for re-entry and whatnot. And they're like, it could be used for re-entry. And it's like, do you know that? Is it actually useful for that in its material capacity and whatnot? And it doesn't matter. The point is someone will find something to do with this shit. The point is they have to pay us a licensing fee when they do. Oh, right. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Yeah. You got to think that the people that work at DuPont and 3M and DARPA and whatnot that are just creating materials all day, they're pretty mad scientists about the whole thing. I think they cackle regularly and steeple their fingers.
Okay, but the real question is, and the thing that I'm sure everyone's dying to know is, how much aerogel do you need to stop a bullet?
Actually,
That's the real question.
not much. Meaning,
Yeah, that's the thing that people have done, isn't it?
no, I don't mean not much. I mean that like it wouldn't take much of a bullet to be able to go through it because you can break it in half, like with your hands. It's like styrofoam. And the reason I know is I've seen people do it. That's the kind of material it is. Yet you can stand on it. So it's got a lot of. Okay, engineers, help me out here, or anyone who remembers high school physics.
Tensile strength versus ductile strength, that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, like it's got very poor torsion strength for twisting, if I remember correctly, is torsion strength, and then it's shearing force. It's very poor at that, being sheared, but direct force on it, whatever the hell that's called. So it's like a goddamn cinder block. It can handle a lot of weight on top of it, force coming at the side of it, and a fucking 22 can blow it into fucking bits. That sort of thing. Strange. No matter what, it's
Very
funky as
strange.
hell. I mean, look at this.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. Ain't burning my fingertips.
Is it just
Makes
floating
sense.
on the flame there? Is that what's going on?
What's that?
Is it just floating on the flame there? Presumably it's that light that it can.
I see your point. I think that that's either probably a shitty Photoshop of something you actually can do. I don't think it's that light to float on flame, though. Well, maybe from a blowtorch, because that is a lot of gas pressure out of a blowtorch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe that is enough to
Yeah,
just
there's
hover it over there.
it. But I don't know if it's enough to do that.
I was just thinking, heat and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
The convection current off a flame.
And look at over here. They're trying to make better windows with aerogel. Of course they are.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Why wouldn't they?
Put like a polarized film over it or something.
Ooh, look.
Keep the UV out.
They got aerogel wrap.
Oh god, yes. they
Clothes
do.
that weigh nothing.
No, those. I think I've actually had to deal with this shit before. It's not
Oh, yeah?
good. Like, yeah, sure, it's insulates good. Sure.
The new polymer out of MIT. It's stronger than both
dries you out.
of the weight.
It absorbs all the moisture in your skin.
They've made transparent
Oh.
aluminum.
That's actually not that difficult to do. Funnily enough.
Transparent aluminum.
Yeah.
Yeah. You pretty much heat it up. You can do it with an aluminium can, aluminium soda can.
It's a Star Trek joke.
Yeah, that's why it flew over my head.
Mhm. Boo.
I won't apologize, Far.
A superhero polymer. New lightweight material is stronger than steel. MIT News.
Oh, all right.
The new substance is the result of a feat thought to be impossible. Polymerizing a material in 2 dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Using a novel polymerization process that we won't describe in any detail here because we're hoping to make money off of it, MIT chemical engineers have created a new material that is stronger than steel and as light as plastic. I know, your mind is blown. And it can be easily
Plastic
manufactured.
Sorry. It's as light as this thing that has variable weight and density.
Yeah, right? Which plastic are you talking about?
They're writing it to the the me's in the audience. We're like, oh, plastic, that's light. Okay. That kind of.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody here is that dumb, Polly.
Shut up.
Oh.
The new material is a two-dimensional polymer, so something that's by definition impossible. Gotcha. That self-assembles into sheets, unlike other polymers, which form one-dimensional spaghetti-like chains. Oh, you're being extremely loose with your definition of dimensions. Got it.
Yeah.
Until now, scientists had
So,
believed it was impossible.
This is the unspaghetti-coated version of a polymer.
Yes.
Yes.
They're not long chain molecules. They have breadth, and it's like 2 dimensions. You built your fucking polymer chains, and okay, I get it. Again, really loose use of the words. Such material could be used as lightweight, durable coating in car parts or cell phones, or as a building material for bridges or other structures. Says Michael Strano, the
sure?
Carbon P. Dubs Professor of Chemical Engineering.
You picked this article
my
for that.
God.
Are you fucking serious? The Carbon P. Dubs Professor of Chemical Engineering? I love that.
Oh my god. Carbon P-dubs.
That sounds like my fake scientician name. I just...
Okay, that's I'm making a note.
Hold on, I'm printing this article off and it's going right on the fridge.
Yeah, carbon P. Yeah, that's 2 B's. Okay. Carbon P dubs.
I hear you more on graphene sheets. They're extremely interesting, especially with the, okay, I shouldn't say especially. I found it interesting what they have been used for in practical application physics experiments. Like, what do different particle waves do when encountering a graphene sheet? And their behavior is quite bizarre. And now one is forced to explain the physical behavior of something that was only conceptual up until now, or put in the position of doing so. And that produces interesting postulation and research that I've found interesting anyway, with my admittedly far limited ability to grasp the complexity of what they're saying. Graphene sheets on that basis alone are very, very interesting. I hear you. Got to figure out what it's going to be useful for or applied to in terms of, like, I don't know, consumer products, or that somebody would want to buy it and license it or something. Fair enough. The only opposition I was taking to this is like, that's not two-dimensional. Oh, okay, now I get what you're talking about. Like, even if it's only a single atom, it still has, height and width. It's already two-dimensional.
So,
oh,
so
wait,
Polly,
it's 3.
scientician, do you spell that with a C or an S?
Hold on.
Scientician.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, how do you spell scientician? Come on, how do you spell your made-up word, Polly?
He hasn't decided
With a
yet,
C.
Far.
With a C.
Oh my god, he hasn't, has he?
No, it's
Okay.
I just had to look it up. It's with a C. Quiet.
Yep, he had to look it up, guys. Yep.
I had to type it out to see if it looked right, and I did. It did.
I had to check the reference sheet for my made-up words that is contained within my brain.
Oh, God damn it. I got a donation a good long time ago, and I totally spaced on it.
Oh no.
Yeah, I suck. Let's just play it again. Let's play it again. There it is.
There we go.
Chakotay's Indian Casinos, thank you for the $3 and the Weibo legs. I step out for a minute and you're talking about dead hookers. Now, I want to watch Dirty Work. Before that, I wanted to watch Best of the Worst. And did Burke and Harry get brought up? We were talking about dead hookers some time ago. Fuck, that shows you how long I've been razor and prick about that donation. We don't usually think of plastics as being.
Look, it's Far's birthday, all right.
Building. Yeah.
Talk about what I want on my birthday. If I want to talk about dead hookers, it's, deal with it. Okay, moving on.
The researchers have filed 2 patents on the process they used to generate the material, which they describe in a paper appearing in Nature. Fuck. Nature is like a journal beyond all other journals. That's like, okay, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
MIT postdoc Wen Zheng is the lead author of the new study. Oh, so China's got all the information on how to make it. Got it.
Great. Cool.
I don't mind cracking that joke at all. The amount of Chinese infiltration into U.S. research universities is insane. It's insane. I should do a video about that. That'd probably be the end of my channel, though. Yeah, it's just publicly available information. Who has been arrested for national security violations? And, oh, this person was charged with this person was charged with this. It is an amazingly long list of people of every ethnicity working at U.S. universities that were charged with collaboration and payment from the Chinese government or Chinese government adjacent sources for information on their original research, especially in the fields of electronic engineering and chemical engineering. Surprising absolutely nobody.
Yeah, absolutely not shocking whatsoever.
No.
But Polly, Russian interference, my friend.
Right.
Have you heard about it?
Yeah. Fucking hell. But what amazes me about that is like, really, there was only 2 patents involved in your process? They must be insanely involved patents. Not that I know much about chemical engineering patents, but I just think, I thought there would have been multiple layers of processes involved in doing this, to the point where you would have so many patents just to protect the complexity of your development. I mean, hell, SIG's new magazine had 4 patents on it. It's a gun magazine. It has got 4 separate fucking patents on it.
Are we sure this is real?
The process? You mean it's not conceptual kind of thing?
Yeah, like, are we sure this is a real thing, right?
Did they make it yet?
Like,
that's a good question.
Yeah, that's like that's why it's not got so many or as many patents as you would assume on it. It's just more of a, hey, we made a thing, guys, trust us. we totally did a thing, yeah. Now fund us.
That's entirely possible. You good there, Polly?
Yeah, I'm just skim reading through the article to see if because it just suggests that there's a what the limitation was beforehand, and the new process, they came up with a new polymerization process. It doesn't say that they enacted it practically, because they came up with one, which still, Bar's question persists. Did they actually do it? Or are they suggesting a means by which it might be done?
I mean, you'd hope, given as this is like material science, that there'd be a practical demonstration of it. But who knows these days?
Well, there's your answer.
Right?
Got it. Strano says, this mechanism happens spontaneously in solution, meaning growing in 2 dimensions. And after we synthesize the material, we can easily spin coat thin films that are extraordinarily strong after we synthesize the material. So you haven't done it yet.
Yeah, okay. So it's all conceptual.
Yeah, the researchers showed that they could coat surfaces with films of the material, which they call 2DPA1.
That's
They showed how, practically.
That's a name.
Or here's a possible means by which they could coat it. They showed how they could coat surfaces. By coating the surfaces with it? Or
The only thing I knew for sure was this. Every son of a bitch it worked for. They were all gonna be better off dead.
See, now there's a gun magazine design that you can sink your teeth into. Single stack, single follower, single spring. Hell yeah. John Moses Browning for the win. Didn't need a fucking Swiss German company. I love SIG, I'm just kidding. Gamer Valine, thank you for the $9. I sent you a second article on another engineering development from MIT that is applicable for aircraft and spacecraft. No one ever develops anything for watercraft. It's infuriating.
Yeah, fuck the ocean.
That's what space scientists are trying to do, just on other planets.
Why don't they ever develop something that can, like, I don't know. unnaturally buoyant or something. You know, it defies physics. That's what I want to read about.
Holly, this is science. We don't do unnatural things with science.
Not at all, no.
I could. That is angering enough to make me want to slap someone. I just tried turning on night mode, and it says this is only available for subscribers. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
I have
Wow.
never seen that.
How many ways
Why
can you
would
people fuck off? I just.
I've never seen someone like hide fucking dark mode behind a paywall. What the fuck?
Well, it is interestingengineering.com, Far. I mean, you know.
That's still bizarre. What the fuck?
Oh, I agree.
At this point, I consider dark mode to be an accessibility option, frankly. It improves readability, damn it, for, you know, most all of us that rarely leave the man cave.
Valine just sent this on... It looks like a barbecue tool I owned once.
That's concerning, Polly.
What?
This is some sort of...
No,
Isn't it?
the thing in the middle with the two like leads on it leading to a coily bit in the center, right? I had this thing for it, so you wouldn't have to flame up your if you were using charcoal briquettes, you wouldn't have to light a fire in one spot and then have that fire spread from that spot to the other briquettes. You could put that little platter deal underneath them and have them, like a number of them, all spark up at the same time. You plug that thing in to the wall and it would cause them all to spark up at the same time, and then you could pull it out after a few minutes and they were all lit, so it would be a much more even heat.
Like an induction plate.
Yes. Dude, it was a coily thing that got bright red with heat. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks...
It's more just the way it looks here.
It
Just like,
was
wow.
elementary, my dear Polly.
Yeah.
Boo. Boo.
Okay, let me see if they're going to let me read this without, like, subscribing. Ooh, Blueprint newsletter. Stay ahead of your peers with Blueprint. No. Created by the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. That's MIT. A new heat treatment, the microscopic structure of 3D printed metals, making materials more durable and resistant to thermal shock.
What? Case hardening. We're doing case hardening.
Yes. Well, they said nothing about quenching, so we don't know. Let's find out. As MIT suggests, high-performance blades and vanes for jet engines and gas turbines might be 3D printed using the process, opening the door to novel designs with reduced fuel consumption and increasing fuel efficiency.
Turns out when you make the surface of blades and vanes harder, they drag less. Who knew?
Huh. So how do they react when a person's sucked in? And that's what everyone was thinking.
No, it really wasn't.
Put it this way,
I
Polly.
think only
You
you
need
thought
less
that.
acid.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, so this is how you dispose of a body.
Yeah, you go down to your local airfield
Ah.
and find yourself a intake, and
Yeah, it's throw the corpse in there. Yeah, problem solved.
modern gas turbine engines are produced using traditional casting techniques, including pouring molten metal into intricate molds and solidifying in a particular direction. Is there a made?
Yes, that's a
Modern
modern
problems
casting
require-
technique. That one, Polly.
Yeah, that doesn't date back to the
Modern
19th century or
problems
anything.
Require modern solutions.
They are made to revolve at high speeds in extremely hot gas, extracting work to generate electricity in power plants and thrust in jet engines. These components comprise some of the most heat-resistant metal alloys on Earth. All right. In metallurgy, the term creep describes a metal's propensity to irreversibly change shape when subjected to high temperatures and ongoing mechanical stress, says MIT. What? Are they the only ones?
Is that just going to be is that just gonna be the whole article? It's like they say thing, then says MIT.
Yes.
Like that's everything that's here. It just says MIT.
Well, because the people that write for Interesting Engineering didn't finish engineering school, so they don't know if what they're being told is correct.
Oh my god.
So they keep saying
relying on MIT.
Well, they don't know, and they don't want to get caught in the middle, and they have no ability to evaluate for themselves since they didn't finish engineering school whether these things are true or not. So they keep saying, like allegedly, right? According to MIT. If this is wrong, go talk to them, man. I don't know. There's a reason I'm writing for a failing blog. But shit.
That charges for dark mode.
Okay, right?
Yeah, right?
I'm doing this freelance for credit, so I don't look like I had no job for 4 years. Fuck. I have to make money somehow.
I'd take the L personally.
I think I'd rather write for space.com.
I wouldn't. I mean, we've looked into the fucking transcripts of the people working. Well, not the transcripts, but the fucking online resumes.
Yeah, but I
for the
mean,
people
like, at
writing for
least
that.
it's like, well, at least you could write about fun shit, theoretically, right? Like, Star Wars holiday lists.
Yeah.
Material science is fun. Sometimes.
I picture Valeen's out there going, would you just read the fucking article and
I mean, look, if I could, I could also just go and talk about how, Ganymede is a salty moon. And I could get paid for it. See, I would rather write for space.com.
Wait, did you do an artwork for Ganymede?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think
Let's
I missed
look.
it. I think
Yeah, that's the first one.
Ganymede.
They're in rank order, like moon size.
Look at the expression on that face. They're very much a salty moon. Very well done, fam.
Thank you. Yeah, he's filled with much salt.
While investigating the printing of 3D turbines, researchers discovered that the printing method results in refined grains ranging in size from tens to hundreds of microns, a microstructure particularly prone to creep. In practice, this would mean a gas turbine would have a shorter life and less fuel efficiency. I would actually like to see that. So you got a turbine spinning, obviously at great speed under intense forces, and there's a lot of heat involved, making it malleable and whatnot. So it's got this creep going on. Can one measure it with something other than a highly specialized tool? The amount of thickness increase further along in the blade? Do you see what I mean? Or do you need like an extremely specialized micrometer to measure the slightest increases, which are going to compromise its material strength? I get that. I'm just saying, how much creep are we talking about here? Is the material actually getting thicker measurably by normal means towards the end of the blade? I'm just curious.
I would imagine that you could probably go about it a couple of different ways. I mean, laser leveling is probably the simplest these days, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then volume of exhaust gas, because that directly correlates to the amount of intake, gas intake and volume capacity of the engine, right?
Right.
So you can probably do it just from exhaust emission, because I know you can do that with cars and internal combustion engines and turbine engines are not that far removed, really.
The guy who said that in terms of the reduction in life and fuel efficiency is Zachary Cordero, the Boeing Career Development Professor in Aeronautics and Astronautics at MIT.
All MIT, all of it. It's just.
I love
this.
it.
Is just MIT. We want to be part of you. Just give us your attention, MIT.
The Boeing Career Development
MIT
Professor.
senpai.
Yeah, we don't want to wait for these people to graduate. We want to pick out the people that are obviously going to be ones that we want to hire from the day that they fucking take a posting at MIT. So we're going to get, one of our own hirelings, chair professors, to sit there and identify these people, and we're willing to actually call them that, the Boeing Career Development Professor. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's scabs like this at my campus too, and my former one. where they would.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, there's like 8 or 10 research chairs in the faculty I'm in, and they're all sponsored by companies. And the professor sits in that research chair.
Yeah.
One of their main jobs is to headhunt. Crazy town. Most popular. In the near future, we envision gas turbine manufacturers will print their blades and vanes at large-scale additive manufacturing plants, then post-process them using our heat treatment. See? See what I mean? Cackling and steepling their fingers.
Yeah, I can smell the Ben Franklins.
Yeah. They lean back in a high-back quilted leather chair with their pointer fingers steepled and brought up to their chin and going, and they will use our process.
Are they wearing smoking jackets that look like lab coats?
Possibly.
It's a lab coat that's got like a smoking jacket. Oh, I kind of want one.
Ooh, 3D printed super alloys. You've caught my attention.
Reaches into his pocket, just pulls out a bunch of glass slides. Yeah. I'm not saying something very specific that might have happened to me at all. Not at all. No.
The technology that was tested on metals that are generally cast and utilized in gas turbines, nickel-based superalloys that were 3D printed. In a series of tests, the scientists positioned 3D printed samples of rod-shaped superalloys beneath an induction coil at room temperature in a room temperature water bath. They drastically heated the rods to a temperature ranging from 1200 to 1245 degrees Celsius by carefully drawing each rod out of the water and through the coil at various rates. The material starts with small grains with defects called dislocations that are like mangled spaghetti. When you heat this material up, those defects can annihilate and reconfigure. And then they're able to grow. The crystals are able to grow, or grains, sorry, are able to grow. We're continuously elongating the grain.
Spaghetti code. What would you call this?
Say it again. The first part.
You have spaghetti code, right? What would you call this?
Spaghettal.
Spaghettal. Spaghettal. Yeah. Spaghetti metal. Spaghettal. Yeah. Spaghettal. But, Sam, you haven't touched your spaghettal. There's something wrong.
It's completely undigestible and breaks my teeth. What do you mean?
There's something wrong. You haven't touched your spaghettal.
It's just a bowl full of wire.
Yeah. You haven't had? A big old bowl of fucking steel wool covered in marinara? It's delicious.
The marinara is just like sprinkled on nickel dust.
Yeah.
With a bit of water to turn it blue.
See,
oh dear.
I'm reading this and I'm thinking like
nickel dust turns blue when you throw water on that. So, you just, toss a bit of water on that.
Oh,
so you
dear.
got some blue spaghetti.
I'm interested in how this process can be used to 3D print AR lowers.
I mean, that's what everybody wants to know.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally understand what was just said there.
An AR-15 has a lower.
The only thing I knew for sure was this: every son of a bitch that worked for him. They were all gonna be better off dead.
Bruce Willis rasp just scared me.
Oh, good night, Dr. Clusterfuck.
All right, have a good night.
Nice
I
day.
didn't know you were here, Dr. Clusterfuck. What the hell? But thank you for coming by, and see you later, man. Gamer Valine, thank you for the $9. It's not just thickness, but also torsion and balance. The blades on passenger plane engines are pulled for inspection every 4,000 flight hours. Each blade has a specific position for engine balance. You know what? I've never thought. It's one of those things that seems so obvious after somebody tells you. You know what I mean? That's how you recognize somebody who knows something in the field, because it's like, oh yeah, that thing I wouldn't have thought of, and that's why they employed you, not me. When you take a bunch of blades and they're not in a balanced position against each other and you spin them at a great rate of speed, that's how you get the engine flying off the side of the plane dramatically. Imagine
What's that about bearings?
Yeah. Imagine what they do for wheel balancing for your car. Then imagine your car was traveling so fast it was just a blur.
It's going faster than the speed of light. The passengers are all turning into salamanders.
Yeah, just like that. Of course,
Yeah,
the blades
all
need to
getting
be
future
balanced.
Echoes of turning
It's
into salamanders.
that does bring to mind the degree of precision required, because it's not like they can just do what they do with tires and attach a lead weight at one point on the wheel rim, and then there, it's balanced. Not quite that easy.
Nothing. Have to shave shit off.
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
Gamer of Lean, thank you for the tree fitty and the Ajui I do. This is why I also should make an actually series or stream. I think it'd be more fun if you did it as a stream, personally. Just Valine combs the internet for people to correct.
Oh God.
I'd watch that.
Yeah, I would too.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I'd just be sat like there the whole time, like, it's not me. It's not me.
Right?
Now you know my game.
Where do you think should find? Where do you think should find more people to do that with, Twitter or Reddit?
Reddit.
Oh, good shout.
Yeah, which would be worse?
Ah.
I kind of lean towards Reddit, but that's just because it's got that kind of reputation already, you know. But Twitter has a lot of those sorts of people too.
It does, but in shorter form. In Reddit, they talk longer, therefore provide more opportunity to display their stupidity.
Indeed. I think the Twitter thing is more rapid fire, like rapid fire correction is how you go about it on Twitter. Whereas with Reddit, you can upset them more because they've got more characters to work themselves up a decent head of steam with.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get more pissed the longer they see the poster. Like, how long is it gonna go?
Honestly, try it sometime. Try telling somebody in 240 characters on Twitter to piss off, versus write somebody a shitty email telling them to piss off. You will invariably be more cathartically angry at the end of the email. I'm certain of it.
Oh, I've had to do that. So yeah, I agree with that. Why, yes, I have had to tell someone off over an email before.
Have you? Isn't it delightful?
Don't worry about it. It is great. Just reading it off to someone that knows what's going on, right? And they're just like, oh shit, you really said that one? But it's in the most polite way possible, right? Because you can't be all like, yeah, fuck you, you're a cunt, fuck this, I'm out. But you can't do that in email,
You could.
right?
You could.
I mean, you could, but you know, that's not very polite, is it?
Well.
There's an entertainment value when you're doing it in such a polite way that it just turns into like almost like the sickest burn.
It's like that one I said to PayPal. You remember? I shared that one with
Yeah,
you.
I remember that.
That was a lot of fun to write, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I don't doubt it, yeah.
It's like when I suggested to Zelflor a means of pissing off people on Twitter that he just hadn't thought of before. And it's like, you find somebody who's really, really angry and then condescend them in the worst way possible, like you're way above it all.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, well,
and be wrong about it while you do it, right?
I say don't even.
Oh, yes.
I say don't even reference it. Like, don't even reference like what they said that makes them wrong. Like, they just clearly you're wrong and you don't understand this material or whatever. Like, just be vague. Like, I know better than you and you're clearly wrong. And then when they come back with the he goes, what are they doing? What do you do when they come back with the angry thing? I said, that's the point. You want them to come back mad. And when they do, say, it's okay. I'll pray for you. Go with God, child. And he did it for like 2 weeks straight. And I'm positive he's responsible for all sorts of high blood pressure all over the world. Yes, he did.
Oh my god, the fucking madman.
He kept sending me DMs of the screenshots that he would clip. Like, here, look at this. Here, look at this. It's just.
Sorry, one more.
It's like a Bond villain with the aneurysm. Oh shit.
Yeah, the things I think up late night to do. Sam, here's Far's birthday cake from today.
Oh, look at that. That's brilliant.
Yeah, isn't it though?
I love how someone has managed to capture in icing sugar what looks like a really terrible Photoshop job. That is just
fuck off, Sam. What the hell? What's that got the cake that's underneath that. Jesus Christ. Just...
I guess that's all right.
Son of a bitch.
Ladies and gentlemen, the art of condescension brought to you by one Frenchman.
The way they made that impact font so sharp-edged, it's incredible. Just Black Forest cake, man. Dark chocolate combined with dark, sweet cherry, but like that dark sour cherry flavor. It's just a wonderful combination. As a Black Forest cake, and God, I want a slice. We're talking about your cake again.
It is quite good.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a good cake.
Did you get the dark chocolate shavings out of it? Was that your slice?
No, I haven't.
Ah.
No, I got a chunk with like half my name on it.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll get to the chocolate shavings later.
Yeah, Sam was complimenting the cake maker on making the lettering look like a shitty Photoshop job. They thought they'd done a really good job.
Yeah, didn't they do a fantastic job?
I thought so, but apparently I should fuck off for even having mentioned it.
Yeah, right? It's like, holy shit, that's real? That's not a shitty Photoshop.
So I think at this point in the show, we should probably talk about the thing that I've been saving for you for a while there, Far.
All right.
I have continued. I haven't given up. Looking for
Oh God.
Looking for your honeymoon home, your first home. Now being a married woman, everybody needs that first home.
Okay.
And we know that you're a humble lady. You don't want anything ostentatious, And you complained.
I am very humble.
I listened to your complaints. I just didn't ignore them. I heard them. Okay.
Oh dear.
The previous examples were, admittedly, they're rather inexpensive. Some of them because of arson. But this time...
And some of them because of possible druggies. Yes, I am aware.
Right. I mean, there was the place that was clearly a meth lab beforehand.
It felt just like, my state home. Wow. No. I don't know.
Okay, so
Not like that house across the street.
Yeah, so
Wow.
I went for looking for one that was humble, okay, but wasn't cheap, because that had led to bad results. So I gave you my latest suggestion.
Oh
for
my
fuck's! I knew this was going to happen.
What the? Are those rain tanks?
They're aluminum water silos that have been converted into a home.
Why?
Because of humility.
No, I don't think that's humility at this point. I think this is just insanity.
Well,
Why would you do this?
Well, it's on Moody Road.
This is like, you know when you look at like a fantasy setting, right, and like they have some dystopia level shit going on?
Yes.
That's what this is.
That does not look like the house from the beginning of Blade Runner 2049, Far. Okay.
No, not that kind of it's like, like approaching modern day, but there's magic and shit, right? That kind of fantasy, I mean. It's like, this is like a shantytown bullshit situation. Like, what the fuck?
Okay, it does resemble the house at the beginning of Blade Runner 2049, but it's not a dystopian future. It's now. It's a bit...
dystopian future.
It's a dystopian present.
That's right. And it's one
We're
point...
living in it, and I hate it.
It's $1.6 million, Far. The fuck?
This is not $1.6 million worth.
It does come with 386.109 acres.
Exactly. Nearly 400,000 acres. Far, it's in Washington. Odessa, Washington.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, where? Yeah, this is like some Mad Max shit.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Far needs somewhere where she can drive around her Mad Max car in this dystopian future fighting for petrol.
I don't even have a normal car.
But you will in the future because you'll need one. You've seen Mad Max.
No, I haven't. I just know enough to make the reference.
Do you know the future of Australia? You can avoid it in America, in Odessa, Washington, on Moody Street.
Or
Not according to
they
you
s-
saying like Mad Max shit. Like, yeah, you got your Mad Max house and your Mad Max car, and you're just driving around the property going like, yeah, it's Mad Max, but fucking Washington. Yeah, you're totally not feeding into my theory of Washington just being bizarro Western Australia. Not at all.
Okay, let's take a look. There it is. Every morning, you could see this. You could step outside and go, "Hey, look at my 4 cylinders."
I don't think this.
Some
Well,
people-
no, look at that. There's a cylinder that's been like sealed next to those 2 cylinders, so they're attached.
Yeah.
So they become one.
There's
There's
a little,
passageway cylinder.
yeah.
There's another passageway cylinder too. If you look at the 3rd one in the row.
That's true. Yeah, I guess there is back there. Or that might be a separate shed. We don't know.
So
At
it's
any
not
rate,
4
that is what
cylinders.
we're going to try to
It's
do.
5. No, it's 6. Right. Yeah, 6 cylinders.
They have a digital cable out there.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
You don't know that. You haven't seen the inside yet. Hey. Evelyn, thank you for the true
I
fitty.
think-
Wait, I just remembered. I have a picture that shows how we can work metallurgy down to separating elements. Like when we strip excess copper from panels, just leaving the desired circuitry pattern. How we can work metallurgy down, separating elements. I mean, I've done the thing. With circuit boards like you're talking about where you get the solid. I remember that in high school. Sam, you ever do that? Far, you ever do that?
What?
Solid copper
what
on
exactly?
on circuit board material, and then you lay.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know, you lay down the.
I mean, I connected things to make a light bulb glow, or like a little shitty LED light. That's about it.
Did you make a circuit board for it?
Probably. Probably. Like,
It was-
It's been a while.
We had a whole bunch of different projects we could do. I made a strobe light, which required a fairly complex circuit board. I was surprised. It was a bad choice on my part. I was like, holy shit, look at this. Like when I saw that,
Just-
well, when he handed me like, oh, here's the booklet for it. And I was like, cool. And so like I open it up and I like the first page has the diagram on it. I'm like, oh my God. There's like 7 capacitors in there. And I'm tracing around, like, you know what an electrical diagram looks like. Right?
Yeah.
So, and I'm going through, I'm like, okay, so it goes through that diode and then over here to this resistor and then fuck me, man, this is way too fucking hard. And I said, can I pick something else that has a simpler circuit board design? It's the first one I'm doing. He said, no.
No, this is your choice.
Yeah, no, it was. He goes, I've already written you down.
Oh man.
You know, now that I say that, I remember. He said, I've already written you down in that. And I said, in ink?
That is such a polygon thing to say.
Fucking hell.
I remember in high school, we in my class we made laser thermometers, and I remember absolutely fucking nothing about building that thing.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am with it. Like, yeah, I remember like we made a little light circuit thing, but that's about the extent. The only other thing I remember of that entire class is that you remember that one meme image where it's like they're showing like it comes from an actual like STEM thing, right? Like, look, it's a woman and she's got a soldering iron in her hand and she's holding it like way too far down on the burn of it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, me and this other girl kept doing that.
Yeah.
That was me. Like, just holding it, like, completely, and just being, like, a really fucking moron about it, right? And just constantly, like, keep thinking it's like, oh, it's like a pencil, right? No, it's not like a pencil.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Well, the good news is
But,
that
like,
if you do
I
it
keep
wrong,
forgetting.
it'll only happen once.
No, I kept forgetting. That's the funny part.
How do you have fingers?
I don't know. I mean, I'm also the same person as, like, as a small child was, like, at my aunt's house. Oh, look! It's a frying pan! Oh, that's hot! And I kept doing it over and over again.
Again, you got tiny doll hands. How do your fingers not go up like matchsticks?
I don't know. That's the thing. It just kept happening. Apparently, I just have resistance or some shit. I don't know.
I'm learning a lot more about how you were able to get hit in the head with a ball every time you played sports. I was not thinking luck was the factor I believed before.
No, luck is the factor in that one. Just shit luck. I'm just a dumbass when it comes to burning myself, apparently. Over and over.
So today that we learned that Fyre is actually a droid that can take an inordinate level of damage that would ordinarily kill a regular human being.
This is like in regular Blade Runner 1982 when what's his name stuck his hand into the fucking the cryogenic bath for the eyes just to see what happened, and it froze his entire hand, and he pulls it out and just kind of like looks at it. That's why I picture Fyre doing it as a small child, putting her hand on a pan and going, "Look at all the blisters! Like what the hell?"
It wasn't even the whole hand. It was like it was like the tips of my fingers, right? So I guess I don't really remember it that well. I just remember doing that, and my aunt just going like, "What are you doing? Stop doing that! Like run your fingers under the cold water. What the hell?" Like just being very like, just confused why I kept doing that. And I guess it's just like I was just curious about like, oh, how hot is it? But I kept like for some reason just wanting to keep like determining how hot it was because I didn't feel it for long enough because I kept having to lift my fingers off. I don't know. I'm taking guesses as to why.
Sam,
just dumb kid shit.
This is the person, okay, who laughed at me and judged me for screwing up trying to make caramel and creating a solid mass within the pot.
Okay, that's different.
Are you sure?
Yes!
I'm not sure that it
I
is.
didn't touch the pan. I never did it again. I just went, oh yeah, you're not supposed to touch the pans.
The only point of relation I have to any of what you just described, Fyre, is one time I was in my car, and I'd left my lighter at home.
Oh
And Polly, you may have done this before. You know, you got the little push-in electric cigarette lighters, and well, you don't anymore, but you used to have them. Right?
Used to.
Yeah. And so I popped it in. I'm driving along, popped it in, and I've got the cigarette in my mouth waiting, and I'm waiting for it to click out, and so it clicks out, and as it clicks out, the I guess the mechanism by which it's supposed to stay in the socket was not very good, or the spring for the damn thing was just too.
I know where
too
this
much.
is going. You held it in, didn't you?
Well, so this is the thing. I didn't hold it in. I pushed it in, and then when it clicked out, the thing just it rocketed out of the socket, right, and ended up underneath my feet. And of course, I should preface this: if this ever happens to you, you should find a safe place to pull over first. You should never, ever, ever look around for something in the floor pan of your car while you're driving. It's terribly dangerous. Don't do it. It's how accidents happen.
Did it, didn't you?
But I did it. And anyway, I felt it roll.
Don't do this at home, kids.
I felt it roll up against the side of my shoe. And I was like, oh shit, that's hot. I should probably move that out of the way before it like melts the sole of my shoe or something, right? So I reached down to pick it up, and I grasped it lengthways and pressed my thumb into the coil part. You know, the bit that lights the cigarette.
Uh-huh.
And I picked, and it was about halfway up off the floor, like halfway up to sort of, you know, person height, when I realized that my thumb was now pressed into the exceptionally hot part of the coil. And my brain kind of did that thing where it was like, huh, that's kind of hot. I should probably not keep pressing onto this part of it. And it was... So yeah, that's the only point of relation I have with you and pans, Fyre.
Oh god.
It blistered pretty bad.
I bet it did.
I have no stories about this. I've never.
Right.
I burned myself, but it was immediately apparent that I had done so and screamed, "Ah, fuck!" And that was that. I remember going under my barbecue, of which I still have the scar for it, and leaned in to turn the propane tank off just to, close it. And I didn't, because I was bent down, I didn't realize the angle I had my arm at, and the outside of my elbow basically touched the bottom of the barbecue.
Ooh.
And I was like, "Ow, fuck!" Like it just took a second of touching it, and that was enough to have it like blister right the fuck up, and so on and so forth. So it surprises me that you were able to withstand that. It's like touching it to the point where immediately touching it again, like Platy says in chat, "What's going on there? What the fuck?"
I think it's because my eyes are on the road.
Wait. Yeah, I don't know. Like, or maybe it's just like it's so hot you're not quite connecting. It's not really quite registering. Oh, that's really hot just yet. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes that does happen.
So far as potentially an android. Okay.
I'm not an android.
A synthetic. I'm
That's
sorry.
what an android would say.
Yeah. So I got a story that make you feel better because I know someone who did something stupider than you. Because they were a fully grown adult, and in my opinion, this is far stupider.
Not a 4-year-old child.
That's right. Not
Potentially.
remotely. A fully grown adult did this. So I'm off doing an internship, long-term internship, and so are a bunch of other people, and we're all inside of. They put us all in an apartment building, right? Like those are your quarters, if you will. So we're on there, all on different floors. Knock on the door. You know, hey, Rudiger, can I borrow your med kit? You have one, right? A first aid kit? And I'm like, yeah, because by that point I had done the EMT thing, so it's like obsessive need to have an EMT kit or a expansive med kit.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because it's just stuff and things, and you know how to use them all. So you want one with like instruments and shit. So anyway, I said, yeah, and I go get it, and as I'm picking it up from underneath the bathroom sink where I put it, I said, so what's going on? No one's seriously injured, are they? And he's like, no, it's fine. It's just, is there burn gel in there and stuff? And like, when you start walking slower to pump, as it runs through your mind, like, is he underplaying this to me? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. It's like, is he telling the full story here?
Because this was a 3-bedroom apartment that they were in, and it's not him. It's someone he's coming for. Do you understand what I'm saying? And is there burn gel in there? And as I'm walking back, I start walking slowly. I said, oh, who's injured, man? And he goes, oh, so-and-so. Like, and that was one of his roommates who was also an intern, right? And I said, I said, do you want me to go down there with you? And he goes, no, it's fine. Just show me where the burn gel is. And I said, I think I should go down there with you. You should have seen this man's hands. And to be honest, it was coming from a judgmental place. What the fuck did you do? Like, whichever one of you was doing something incredibly retarded and you don't want anyone to find out. Because I thought you were trying to conceal the stupidity of what you had done, possible illegality, of which I don't care. If you guys are doing something illegal, I care that someone's severely injured. I'm not a cop.
You just want to make sure they're not going to fucking die.
Right. And besides, you don't hand off your med kit to someone and go, well, all right, good luck. Because
yeah, right?
There's sutures in there and fucking, seriously, there's single-use scalpels in there and shit. What are you going to do with them? I'm not wondering.
There's so much shit in there where it's like, you kind of like, well, you're going to give it back, right? That would be my thought, of why I'd go with something like that, It's like, well, I've had enough shit taken from me in this exact same manner and not have them return. I want my thing back, thank you very much. I'm going to go with you as you use said thing to make sure I get thing back.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And plus, I don't want you opening a bunch of sterile instruments that you don't need that I have to go buy again.
That too.
Honestly, that's part of it. Hey, Patio Furniture, thanks for showing up, and you can listen to us in the future. I go down there. The man had picked up a Pyrex dish from inside the oven with no mitts.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, like I'm pretty fucking dumb for touching hot shit, right?
Right.
Like the frying pan incident. That's like one incident of like a couple, which I don't like. I feel weird like admitting to this, right? Like for some reason as a kid, I had like this fascination of like, ooh, that's hot. Ooh, that's hot. Like, the frying pan is just, like, the most egregious one, where it's like, really, what the fuck, me? Why the fuck
it gets better.
keep doing that? Well, no, because I kept touching, like, the oil, like, heaters, right? We had one of those.
Yeah.
I would keep touching that. Like, and it's like, it's not the same heat as a frying pan, but it's still pretty up there once it gets to, top temperatures.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, it's just this fascination, I guess, I had of, like, the sensation of the heat, right? That's the only way I could think of, like, why I would keep doing that, right? And you just, like, keep touching the heat, Like, oh, that's warm, that's nice, yeah. Yep. Like, it, again, never as bad as the frying pan, but, yeah, that was a thing. But I could never imagine, like, because, I mean, a couple of years ago, right, I had my leg get burnt, like, the oven door.
Mm-hmm.
If that was just and that was a complete accident, right? Like,
I've done that. Walked backwards into an open
I don't really do that.
oven door. Yeah, I've done that.
because I don't really do like the heat touching like that anymore. You know, I know better. I know way better now. I'm not like a fucking little kid going like, ooh, what's this?
Notice
right?
she said she learned better. She knows better. She had to be educated
I
on
know.
it. It's not a matter of
Right, I
feel
had
and
to be
pain.
educated.
You understand what I'm saying? She's
Don't
learned to
touch it, Ma.
she's learned to behave like normal humans at this point in her synthetic development. So
You've given yourself away, replicant human.
it's not like I figured out that pain hurts.
No, but like,
It's that
I had the oven door burnt, and that fucking hurt like a bitch. You know?
she
So
learned
yeah,
to
I
say
do
to
feel
relate
pain.
to people.
Fuck off.
I,
But no, I had that happen like a couple years back, right? And if that's just the door, I don't want to know what it's like when you touch like a fucking Pyrex dish in a fucking oven. Like,
I'll tell you the full
holy
thing I
shit.
found out after the fact. Here's what he did. Like I said, after asking a bunch of
no.
questions
Just
and
more.
yeah. Oh, there's a lot more. I didn't even tell you what his hands looked like. So there,
Oh god.
this is what he did. As I found out after asking a bunch of questions, everyone like, sort of like said what happened, and because they were all there for it. The dish was broken on the kitchen floor with chicken wings everywhere, and that's what they were cooking. They had deep fried with a
Not
small
the
amount of
chicken
oil
wings.
in the pan, chicken wings. Okay, they deep fried it and then
Oh.
put the wings into a bowl, and then poured the sauce, the barbecue sauce, on top of them that they were fucking around with. Tossed the wings in the bowl, like to cover them, to coat them, and then put all the wings in a Pyrex dish, and then slipped it in the oven to bake the sauce on. Sure, okay, right.
Okay.
Yeah. So after it had been in the oven for 15 minutes to finish off the cooking and to bake the sauce on, homeboy opened up the fucking oven, reaches in there with his hands, picks up a heavy Pyrex dish, and goes, ow, 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 and turns around to set it down, like on the counter. Not to he didn't let go of it immediately, like leave it in the fucking oven, you know? It was just,
Wait, and you're calling me the fucking synthetic?
like I said, here's a story that's far worse than what you just said. Yeah.
Like, you're calling me a fucking synthetic. At least, like, you know, okay, I could at least tell you, right? If I was a moron enough to do that to begin with, yeah, no, I would not be holding onto it. I'd be, like, letting go of that immediately and going, why the fuck did I not just use, like, a tea towel or, like, an oven glove or some shit?
And his answer? It was glass. Because I'm like, right?
What?
And I said, yeah, and like that kind of thing. Go on. And he's like, I didn't think glass could get that hot. I'm like, it's not glass. It's fucking Pyrex.
Shit. But glass can absolutely get that hot. How the fuck do you think they mold glass?
And he said, and no, I'm not kidding. He said, I said, anything you put in the oven is going to become the temperature in the oven. That's what a convection oven does. And I'm saying this like, you know, what the fuck attitude. Like, come on, man. Like, for your own fucking well-being. How do you not know? And he goes, he goes, come on, man. There's fucking tinfoil in ovens and you can touch that.
No, you're not supposed to.
And I'm like, okay, you can, but tinfoil is very, very thin and can't absorb enough heat and it can't dissipate it fast enough to your fingertips to burn you. Pyrex glass is thick as fuck. And he goes, well, yeah, I know, it's pretty heavy.
Yeah?
And he goes, I dropped it when I felt it. And I said, in the middle of the floor? And he goes, well, I was turning around to set it down and I realized I couldn't hold on to it anymore. So I dropped. You would have had to have seen the finger-shaped skin marks left on the dish because it had baked, it had burnt his skin.
Oh my god.
And he had left like layers of skin on the fucking Pyrex that were clearly visible where he had grabbed the fucking dish from the bottom to lift it.
Dude.
His
Did you get
hands
that
were
fucked up bacon smell.
honestly.
Yeah, did he have the sweet smell of human flesh?
I hate to say it, but
emanating
it
off
smelled
his
like
hand?
chicken. So I don't know. I don't know if it was the chicken wings or that's what baking people smells like. I don't know. I've never cooked people.
Oh my
Yes,
God, you would
honestly,
never know.
yes. Oh, I would not be able to eat crispy chicken skin for a week after that. I wouldn't.
It
I
really did take a while. Oh man, 45 minutes to convince him that this is not medkit time. This is emergency room time. He wouldn't go. I said, man, you guys, we got to drive him to the emergency room. He goes, I don't want to go. I said, what, you don't have insurance? He goes, no, I got insurance, but it's like, what does it matter? You have gauze and you have burn gel. I'm like, I do, but
It's gotta take more than that, man.
yeah, it's like I also have like hard compresses. It doesn't mean I'd try and treat your fucking bullet wound, even though I could temporarily. Like, yes, what we need to do is bandage your hands up, and yes, I'm going to put burn gel on them so the gauze don't stick to your wounds. But we need to go to we have to go to the emergency room, man. This is well beyond medkit time. And like I said, it took 45 minutes or more to convince him.
What's the things that determines between degrees of burn? I'm pretty sure skin loss is actually part of it, right?
I think it is, yeah.
You have to have actual blackening of skin before it's 3rd degree. He was like very, very bad 2nd degree burns, skin loss and blisters everywhere.
Yeah.
That had touched the Pyrex. And so you could map out where he had actually made contact with the surface.
And this is a uni student.
Grad student.
Like, it just reminds me of like the one time I heard of a guy, like someone I knew who went to uni, right? He had to leave the their fucking common room or some shit because some dumbass was like, "Huh, I wonder what happens when you put a fork in a microwave."
Fun fireworks.
Uni students, man. Apparently have to evacuate the whole fucking building because that's what happened.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's just fucking university people, man. Like, so smart, but so dumb at the same time. It's kind of incredible.
I remember the one time that I accidentally put metal in the microwave, and it was accidental. I know, uni student. We're all on this.
I can excuse accidental because Platy's done it too, right? Like, she accidentally did it. But to be fair, right? When she put that thing, I forget exactly what it was, but it was something where you're like, wait, that has metal in it? Like, it was one of those sorts of moments, right? Where you're like, why the fuck would that have any kind of metal in it? Like, you legitimately, like, unless you knew beforehand or someone had informed you or some shit, it's kind of like, yeah, why would you assume otherwise?
Mine was a coffee mug that had a metallic ring around the rim.
Ooh.
And it was, it was shiny and metal. It was metal that was under the glaze of the coffee mug. And I guess if somebody had held the mug up in front of my face and said, "Do you think there's metal in that rim?" I probably would have said yes, but I didn't think about it when I was putting the now room temperature coffee in the mug into the microwave to heat it up. And I didn't put in a time. You know, you plus 30 seconds. You know what I mean? I just put the coffee mug in there and hit plus 30 seconds 3 times. Yeah. I said plus 30 seconds 3 times. And as soon as it started, as soon as the light came on in the microwave, spark, 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 flame. Like, I was like, whoa, Jesus. And like opened it was, something is very, very wrong here. Open the door, stop it, stop. And yeah, it was burnt and blackened and everything. And it was only on for, holy shit, 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds of runtime. And it was enough to like blacken and destroy the mug. So I can't imagine a fucking fork. Yeah.
What it was for Platy, it was a paper plate.
Oh.
It was a paper plate. Why would a paper plate have metal in it?
That's a good question.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, it's just, I can excuse like stuff
reflex,
like
though, Polly.
accidental, right? It's just when you absolutely go like, oh, I wonder what happens when you put a fork in there. That's like some smooth brain shit.
That was a quick reaction, you said?
An unusual reaction, though. I mean, think about it. So you've got this thing which is, sparking ostensibly on fire. There's radiation involved, microwaves, all that kind of thing. And your thought was,
open the door.
Open the door.
Yeah,
that's unusual, isn't it?
I got my balls broke for that one when I told people that story. It's like, why would you open the door? Because my first thought was stop it, like stop the machine from running.
Stop it, right?
Yeah, it automatically shuts when you open the door.
Digital keypad microwave, right?
There is, and I could have went up there and hit stop. You're right, but the fastest way to do it with gross motor skills is pull the door open. And no, I didn't pull the door open and stick my head inside. I pulled the door open while standing back. There's plenty of room in front of it. Now, could it have bathed me with radiation, or a fireball could have shot out and consumed my face? Yeah, I guess. But
sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that. That's terrible.
No, I can understand opening the microwave doors, like, just to stop it, because most microwaves,
Jesus.
like, it just stops working when you open the door, right?
That was
Like it just shuts it down.
yeah. That was my goal, was to
Yeah.
immediately cut the power. If I'd been staying beside the circuit breaker, I probably
Yeah, so
would have dove
open
for
the
that.
door. Yeah.
I just think KFO, Kentucky Fried Otter.
Got Kentucky Fried Otter. You got FarZoosme hot fingers.
Lady fingers. Yeah, it's
Yeah, lady fingers. Right?
deep fried fire fingers.
Dear.
Yeah, deep fried fire fingers. We've got the whole menu here.
You know,
Got frog feet. Got frog legs.
in my case, it's the Samael's extra spicy thumbtack.
Yeah, yeah. You just got a whole fucking menu here.
that's horrible. I remember when I it was for my last birthday stream that I brought up how outraged I was that people were selling river otter sausage. That made me so mad.
Yeah.
I still find that
It is delicious, though.
Shut up. I find it I found it very disturbing because they needed to add fat content to it because otters apparently are not very fatty. And I'm like, okay, I would have figured as aquatic mammals they would be fatty, but I guess they're like rabbits and they have virtually none. I was like, okay. So what did they add to it? Would they mix it with? I'm like, well, pork, I would imagine, because that's what you mix venison with when you're making sausage and shit like that. Very common
Pork
addition.
neck.
Yeah. No, camel hump.
Oh, what?
Camel hump.
It was shocking.
Oh, no.
I was so disgusted by this. It's like, not only did you chop up a poor otter and run him through a fucking mincing machine, you combined it with the fat from a camel hump. That's some fucking sicko mad scientist shit.
Served on a bed of grilled dolphin.
I was horrified. So anyway, back to Far's matrimonial palace.
Can we not describe this as that?
No.
Palais de Latin.
So let's
like bean cans.
let's take a look inside. You can hunt Far.
I
Look at this downstairs.
Noir?
Apparently,
I
as corrugated
Noir.
aluminum goes, it's pretty nice.
It's got a kind of
Yes.
a post-industrial flair to it.
Yeah, like for
Right.
a kitchen that's inside a giant cylinder that apparently descends into the basement with a concrete floor. This is pretty nice.
look when I, go home, I don't want to be reminded of a fucking warehouse.
8 Camel says you're disgusted. No, I Ah, no one hits the $6 one. Winona Ryder sucking on a sugar cube. You're welcome. Thank you, Gamer of Lean, for the $6. I love the aluminum foil versus Pyrex/steel argument with ovens. Aluminum is a poor conductor, and most people think electricity. There is also thermal conductivity, and aluminum sucks with both. Yes. So I was trying to explain to him, do you think that literally paper-thin foil contains much heat? Like, it does raise to the temperature, but then immediately loses it when room temperature air hits it. And it's not going to conduct the heat to you anyway. Well, you could touch foil. So you thought you could touch really thick fucking Pyrex?
Again,
I can hold an ice cube in my hand. Fucking liquid nitrogen should be no beef.
university people, man, are the smartest and dumbest people simultaneously.
After my desire,
Quite incredible.
after my desire to be like emergency medicine guy had subsided, I leaned into him. I started calling him Murder Man because he was because he had burned his hands pretty fucking badly, right? And so he needed to wear bandages, and so he didn't feel bad or as noticeable wearing bandages. He started wearing gloves, and the only gloves he had were black leather gloves. So he's walking around all the time in spring when it's warm outside, very warm outside, wearing black leather gloves. So I started calling him Murder Man, like he was like getting ready to strangle someone. So
Nice.
we'd be going out like Friday night to happy hour or whatever. I'm like, hey, Murder Man, you're here. That's cool. You won't leave any fingerprints on the glasses when you take a young lady in the back room to do her in, huh? And I would do like the strangle motion, you know. It's like,
Well, it doesn't have fingerprints anymore, I'm assuming, so... You burnt them all off in the Pyrex bowl. All for those
You
sweet,
didn't-
sweet chicken wings.
Didn't think to start calling him Juice. Oh dear.
Oh god, just
I don't hate this kitchen. I genuinely don't
No,
hate
neither
this
do
kitchen.
I like the kitchen.
I don't like the corrugator though. It just beyond that, it's fine.
I
Just
sincerely don't think you
why?
should import animals from other places to put up on your walls, like the alligator, for example.
Oh, you don't think they hunted that themselves? There's no
it wa-
alligators just running around in
Washington State. No.
Washington State alligators.
On your 100,000 acre property in Washington State? No, I don't think there's any alligators there. Moving on.
Washington State. Are there?
I
don't have alligators. Okay.
Okay, did they have to do that? The deer's looking up the stairs. Look, it's looking at you when you walk down the stairs.
I was just about to say, it looks like it's judging the person coming down the stairs.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they live in a fucking like water collector house.
You
Fucking tin house.
are you the one who murdered me? I just don't like
Are
that.
you the one that made this abomination?
Why do they have a tiny webcam on top of their microwave?
I. Yeah, why do they?
They make cooking videos for YouTube. Colin.
I do like how they got a fire extinguisher there, which is probably just for,
For sure.
Yeah,
Like,
like-
yeah, we're safe, guys. Don't
I
worry.
would say like zoning and legal reasons, because like, let's face it, you start a fire in the middle of this place, it's all concrete and aluminum. Like, so what? The only thing,
It's not going to spread.
yeah, the only thing that's flammable are your animal heads and the little pieces of wood here and there. That's it.
Yeah.
But seriously, I don't hate this kitchen. Ooh, they got stools for that situation in the middle of the room. I didn't even know. But only on one side. Okay, I thought it was all pots and pans under there.
And they have a TV up there.
Oh, yeah. That really looks like a serious vault door, huh?
Yeah.
Ah.
Did they get more corrugated metal for the side of the stairs, and specifically for the side of the stairs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Because if you go back and look, yeah.
Oh my god, I fucking hate this. I fucking hate this. Why?
You could plaster over it.
No.
Oh, you know what? You're right.
No.
I saw the boar, but I didn't connect it. I thought the alligator was now covered. That is the boar from the side.
Okay, so it's not. They didn't import an alligator. It's just a boar.
Yeah. And very likely there's boars in Washington State. Wild ones
Oh
running
yeah,
around.
I'd assume that.
Yeah.
What's going on?
You got
Punish a skull on the door.
next to the hanging shotgun, next to the escape ladder, next to your vault door.
Somebody called
Next to
Reaper.
your-
I think I might have found him a new place to live.
Are we sure this isn't where he's already living?
Tell me that doesn't look like a fucking gun cabinet.
I think that is a gun cabinet. It's the right height.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Huh.
No lock on the door there, though, so perhaps not.
And there's
Or a
daylight at the
place to
top of
attach
that
a lock.
ladder, but, you know.
Hmm.
I'm trying to figure out what is on this rack. It looks like spools of wire or fishing line or what?
You know what it could be? 3D printer polymer.
Okay.
That comes on spools like that.
Huh.
I know, it's just fishing line.
Is that a door? That the Punisher skull is on?
It looks like it.
With a shotgun hanging on the door itself? With 2 deadbolts in the door? Is that what's happening there?
Are they using a shotgun as like a drag handle? Is that a sliding gun?
Oh, fuck, that is what it is. It's a long handle. It's not a fucking... Yes, there's the fucking... Yeah, you're right. Good call. It is a fucking drag
Interesting.
handle. So the door slides open, I would imagine. It doesn't look like there's enough room in the wall for it to slide over.
It might like recess as it slides.
Huh.
Unless it's just a straight up pull door. And the hinges are on the far side.
Yeah, there's Platy with that shotgun as a handle. Yeah, good call. Do you like the lofty look?
I've never been stuck on mezzanines myself.
No?
No.
Lofts and
I like
cabins,
walls.
I think, are very cool. But the idea in cabins that I've seen, usually on like ambiance channels, are you're the only one who's there. So it doesn't matter.
I guess.
You and your lady, I mean to say. Or whatever is your fix. I do have to say I'm very disappointed in the rail for that stairs. I mean, not only have you cut this square piping really badly, but you didn't bevel cut it at all. It's like I can see right down it. You've welded it together in like the worst manner possible. Like look at all the globs.
They've literally tack welded together some fucking box section and made a really shitty job of it.
Yeah. What I don't understand is it looks like you've done a good job with all the corrugated cardboard and the kitchen work and everything else, or you paid someone to, and then...
Yeah.
Hi, sorry.
No problem. And your retarded brother-in-law who knows how to use a welder, kind of? You got to do this?
God, that is a shitty welding job.
Right? That's what...
I mean,
hell. You didn't even sand it down or anything.
No. Why didn't you get an angle grinder out to take the globs off? I don't...
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like you didn't get anything. What the hell? Doesn't even look like they painted over it.
Right. It looks like they've painted each bit of fucking box section first, and then welded it together. It's like you got like the look to the right of the picture there, the joining that's right on the right hand side of the picture. That all looks rusted there. So they've ground it off prior to welding.
Yeah.
And then not repainted it. That's dumb. These people are dumb.
Yeah.
I can fix that for you, Fyre. Don't worry about it.
Oh God.
Look at the bottom of the banister. They do know how to cut angles.
Cutting them, sure, but like not doing anything.
Now I can see the spaces now that I'm looking for them.
Yeah, right.
Yes, you can. I was hoping you could see them at a bit. Yeah, you can look at that. Jesus Christ. Just cut, directly flat. That's rough.
Yes. Wow.
It's one thing I did notice for some reason, they're using it as a door for the safe, and it does look like two deadbolts from the side. And you also can't forget about the camera that's immediately facing opposite of that door. That, of course, has the Punisher skull on it. So it makes me think that door is just huge and heavy and swings outward. Thus the huge gap between the floor and the door to give it space to swing out. I'm thinking. Maybe it is fishing line, because tackle box thingy and a big fish thingy on top of it. And are those fishing poles standing upright?
It certainly looks like it.
Oh yeah, beside the rolling rack.
Like
yeah,
fishing.
yeah, on the side here. Okay. So he's a hunting fishing guy. So far, this is the place for you. You're into hunting and fishing.
No.
No.
No, I'm not.
The Hornady sign on the big fucking deadbolt door.
Like, sure, I've been fishing, but didn't really enjoy it or catch anything. And what the fuck is this?
I mean, so it's your media room, and behind you are a bunch of rolling tool chests? Huh? Oh, and off to the right of you as well.
Chests.
Yeah.
Why? How many tools do you need to store in these tool chests?
I do like how there's a drop-down stairwell. That's something.
I guess. Just I'm more fixated on the tool chests.
Good thing this
Usually
isn't
only
Australia.
one
You can't
person needs
charge us for
one.
that. Oh, you know what? Tool chest, this is this guy's reloading room. This is a standalone press off to its side. This is his reloading bench. All of those chests are probably filled with reloading equipment, bullets, and you name it. Projectiles, primers, all the various tools and implements and shit. Micrometers.
So are we sure that this isn't supposed to be your dream home?
Shut up, Far.
Yeah, moving along, Far. Oh, yeah, and then here's the other side. There's another fucking RCBS reloading press. Yeah.
Yep.
Holy shit. I got to show this house to Reaper. He's going to fucking freak. The Rick Ruger sign that I just noticed right now, there's all his canisters of powder along the fucking top. Meanwhile, the bed upstairs from the loading room sounds like a plan.
Oh my god. This is no. If I already didn't hate everything else, this would be just no.
I can't tell you how much
the deal breaker.
I do not approve of that skylight at all.
Is that a skylight? I thought that was a regular light.
Oh my god.
That is awful, though.
What kind of fucking 800,000 watt halogen would that be?
Oh, it'd be LEDs these days, wouldn't it?
I guess. Why would you want that much light pointing at you on your bed?
It looks like you'd wake up, right? It's just shining directly in your eyes.
Yeah, that's what I fucking hate about it. I can't tell you how much I oppose the day moon while I'm trying to sleep.
Oh, shit.
Wait.
Are these two separate?
Are those is that the same bed taken on different days? Or is it a different bed?
I think so.
That's a weird one. Usually it's all taken on the same day, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm trying to see differences between, like, no, because it has to be a different bed. Look, the stuff that's on the side of the bed in one picture isn't there on the other. So it's a different bed. There's two beds upstairs?
Are they
different cylinders, presumably?
Right.
Are they like different upstairs things, and you're like viewing them across the way? What the fuck is going on here?
I don't want people to walk up to my cylinder and be able to stare through the window at me.
I don't like the idea that
Hold on, though.
The bedroom is attached to just the kitchen and the rest of it. Like, there's no real wall between it. I don't like that.
Hold on, though. Look at on the far side of that bed there. Is that the drop down stairwell? Because it looks like it.
I think it might be.
Yeah. It does look like it very well might be. Which means that what's underneath this area is another room that's blocked off in here?
Yeah, so one's got a staircase up to it, the fixed staircase up to it, and then this is the other bedroom with the blue quilt, duvet, whatever the hell it is.
Oh, I get it now. Okay, yeah, like obviously right above them right now is the bed, like right above the chairs, because there's a drop-down stairwell and there's the bed.
Yeah.
This
Whereas
is
the other
such
bedroom,
a
one picture back, that's
layout.
Yeah.
This is over the kitchen.
This is the one with the staircase. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd have to see a. All right. Wait.
That light looks even more ominous.
This light is. How many of these things do you have in the ceiling?
Wait a minute. Wait. Is that the top of the silo? Like, that's the pointed part of the roof?
Yeah, that's what I figured, yeah. And that it's like,
oh my god,
not smoked glass, but like, whatever polymer glass that they've got up there, and it's fogged, and it's just letting daylight through. So it's not like clear glass, it's fogged glass, if you know what I mean.
It's aerogel.
Yes. I'm trying to. So you got a bed in the middle of this area. Apparently, you don't need blinds, because I was about to complain where the blinds are, because they've got shutters from outside. So the guy's got a golf bag leaning up against the nightstand. What the fuck is over here to the left? Are
they gun bags?
Yeah, are they gun bags on a fucking rolling suit rack? Which is kind of awesome, by the way. But is that what's going on there?
There's so much about this place that's like, what the actual fuck?
I'm just consumed with the really shitty taping and jointing that they've done on the fucking plasterboard for the ceiling there. It's fucking annoying me.
Oh, the spiderweb pattern coming out.
Yeah. That's just really bad taping and jointing.
You're right. That is. So you think that's just drywall material that's been
it is,
taped and plaster, puttied, whatever?
Plasterboard, yeah. So drywall, plasterboard, same shit.
I didn't picture that it was that, but now that you say that, yeah, I've seen really shitty jobs where you can clearly see where the joints are, if you know what I mean. Because they've done a really terrible job of putting down the taping and then the, what do they call it? Tapering the mud. You know what I mean? So you
Mhm.
you can't see it. It's just a crappy job.
I mean, it's going to be difficult because you know obviously this is a round. It's a cylinder. It's the interior of a cylinder with a cone roof, and then they're working with flat boards, so they've had to go with what, octagon? Yeah, octagon. So already they're working against geometry, but yeah, that's just bad job.
I would not want to go
That's a
in
bad
there
job.
with a giant lattice and ladders and try and hoist up heavy ass fucking highly breakable sheetrock sheets, drywall, to try and screw it to whatever the fuck, whatever. What do you think's on the other side of there? They don't have.
They probably used hangers.
Aluminium.
Okay, aluminum, like there's aluminum studs in houses. I get that.
Yeah.
That you can just screw drywall into like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've hung drywall in houses, but I've always been screwing them into wood studs because I live in the first world, not weirdo dystopian future world here.
Well, you can over here. We do stud walling with wood still in places, but a lot of the time we use it's mild steel rails and such, and it's formed in such a way that you can cut it in certain places, fold it and crimp it, and it ends up being very structurally sound, right? And you can screw drywall straight to that as well.
Okay, I still don't want to lift those things up while I'm walking up a fucking ladder that's going to. I'm picturing that there's some kind of like high hung lattice like painters use and whatnot.
Yeah, painted scaffold or whatever.
Yeah, I just don't want to do that at all. I just want to say you're my favorite AAA house. Well, I appreciate that thing. Okay, there's a little bit better picture of it. Holy shit. Is that a different Hornady sign or is that the same one? Because that other picture was really fucking warped if it's the same. There. That's some heavy duty warpage,
same
man.
one.
Wow.
That door looks twice the breadth.
Yeah, that is a
Wow.
fishy fisheye lens. You can't trust nothing, man.
You're gonna go in there, the whole bloody cylinder's gonna be like 12 feet across.
Yeah, that stag's head is actually the size of a fucking dormouse, you know? Is that a little armored knight on a pedestal?
It looks like it.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yep.
I don't hate
This
this.
is
But neither
okay.
do I
hate
at
this.
all. Reaper's gonna freak the fuck out when he sees his place.
You know what this reminds me of, actually? You remember seeing the when they were talking about like colonizing Mars
Yeah.
and dropping down like all these little container type buildings? This is what this reminds me of. You got the ATV facing out over the I don't know what the landscape of Odessa's like, but apparently it's like this.
The moon.
It looks like
It's like the moon.
yeah, slightly terraformed moon.
Holy shit, Sam. Look in the bottom left-hand corner. A bunch of steel silhouettes of animals.
Oh god, the targets, right?
Yeah. And look at the wolf that has the hole in the middle for reactive targets. So there's like a flapper that hangs in the front. So when you hit it center mass, it flips out of the way. Holy shit. And there's like multiples, right? So this guy's into shooting wolves from the front, coyotes from the side, and deers from the side. Hell yeah. Let's give the man credit. I have not seen a single sign of anything less than autism level organization in this place.
It's fairly tidy, isn't it?
Everything is in its
Yeah,
own
I
little
gotta give him this.
barrels and containers, and all the cords are perfectly wrapped, and holy shit.
Yeah, gotta give him that, right? Like, at least this guy isn't your usual Zillow listing weirdo. Like, it's tidy. It's not a complete mess.
Yeah.
This really is Alt Universe Reaper.
Oh, that's what.
He's in Washington.
Or it was a storage packing unit. That's what.
Oh
that's what we
my
were seeing through the
God.
back.
It's a shipping container.
Shipping container. Thank you. That's.
It's a fucking shipping container. Oh my god.
So what's in that far left cylinder of yours? Oh, that's my garage / escape hatch. You could jump into the ATV and just ride off into the sunset. Oh. Look at his target setup, Sam. Look at this. Look at all those reactive plates he's got. Right off of his concrete pad. That's a shooting bench, not a sitting bench.
I've become somewhat more enamored with this place. I really have.
Holy fuck! This guy has like the shootist dream home. All right. Okay. Yeah, there it is in more detail. Look at all the silhouette plates he has, and then fish plates, and then rapid fire side by side plates. There's a shooting tree on the far right. The plates flip around one way and then around the other.
I mean, look, no one can complain about you setting up your plates like that. If you end up somehow behind his shooting range and you get shot in that landscape, it's your own damn fault.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's got progressive plates all the way out at a distance. Yardages all marked off, I'm sure.
Right. That's a practicing in case anybody tries to steal anything from his fucking place.
Yeah. And if you're driving...
It's a warning.
Yeah, if you're law enforcement and you're driving down this gravel road to serve a warrant, take notice that there's a whole bunch of silhouette plates alongside the road you're driving up on.
You must be this far away.
Okay.
That's just what it looks like. Okay. Yeah, I can't say I'm a fan.
I didn't look inside. I had no idea that this is what it was going to look like far. I just wanted to well, he did a good job of molding this and that, like to connect all the stuff and things.
Just
Yeah, you're right. They're all connected. What am I looking at? Is this like a wealthy man's hunting lodge of sorts?
I guess. But they probably just couldn't get... Do they have planning permission type stuff in Washington?
Laddie? I don't know.
I think they would.
Like,
Like, I know
Washington...
they get weird.
Just...
They get weird with certain things. I know that, but...
I was just going to say, like, maybe he couldn't get planning permission to tear this down and build a proper hunting lodge on it, so he was like, you know what? Fuck it.
I wonder if it's, so I know there's a thing, right, where, like, they, don't really allow you to build multiple homes on the same property. I think I'm remembering this correctly, right? So a way of getting around that is like, oh, we don't have multiple homes on the property. We have an RV that looks exactly like a house. Look, it has wheels, guys. Like, shit like that.
Right.
Is apparently, you know, a way of getting around it. I wonder if that's what this is.
I will never cease to be impressed by Americans and their stubborn drive to skirt around the letters of their own laws.
Yeah,
Notice it's
I
always...
wonder...
Notice, though, it's always based in, it's my land. What do you mean I can't build a house on it? Build a second house on it? Yeah, you're not wrong. That yeoman spirit goes back to the revolution. It's my land. What do you mean? Yeah, fucking right. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's why I can understand it. It's just, it's funny when you see the lengths they go to.
Well, sure.
And I wonder if that's what this is. It's, this was originally part of, like, a much bigger plot of land, right? Like, and had an actual house on it. They wanted to build a second house. They weren't allowed to build a second house because Washington State sucks for that, apparently.
Okay.
So, they get around it by being, oh no, it's not really a house. It's silos.
That... And now
It's a storage facility.
And now you can see the full extent of the concrete pad that it all rests upon, right? It's shaped to the silos in the back. And then just becomes square out front.
Yeah.
And the whole thing perfectly level. Which the ground is not. You know.
That would have been presumably the loading, unloading area for the silos, right?
Yeah.
A big old tractor or some bullshit on there.
Good point. The first thing laid out was, well, obviously the first thing put down was the platform, but remember those silos go into the ground, right?
Yeah.
See, Gokato, Gokato just got here, he's like, they look like grain silos? And I'm like, yeah, look at the inside, man. Like, it just... living quarters. And reloading quarters.
Would probably be why, though, you know? So it's probably originally part of a much bigger property.
Yeah.
They wanted to build a second house, and this is how they got around it, which, okay, clever, but Jesus fucking Christ, you couldn't have gone the caravan route?
We appreciate they've got a spittoon beside the TV. You don't see that much anymore.
Oh my god.
I don't know if I could spit that far, Polly.
Well, no, you set it beside your chair. You don't, you go get it, so you can lean back and chew your tobacco.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I don't hate the property. It's decent sized property.
Now we know what all the
You
fishing
have a
equipment was for. Do
lake.
you stock your own man-made lake?
Probably.
Mr. Ingenuity, I'm loving this guy.
I probably wants a second patch of water though for a breeding school for his fish.
Right. Well, I say guy, could be a lady. You never know.
Could be.
Now, what's that
Yeah,
over
no,
yonder? Is that the actual house? And because here's the cylinders down here.
Yeah.
Could be. Although that could actually be the actual grain silo and barn, because it looks like there's a dark cylinder there.
Right. And so here's the side road that all of the silhouettes are along. Is that land cultivated? Or is it just run over with machines, like to whatever?
It's probably has been cultivated, but is being left fallow for the time being, rotation.
Okay. Because it certainly looks like the left side of the road versus the right side of the road could hardly be more different. Like it.
Yeah, it's been left fallow. That has had crops in it probably within the past 10 years.
Okay. You see where the silos are, and then like this various "don't fuck around" gate up at front. Holy shit! So there's your property.
So would that be the houses there then? Like the original house? On the right?
That is
At the bottom right there.
a very good question. Is that even part of the property? Because you see where the cylinders
No, I think
are,
the property line. I think the property line is the yellow
Yeah.
bit, right?
Yeah.
Like, so the thing that's on the outside of said property line, is that the original house?
No, those are grain silos, and there's
Those are
you've got
grain
a storage
silos?
barn
Alright.
there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's hard for me to envision that that's over 100,000 acres, considering like the size of the platform that the cylinders are on, and then you see the tiny little lake back there connected by the road.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to
That's not
envision that.
100,000 acres.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it, does it?
I was going to say, how big did it say it was?
Let's go back and find it.
No,
Jesus.
386.109.
Yeah, 386 acres. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah. Okay, that's a little different. I was reading it. I
So,
don't even know where I got 100,000 because it would have been 386,000, but it's not. It's 386 acres. Okay.
yeah.
Well, it says right there, 386.11 acres of phenomenal hunting ground with an abundance of game available all year round. We should have just read this and it would have made a lot more sense.
Yeah, right?
Stocked pond and an outdoor shooting range. This property is perfect for outdoor enthusiasts from the stocked pond and outdoor shooting range with targets up to 1 mile to the fully improved grain bins that make for an ideal entertainment venue with a state-of-the-art security system equipped with cameras and smart home management system in place. You can ensure your safety and peace of mind wherever you are. The property generates income from pasture, rent, and crop production, which makes it an ideal investment opportunity. A dwelling accommodation up to 6 people, providing you with the ultimate rural experience. The pond is stocked with bass and is engineered to never freeze, irrigation, and domestic well.
Cool.
Fuck. Listed by Anna Van Dyst, Moses Lake Realty Group.
I mean, I ain't got 1.6 million to drop on a place, but
Yeah, I mean, if you had fuck off money, because why the hell not? Where the hell else are you going to go? Like, where's the nearest private airport that I can fly into? Is the next question. You know what I mean?
yeah, I think so. Sort of two things. This is upmarketed. It's very definitely upmarketed. I mean,
Meaning
that place over here, I would not consider paying more than like 200-300 grand for. But you know, they're selling it off of the idea of like, this place has got passive income. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know as I judge it at 1.6 million. That being said, I don't know what land costs are like in Washington. So
expensive.
Well, yeah, probably.
I have no idea where Odessa, Washington is. Like, is it the middle of fucking nowhere, Washington State? Like, where's the closest city,
I'm
etc.?
not actually sure. Odessa, Washington.
Take a look at a $400,000 home that's supposedly nearby in Odessa. Oh. Well, that helps. No pictures.
Okay. Can I see more, please? Oh wow, yeah, it's really inland.
Is it?
Yeah, that. Oh god, yeah, that. Yeah. That does look like it's just. Yeah, that does really seem like it's in the middle of fucking nowhere. Oh, they have their own airport.
What, Odessa do?
Good. That was
Huh.
my question. Where's the nearest private airport where I could just...
Yeah, that is really just.
Fly in on your Cessna every other weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is in the middle of nowhere. Basically. So
So this is not a property for you, Far.
Yeah,
what you're
I
saying.
had... Okay, I'll continue the search far. Don't worry.
Oh god. Oh god.
Remember when I found this gem for you? 180 grand.
In Nebraska?
Yeah, it's in the middle of fucking nowhere, man. Like when you see the shot from the top of the street, these are the only structures in the middle of a wheat field. Like it's just
In Nebraska?
yeah,
Surely not.
yeah. It's a prefab house that they built in Nebraska,
Oh
wherever the fuck.
god.
It's just. I will find your matrimonial home, Far. Don't you worry.
But I think that's a good place to call it,
looks
though.
nice.
How long have we been going?
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, we're at the 4.5 hour mark, or a little bit longer.
Oh, the Frenchman shows up and everything goes to shit.
All right, so there it is. Now would be the time for anybody who wants to get some last minute birthday wishes in for Far, because it is her birthday and she's slowly progressing into her age, if not by size and looks, by maturity.
Right, sure.
Sure, let's go with that.
Oh, yeah, and anybody who wants to hook up with a commission for Far for art is, of course, available. All of my otters are Far otters, and you saw pictures of her moon representatives, avatars, cards.
Yeah,
What do you call them?
personifications. I don't.
You didn't.
A lunar trading card.
Guys. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Why didn't you? I find that surprising that you didn't come up with a name for what they are. You're the one who knows.
Rabbits, I guess.
Rabbits?
Well, yeah, rabbit moon. Why not? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can call them whatever you want.
Name pending. Name pending.
Name pending. Okay, yeah, let's go
Sure.
with it. 3D printed super alloy. So there. Okay. Anyway, there it goes. So anybody who wants to get a commission can go ahead and get a hold of Fart through Twitter. Her Twitter link is in the description below, I believe. So
Is it?
I don't know. Is it?
If not, it
No.
will be. It will be soon after.
Yeah. Let's go
No,
with
it
that.
is not. But yeah.
God damn it. You're right. It's not. Okay, I'll fix that right after the show. So anybody who wants to listening in the future, hello from the past, you can feel free to get a hold of her by Twitter and for her awesome art. In the meantime, feel free to wish her a happy birthday on Twitter, as I'm going to go do with something embarrassing. Find something, damn it. I'll send her a
I'm just
turkey
opening my
man.
blackmail folder now.
Oh god.
You know what's funny?
How dare she? I wanted that cake.
I mean, appropriate, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Looney Lenny, for $3. Happy birthday, Far. Thank you. Everyone wanted that cake.
This cake? Far's cake? I've got your
Yeah.
cake up on screen again. Yeah.
All the cakes.
Far's Cake. I used to watch that TV series.
Anyways, in hell. So thank you for coming, and that does bring us to the end of another night here on Noir Bar, live from the shadiest district of Noir City. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight for our own little fun brand of 1940s booze-fueled banter. I've been drinking this whole time. It's true. Don't judge me. Yeah. I'd like to thank Far and Sam for keeping me company at the bar, especially Far. Happy birthday once again.
Thank you.
Nice.
Oh my god.
More than just another stuffed animal, this is a pillow that your child or grandchild will use every night. It's a pet with a purpose.
Thank you for the $20. Happy birthday, Far. There we go.
I didn't see that coming.
It's a family plan.
You've never seen that one before?
I have not. I have not.
Or is degeneracy on full display? You gotta love it.
Look, it's funny.
It is funny. I've laughed every time. There's a reason.
It's funny.
Oh, blimey.
That your grandchild will use every night. My God.
It's a pet with a purpose.
It's disgusting. It's so gross. Oh, Jesus.
This is a longer form of that video too. That's just what I edited down, so it's like I could justify putting that in. It's $20. It gets so much worse the longer version.
It really does. It just keeps going.
It's just so much worse. Anyway.
And
that.
And finally, I'd like to thank all the very generous people who tip the bartender. That's me. So, as we always say about this time, you don't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. Thank you all, and we'll see you again next time. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody. Happy birthday, Far.
Happy birthday, indeed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hmm.